if not the best in the team, and now he's on the roster of Team Vitality. Definitely putting more life into the team, probably going back as a jungler, I presume.
Yeah, and that's where he should be. I mean, he actually controlled games. Don't get me wrong, Fearless Esports did very well. They were, what, 5th, 6th in that championship last year? But this is an opportunity for them to really rise. I think that this is going to be a great game, great series to see how DAO kind of gels with the rest of Team Vitality. That's going to be an interesting one to watch. But of course, we're getting way ahead of ourselves. Let's continue and stick with this first series, right? Nongshim RedForce versus SCARZ. Your thoughts on this one, Kin? Because, again, SCARZ lost, but are they able to bounce back in this grand finals?
Okay, so maybe let's give you a little bit of a filler onto what happened for that 3-1 series. I think generally, at least among the talents, right, the kind of idea around it was that
I love money.
Nongshim won the draft almost all the time, right? And that's why they won the series in the first place. They had better tools. I mean, execution-wise, I think Nongshim still edges out a little bit more. But SCARZ, I think if they can recognize the patterns that they fell into that previous series, they can use the information to try and step up in this particular one.
Yeah, and it's funny because we talked about how the draft is super important, but it's one thing to be game 1, game 2. The drafts are basically very meta, but we've added a new element to all of this, and of course this is going to be global ban pick, the ban pick system pioneered by the KPL in 2018. It's going to be fully adopted in this tournament and for all of Honor of Kings esports moving forward. And again, for over 6 years, KPL, the Chinese Honor of Kings Pro League, has set the gold standard in MOBA esports and will continue shaping the global competition competitive scene. Honor of Kings remains at the forefront of innovation and excellence, and we cannot wait to see how the world's best teams rise to the challenge. This is going to be super important as they go into a longer series here.
Yep, so just to reiterate, it means if you have taken a particular ban or usage of a particular hero for the series itself, you will not be allowed to pick this hero again. You can ban it for the other team, but you are not allowed to touch the skills. This hero will not be available anymore. So you have to be really careful about what kind of draft you want to come up with. Like, what are the strategies you want to use to take that win against your opponents? So let's start with Nongshim RedForce. They're going to ban out the Musashi along with the Lung, and this is going to be their first pick on the Dire Dia, one of my personal hated heroes because she's so damn good.
Okay, well, speaking of hated heroes, on the other end, we're just going to go with the Oghren, the menace last year. I would say that Oghren was definitely the hero of every single Honor of King esports when Oghren was out, because just the amount of potential play of pushing things out, the damage, the sustain, you had everything that you would want and the kitchen sink, right? So going into this one, it looks like Nongshim are going to look to kind of counter this play by picking up the Arlie themselves, and with the Dune, is that enough, kid?
Oh, I love it, right? Dune is a very tanky hero. He's able to zip in and out of the back lines, the front lines as well. So I think they're going to do a very good job of soaking in damage. At the same time, the fact that they have an Arlie, this is going to be massive damage coming in. As long as, everyone focuses on the Dune, I think this Arlie is going to be safe and sound. And pair up with the Dire Dia, the heals are insane. So Destined Encounter, definitely going to be big works for Nongshim.
So if we're looking at this one, I mean, we talked about how global ban is like, if you win, or regardless, if you pick the hero, you can't play it again. So it seems like they're picking a lot of the meta heroes. I mean, Lady Soon definitely always very strong. Byron is very strong as well. They want to put their best foot forward. Now, unfortunately for SCARZ, if this game goes in the losing end, they're going to have a hard time kind of coming back from it. And this is, of course, the genius of the global ban pick system.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right. At this point, strategy is definitely going to be super important for both teams, right? Because you don't want to kind of exhaust your resources too early in the game. They're going to finalize the bans on the side of Nongshim with the Ming as well as the Zhang Fei. And I think it's a pretty good start, right? See, similar to what we've seen last year, I think there's a lot of bans focused on the roams, because if you have a good roam, it does change the way that you get to play the game, because there's a lot more control, there's a lot more shielding, more survivability. But oh my goodness, we're gonna see our first ever Niwa here, and let me say, the rework on Niwa, I absolutely love it because I play mid as well, but this could be a big problem for SCARZ.
Yeah, it's a huge problem. And to be honest, Nuwa, I feel like when it's in my ranked games, I just have a bad game, especially when it's in the enemy team. Generally speaking, just the amount of control, the damage, everything that you want, and just kind of shooting from afar is very strong. But is it enough to kind of deal with this? Now, if you're going to be from SCARZ, you're talking about the roamer being super important. It looks like they're going to prioritize that for Ochik in the last pick here. Your thoughts? Who kind of... Okay, the Lianpo, boom. Your thoughts?
I think it's okay, right? But I'm very worried about the fact that Nongshim actually has the Dharma, and there's quite a lot of control coming in from Nongshim RedForce. So that's kind of my worry for the side of SCARZ. But SCARZ, let's be honest, if they get an advantage in the early game, maybe get a steal in the jungle, take one of the buffs away, this is going to amplify the growth of the Ogren quite a lot. And we both know, right? When you give an Ogren farm, he is super sustainable, he is super painful as well. Depending on how he wants to build, maybe gets that Crimson Reaper as a side item to deal extra damage as well. In the meantime, everyone else is just going crazy.
Yeah, everyone else will be going crazy. Hopefully, I mean, they need to keep themselves alive and be able to out-farm the Ogren, right? Which is like the big win condition for them. But this Niwa, I love the pick, especially for a game 1 pick, because it really sets the tone. It kind of sets yourself up of, hey, we have ways to kind of control you and to deal with the potential Ogren with this path of passing and just kind of moving things about. But of course, this is the first match of the day. Game 1, Nongshim RedForce going up against SCARZ. Let's look at just the drafts, kid. Your thoughts, who has the edge?
I actually prefer Nongshim RedForce. I think they have a little bit better sustain. Sustenance on the side of SCARZ, I think it's okay, but mostly for Arashi as well as Kai, right? Because the two of them, they have Force Field Suppression, they have the Death's Precipice, they have the Seer State to kind of heal up and stuff like that. But aside from that, I think the continuity of heals coming in from Faye definitely going to matter much more for the side of Nongshim.
Okay. All right. Do you have a favorite of just, you know, not looking at the draft, but looking more at the players and the teams? Did you have a favorite going into this one?
I think, you know what, Illusion really impressed me last year, as well as Kyung. The two of them have played spectacularly in their respective roles, and I expect the same quality out of them. I don't think there has been a change in fact, maybe there is. They have definitely gotten better based on what we have seen in the previous series that they played to get to this position in the first place.
Yeah, and to be honest, I kind of feel like this is a team that's really starting to gel. I kind of liked what we saw from Nongshim. I feel like, again, Kyung was on point. But I also want to give shout out to Faye. You know, as a fellow roam myself, he's just been unbelievable in terms of control, ensuring that his carry Siri is always alive. They have a nice duo in that bottom lane, and someone you need to be careful about, as Faye looks like he's going to get gone on here. It looks like he's going to limp away, though.
Yep, I think that's a good start, right? But this kind of shows you the potential. I mean, let's talk about their counterparts as well. I think Ochik has been really impressive for me on the side of SCARZ. Familiar face as well from last year. And I think he definitely has gotten better as well. The improvements on his decision making, on when to go in. And, you know, using a hero like Lianpo, it does require quite distinctive decision making, because you need to make sure that you catch the appropriate people at the correct time as well. That Tremor Smash, 3 hits, you need to make sure it lands on all the members on the other side.
Okay, well, that's easier said than done, my friend. I mean, definitely a difficult situation. But again, he hits those. He hits like 3 or 4 members. You're going to win that team fight. And I think that you're going to do it on the back of Ochik setting it up, but you're going to knock it down with Arashi. I think that this is a player that you need to fear as a Nongshim RedForce, player, right? He's always going to be on point. If he's able to get farm and able to control the game, you're going to have a tough time.
Oh yeah, for sure. And he's one of the 3 different members on the side of SCARZ that can get an initiation here. And I think base for now, I don't think there's enough damage from the side of SCARZ to really take out that first blood. But Faye, he's kind of playing with fire here.
Yeah, he's definitely playing with fire. And mind you, it's kind of funny because in the qualifiers, when we're watching some of the other games, he was known as Faye U, and I always wanted to make the joke that every time he gets a kill, it's like an FU.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it looks like he knows what's up, right? So
yeah,
definitely
it's a family game. It's a family joke. He changed it back. He's just going to be Faye at this point. But again, you know, I like the fact that he's teamed up with Siri. I think that this is a duo that is very scary. The potential for them to grow has just, you know, they've improved game in and game out. So this is something that we're going to have to see as they move forward. I think SCARZ realize this, and they're going to have a tough time of trying to limit Siri from getting as much farm as possible.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think one of the things that really impresses me about the potential of this series is the fact that they have gone, I think, close to 10 games against each other in the entirety of time they've played HOK, right? And so they're really familiar with each other. So I'm curious to see whether they can handle Siri, because Siri has been on the winning end multiple times across any series they've played against each other.
Yeah. I mean, yes, for sure. And Siri's that carry that you want, but it looks like the Tyrant getting a little on the low side. It doesn't look like they want to contest. Arashi will pick that one up. The first Tyrant of the game, always very important, at least in my eyes. But wow, that Bitter Farewell going the distance. They're trying to do the damage, not able to do it. He flashes over the wall. He does survive, trying to get sniped out, and he does. Illusion picks him off with that incantation, Resplendence.
I mean, that's why I said Illusions is really impressive. That Annihilation, extremely accurate. I mean, okay, it doesn't seem that hard to hit, but when you're playing, it's a different beast to handle for sure.
Okay, well, if you're on my team, you can't hit a single one. You're on my enemy team, you are hitting everyone. And it's painful, and it's uncomfortable, but Illusion really able to snipe it out. I really like what Niwa can kind of bring to this table. And it's something that it's being able to control and creating these like blocks that make it very difficult for the rest of the team to kind of catch up. Controlling and positioning on the battlefield, super important, and I like what the hero brings to the table.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? The Coalescence is actually one of the most irritating skills that I find, but I love to use Nuwa. Maybe not as good as the pros, for sure, but the pushback from that Coalescence is definitely going to be something that really hits hard against the enemy heroes. And for someone that is using Ogren as Arashi, right? Arashi needs to be really close to you. So Illusion's going to do well for himself if he's able to kind of push out the aggression for SCARZ for any initiation that they try.
Yeah, and if we're looking at levels, I mean, Arashi just hit level 10, slightly behind Haku, but oh my gosh, Faye got caught out. There was a lot of SCARZ members, just 4 members there, ensuring they get the kill. And Arashi, again, you do not want to give this guy any sort of farm, and that was unfortunate for Nongshim there.
Yeah, actually that's one of the difficulties of playing Diadia, right? You have to kind of manage your aggression because her skill set really gets you deep within enemy lines. And I think Faye just took a step too far. He was already playing with fire earlier in the game, and it looks like finally gets punished for it. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you make, it's not like game ending to die out this one. Faye, obviously on the Diadia, has a lot of mobility. Unfortunately for him, just too much damage, too much control, and unfortunately not able to get away. But again, SCARZ, great win for them. They need to continue that farm. I think that, again, you're trying to funnel as much farm into Mfang, and of course Arashi as much as possible. But now Nongshim making it uncomfortable, pushing it in. They've opened it up with the bottom T1 already taken down. Now they're starting to siege on that bottom T2, making it very uncomfortable for SCARZ to really get that farm going. Yeah, my big concern now for SCARZ is can they handle Haku? Because of all the exchanges we've seen so far, I mean, it's just 2 kills across the game, right? But we haven't had an honest face-to-face fight between Haku as well as Arashi. That's going to be the telltale sign of how this series is going to go.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot. But look at that also skin. So nice. That event going on right now. The Frozen event. I love it, by the way.
Yeah. The Elsa skin and of course for Shi as well with the Ana skin. I just got it last night. Yeah, but nonetheless, besides the skins, so far, I think ASD has been pretty steady, right? I don't think ASD made the same mistakes he did in the previous series that they played against each other. And I think that's a good start for the side of SCARZ.
Oh, very good start. I mean, look, the net worth is pretty much a slight edge in favor of SCARZ. They're doing the right things. I think that is just a slight level advantage has been flexing in favor of Nongshim. In terms of towers, we're kind of equal throughout. And we knew it was going to be a very evenly matched series, and you're seeing exactly the fruits of that labor, so to speak, in the sense of just, both of these teams really want this. Of course, it's a best of 5. You have so many wins to go through, and of course, getting that first win would be huge in terms of momentum.
Okay, so one big thing is Arashi just got his Blood Rage, right? This could be a big change in the fight as well. But Arashi, so far, I think they haven't found that initiation opportunity for their side to get into the backlines of Nongshim. And until they fix that issue, I think it's going to be a stalemate all the way.
Yeah. But finding that right avenue where they can get to the backline, not the easiest thing for them to do. They need to open things up. If we're looking at some of the SCARZ, like the mobility is kind of, I would say, aside from the Ogryn, of course, with the path of passing where you can go wherever. But generally speaking, it's going to be kind of like you see it coming. It's very predictable in that sense. But now Kyung dashes away. He's going to be fine, and that T1 is doing a little bit of chip damage on them. But SCARZ, I like the aggression. You need to invade. You need to make it uncomfortable for Nongshim.
Oh yeah, for sure. They've already taken the first objective of the game, right? Now the second Tyrant might be going into their hands, and this will be the final Tyrant before the Shadow versions of both objectives will come out. And I think Nongshim, they've made the really smart choice not to go and contest for this neutral objectives, but to go for the towers instead. And you know what? Map control wins you games. And Nongshim, very methodical gameplay, slightly different from what we have seen in the previous time they've played against each other, because I think SCARZ have done well to manage the draft in such a way that they haven't exactly lost. But right now, I think it takes a lot for them to commit into fights because, like we mentioned before, initiation definitely an issue because for SCARZ it's pretty predictable.
Yeah, definitely pretty predictable in that one sense. But SCARZ, okay, they've gotten 2 Tyrants. Nongshim, yeah, you've gotten, in terms of towers, it's pretty much equal. They're staying in there just by being able to outfarm them in the lanes. But neutral-wise, they've kind of not been on point. This is a very different game than from what we saw in terms of the last series here. And now SCARZ finding Haku, at least up in the front line. They're going to try to kind of, poke and prod at one another, but as the Shadow Tyrant is going to be the big one for them, Haku does have his smite, something to take note of. Arashi on the other end. There looks like they're going to go for about half-life on this Tyrant. Who's going to go for this one? Who takes this one out? And it looks like ASD gets the Tyrant. They're going to continue on. They have the damage. They kill Haku, and of course they kill Faye. That's a huge win for SCARZ. They're continuing on, and they found Kyung as well. They get the guillotine. That's 4 members down.
Oh, that's a big fight to win, man. I mean, SCARZ, I was very worried because Kyung was hiding on the sidelines, and I was waiting for him to jump in with the Truth Mantra as well. That opportunity never showed up, and he flashed into the middle of all 5 members on the side of SCARZ. This is a different SCARZ from the last we've seen them, and I would like to say, Ochik impressed me very much.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's very tanky. And if you're looking at the rest of SCARZ, and this is kind of how, aside from the fact that Mfeng, Lady Soon, ASD, Lady Chun, both kind of on the squishier ends, the other ones are kind of, hey, if you get on me, we're able to kind of sustain. We have ways to kind of be very tanky and make it uncomfortable. And seeing as that, Mfeng and ASD were always on the backside, very difficult to get to those backliners, I mean, they pretty much were just unleashing hell and doing so much damage. And Nongshim got caught out, and there's a huge reason why SCARZ, with that really good team fight, are able to take the lead here, as they've got about a 5k net worth lead.
Okay, so we know about the traditional drafting style of SCARZ, right? These are very meta heroes we've seen since last year as well. And here's the issue. When Haku jumps in, the entire backline is exposed. So Illusion, yes, he can deal a lot of damage, but he's not very survivable in the first place. So when Kai, when Ochik, they go for individual targets, nonetheless, because of their skill sets, it is an AoE output. So they are able to catch multiple people at the same time, even though they're going for individual heroes on the side of Nongshim, right? And so far, this formula is working for them. So Nongshim, I think they need to figure out how do we get the perfect positioning, because SCARZ can fight however they want to. It doesn't matter. Their skill set allows that.
Oh, they found Haku. They're going to try to focus in. The Unruly Blade gets him out to safety. And it looks like they're going to back off here. They need to be careful with how they go in. Heartlink on to Siri, and they want to go over with the Path of Passing. The Conductor of Souls, they found Faye. They're going to try to focus him down. Oh, he Heartlinks back one more time, but he gets blown up by the Rolling Blade. Ultimate Shell combination. They do get that one pick off. And again, more space going the way of SCARZ as they pick up even another red buff.
Yep, SCARZ just playing on a different playing field at this point, right? If you notice how that fight goes, Nongshim RedForce, they're trying to get the initiations, but it's always a 1v2, 1v3. They don't have a full 5-on-5 fight. And SCARZ, they're taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, I kind of don't like that fight that Nongshim was looking to go. Obviously, they were kind of on the retreat, but they were like, hey, do we go in? Do we not? Or whatever. And Faye kind of got caught out because they're trying to save him. At some point, you just need to cut your losses. You need to get yourself out of there. Fight for another day. You're already behind in terms of levels. This is a 6k net worth lead, and it's starting to grow even more with SCARZ as they take up the bottom T3. But now with these Tyrants pushing, SCARZ are in the driver's seat. This is their game to lose.
Yeah, and let me just be clear, this is a very beautiful moveset that SCARZ has achieved. So number one, yes, they got the tier 3 down, but most importantly is which tier 3 they got. They got the one that was opposite the side of the Overlord, which means that this lane is going to be pressurizing for the side of Nongshim. It's one lane they cannot ignore, and this pulls a lot of attention away and relieves the threat of a potential steal coming in from the Overlord. You can have Nongshim, Illusion try for that Annihilation steal, but what are the chances of success for that?
Yeah, it would be tough here. I mean, Arashi here smites it, ensures he gets the Shadow Tyrant here. They're going to go Unruly Blade. Nongshim, they're going to do full-on retreat at this point. But again, SCARZ taking all the big objectives. They're continuing to farm. They're invading the enemy jungle, taking everything from you. Nongshim right now are huddled in a corner, really no space, not able to get any sort of farm. Kyung doing his best to kind of push things out, maybe split push to create a little bit of space, but it's tough here, as it looks like they're going to look to start sieging here, but no minions in the mid lane as of yet. They're slow sieging in that bottom.
Oh yeah, and this is a difficult one, but maybe Kyung can make a difference. He does have the Pure Sky, does have some damage reduction, but at this point, right, Amphan, he's doing so much damage, the rolling rates are just free. He is able to maneuver however he wants to.
Oh, the burst ramp Tremor Smash connecting onto 2. They've gotten the mid T3, and it looks like they've gotten another one, but it looks like we do have a bit of a code reveal. Haku goes down for 40 seconds. They're going to continue on. All 5 members of SCARZ still alive. They found Kyung. The base is open. This is a awkward situation, but SCARZ a little on the low side. It looks like they're going to want to regroup, realizing that, hey, we don't need to push the initiative. We've already got 2 more members. Now we need to wait for our minion wave.
Yep, and it's a difficult position, right? Right now, Kai also just got the Eye of the Phoenix. Amphan already getting the Stage Sanctuary. There's no chance. I think
they're going to go in for this one. They can do Force Field Suppression on the backside. They've already blown up Siri. They have the base, and they want to get all the kills. This is a statement game for SCARZ as they take game 1.
Yep, a big start, right? And this is definitely a huge win, because can you imagine losing to Nongshim RedForce for months in a row, and finally, when it does matter, here we go. SCARZ take the first game of a best of 5 series. Doesn't really set the win in cement, but it's a good start.
It's a very good start, and that's exactly what you want to do. In a best of 5, of course, the first game, don't get me wrong, probably one of the most important, because you're setting the tone, right? You're being like, hey, we did lose to you before, but we are back. We did our research. We are able to execute on a high level, and Nongshim really didn't have any answers. I think that their draft was good in terms of SCARZ and being able to control the game. They were able to take all the big neutrals and just kind of force, them to play SCARZ's game, which is a losing game for Nongshim.
Yeah, but let's be clear. The game was teetering at the edge, because both teams, it was kind of like a seesaw, right? The goal difference was minuscule. It was ignorable for probably about 10 minutes into the game. And all of a sudden, SCARZ hit that full throttle. They just went in. And I think Ochik, he made the very important decision to time his Tremor Smashes at that particular moment, where I think he manages to catch out 4 different members on the side of Nongshim. And when you give so much space to Amphan on that Lady Sun, he is just going to have the time of his life.
Yeah, he's going to do so much damage. And again, we were talking about how Ochik needs to ensure that he gets those amazing Tremor Smashes, and he lived up to the call. That was an amazing game by him, setting it up. I don't know if he's going to win MVP. We're going to find out who kind of everyone thought was that good, but I thought SCARZ playing very well together. This is what you want. But look at these stats here. 5-0-5 by Arashi, just controlling it out. But Ochik, 0-0-10. It seemed a little quiet, but we see you, friend. You made the plays, my friend.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he definitely contributed a lot to what came to be the victory for the side of SCARZ. And I think the draft wasn't that big of a difference, but itemization-wise, look, the gold growth from ASD wasn't that impressive. 7,008, he's okay. He's trailing, in fact, against Illusion, who had much better time, 9,000 gold in the pocket. But the itemization just dealt so much damage, because ASD, that anti-heal potential coming in from Lady Zhen. And Lady Zhen, with her skill sets as well, the flowing side, bouncing around, it just gets the anti-heal onto so many different members on the side of Nongshim. And Nongshim wanted to play on the heals and shields. Didn't really work out that hard.
Yeah, just really well played there. I mean, look, we understand like the game rating of 8.4 on ASD, but again, the knocking out the healing potential of that team, where again they just want to sustain and all that, very hidden in that sense, and just really playing well together, understanding that hey, it's more than just solo play of doing all that damage and getting all those kills, but it's also helping the team ensure that they get that secured win. But now they're going to go in. I felt like that draft was very meta heavy. They kind of went all in. Now, does SCARZ have the gas to kind of ensure that they're able to kind of ensure that they get two other wins to their name?
I think that's a great question, because at this point with global ban, now you don't get to repick the same draft ever again, right? Now you have to kind of go with, maybe I want to have the same strategy but a different kind of skill set to go along with it. So yes, you know what, the idea is still open for them. It's something they can definitely explore. The heals and the shields late game, I think it matters much more for the side of SCARZ, and Nongshim kind of fell prey to the fact that they were relying too much on Faye as a sole idea to really help heal and shield the team as well. So SCARZ, for the first time in months, I think they won the draft. But
yeah,
they edged it out just a little bit.
No, I mean, draft is one thing, but let's talk a little bit about this one post-game here, right? The fact that all the big neutrals, they were able to secure, right? That is so much gold, momentum, all of the things that you want. And SCARZ was able to do that. It was very close early to mid-game. If we're looking at this gold graph, everything was, neck and neck. And then all of a sudden, that late game started to hit, and SCARZ was really starting to, that late game potential with all those items. It was really able to kind of power them through and to just ensure that they got this victory. That's exactly what you want to do against a team like Nongshim. So again, SCARZ playing it very, very smart. The coaching was great, and the preparation for this one was actually on point. That is exactly how you want to start a series for game one. SCARZ, really well played.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think they managed the waves really well, right? Because one of the things that I think Nongshim struggled with was the timing of these objectives. That first Tyrant that SCARZ got, I don't think there were a lot of members on the side of Nongshim that managed to reach that pit in time in the first place. And another thing that consistently happened throughout the game was, I think Haku was trying to look for the invasion, right? Get a couple of steals on the buffs. But more often than not, there were no buffs to steal. There were no creep camps to take away. And they just walked into the middle of SCARZ. And it was always something that kind of wasted the time. There was no efficiency on the side of Nongshim. RedForce, not by their own faults. It was just SCARZ all the way. They planned it pretty well.
Yeah, planned pretty well, but they need to bounce back. I think that once they were like, hey, we're actually losing some of these big neutrals, we're kind of, we got pushed back. I think that it seemed like they were caught flat-footed at multiple times. I think Nongshim need to come in and be like, hey, this team is ready to go. Let's check out the highlights of that game one to kind of see exactly where SCARZ did really, really well and just ensure that they secured this victory. Can help me walk me through some of these highlights here.
All right, so first objective, of course. I mean, it was a great start, right, for the side of Nongshim in terms of kills. They got the first blood. I was actually expecting that, Illusion was going to pop up, but based on the way that the map was controlled from the side of SCARZ, there never was an actual opportunity. And based on how the way fights were taken, it was really difficult for Nongshim to get that perfect initiation. Kyung here, I think, waited a little bit too long because he was waiting for that perfect moment to use his truth mantra. But here he goes, diving into the middle of 5 and gets taken out instantaneously. And that's kind of when we kind of figured like, hey, maybe this game is not going to go as well for Nongshim.
Yeah. Actually, that was pretty much the tipping point. From that moment on, Nongshim were on the back foot. They were very reactive to what was happening. Even this fight, right? Like, oh, Faye, why are you going in? He tried to go in for this one. It got a little cheeky, and the rest of Nongshim were like, hey, oh, are we going in? What's going on? Now we're trying to save him, and Faye got completely caught out. That was a little unfortunate for him. Faye, he should not have been going in with a bitter farewell. He needs to ensure that he stays alive. You don't want to be making cheeky plays, especially when you're behind.
Yep, I think there was plenty of tunnel vision, right? Situational awareness may be slightly different on the sides of Nongshim RedForce. They were kind of a mixed bag of, hey, I want to go in, where's the rest of my team? And then the rest of Nongshim was like, no, you know what, that's not the best case, best timing to go in as well. And so maybe it's just a huge, big miscommunication on the side of Nongshim RedForce. For now, I mean, this is definitely not the Nongshim that we know and we have seen in the past few matches. But this is just the first game of the series. It's a best of 5. It's a long way to go. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. So let's see if Nongshim can bounce back.
Yeah, but you know, you talk about the fact that this is a long series. I think Nongshim also came in a little overconfident, right? The Nua pick, I thought it was kind of like if they had it in the bag and they were completely well rehearsed and were able to execute it to a high level, I didn't really see the impact that I was expecting it to have. And it seemed like Nongshim were kind of trying something new in this game one, and it really didn't seem to kind of get to the level that we really needed to kind of pull out that victory. And now going into game two, they need a much stronger draft. SCARZ, again, they went all in with that meta pick, and there's going to be a lot of picks that they're not able to kind of continue on with, so it's going to be tougher for them. But again, how does Nongshim strike back?
I think if they just play to what they have been doing so far, I think it should work out for them. Because let's be honest, this is a very different SCARZ. Okay, not very different, but just cleaner execution. I think SCARZ has always been good in execution, but today they really stepped up, and I think that has taken Nongshim by surprise and taken aback for sure. So Nongshim, I think all they need to do is to go back into their books, pull out the standard strategies they have been pulling out for the past few series, past few games as well, and they should be able to put up a fight against SCARZ. Definitely. I mean, it's not been a clean game from Nongshim, for sure.
Yeah, definitely not. This is a wake-up call, right? You got punched in the face in game one. Look, if you're down 0-2, you're going to be in a world of hurt. You're like, the panic mode is going to be there. You're going to be like, everything is going to be completely unsettled, right? So game two is a must win for Nongshim to get themselves back into this series. Because again, you never want to be down 0-2 and to have to come back from this like miracle 2-3 comeback style, very difficult situation. And so we're going to hope to see, hope that Nongshim are able to draft better and to execute. That's the biggest piece going into game two.
Yeah, and there's quite a lot of tanky heroes taken away from the side of SCARZ, right? We don't have the Ogren, we don't have the Byron, we don't have the Lianpo as well. So 3 big tanks, 3 big sustenance characters out of the picture for now for SCARZ, right? Maybe they can explore having a Menki as well. I think the combination of Menki, and if you've been watching the Chinese games, KPL, I mean, they have taken up the healing Death Ball strat with Dr. Bien. That could be something I would love to see today, and we'll see. I mean, Japanese people, Korean people, they're known for their creativity as well. And it's a region I'm really excited because, I mean, first game, Noir, I didn't expect that. So I'm waiting for more surprises from both ends.
Yeah, surprises are one thing, and I'm happy to see them. And definitely, we did see Dr. Beyond, I think, in like the Indonesian qualifiers. So it has play. But for now, if I'm anybody, I'm just like, hey, just stick to the meta. Stick to what's strong. Stick to your guns. What got you here? Don't try anything new. I think that this is super risky at this point. It's a grand finals. You have to get into S3. Both of these squads, right? There's so much pressure at this point. You don't want to be doing anything kind of completely off, meta at this point.
I mean, yeah, plane tickets, hotel stay, big stadium, big crowds. You definitely want to be there. It's a different kind of experience for you as a professional player. One of the things that I think is really important as a professional player is the ability to be seated in front of thousands, a few hundred thousands maybe, to make sure that you understand what it's like, the pressure of playing at a high level in front of multiple people. And you only get the experience if you win this series. So it's really important. They have to learn how to calm their nerves and draft properly, execute even better as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's going to be coming into this one. But again, we're going to see this is game 2, the global ban at its finest. With some of the picks that's not going to be done, everything's going to be brand new. Every single game, and you're kind of, as a viewer, if you're just tuning in, you'll be like, hey, why aren't they picking this XY hero or whatever? Basically, because of global ban, they've already picked it already. So it's going to be very interesting seeing how SCARZ, what other rabbits can they pull out of this hat? Is it going to be completely different? Are they going to, go with the tried and true, or are they going to kind of pick out like a Nua? Are they going to be like, hey, we actually are going to show you how to play it, right? Will it be that level?
Yeah. I'm just curious now in terms of like for SCARZ, what they're going to go with for the farm lane, because the way that Nongshim has taken a draft, they've already immediately banned out the RD. They've taken it for themselves. They obviously can't use it anymore. So the idea and RD, they want to get rid of this combination. Right now, there's also the combination of maybe potentially Garo and Ming. Ming is still a viable one. They've taken out Lady Sun as well. So right now, it's a brand new slate. Clean slate here. Both teams going to be starting with absolutely no idea what is the potential draft coming out. And Long is going to be the first pick.
No, I always find it funny. I know it's global ban, and that's why they banned out the Arlie and the idea. They think that they're very strong, but they're just like, oh no, actually we lost with him, so we're just gonna ban it out. But I think going into this one, they're gonna go with the Lung. I think it's tried and true. Definitely something it's very strong. But SCARZ with the Dahlia Yuan, I like these two picks. Nice little combination to start themselves off.
Yep, it also opens up many doors. We could potentially see a Gan and Mo coming in for the side of SCARZ, right? The refresh goes in heavy for that Celestial Melody. You could even go with the Shangguan as well. But right now, Nongshim, I like this. It is going to be taking up the Yixing and taking the Zhang Fei as well. Yixing, if you don't know, is actually one of the most terrible heroes to go up against. A good Yixing wrecks your entire team. 1v1 maybe not as much, but his passive on the sliding stones, oh my goodness, it is so painful. I've been using it in rank daily. Okay, maybe not the best win rate, but he is a monster.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's a huge learning curve, right? But he has so much potential to be that game changer, right? Being able to control the battlefield, super important. I think that we've seen a shift in terms of, Honor of Kings heroes that have been coming out, in terms of the Shi and as well as the Yixing here, being able to kind of just control what's going to be, coming at you, and being able to put somebody out of position, guaranteeing that kill is absolutely massive because it completely changes the meta.
Yep, and I like the bans on both sides, right? They want to get rid of the huge tanks. It's really hard to deal with. Yes, there's a lot of potential burst damage. I think more so on the side of Nongshim for this Lung. Late game, he is an absolute monster dragon for sure. But at this point, right now, SCARZ, I think they need a little bit more beef. They need a little bit more tankiness in their draft. Sure, with the Arashi one, she is survivable, but who's going to protect them from the barrage of hits coming in from Kyong, as well as the sliding stones coming from Haku? It's a difficult one to defend against.
Yeah, tough situation. But look, I like it how Nongshim has the Zhang Fei, the Umbrella Outburst. You kind of have that push and that control. But with taking liberties from the Yixing, it's like a nice 1-2 combination. If they're able to wombo combo that and just completely shift people in and out, I think that you're going to have a really good time, especially against, SCARZ, which they tend to be a little bit more, sustained. You have the Yuan up in front, the Marco Polo obviously looking to blow people up. But if you're able to split people up, take out the squishier ones, your Unending Sorrow is really not going to do much if you're completely out of position.
I'm just super worried for both, no, not both, but three, Kai, ASD, and Ochik. They are at the risk of being controlled for at least 4 to 5 seconds or even for days, right? If Nongshim pulls off this combination and potential Sunta, it's stun galore, right? There's no way you're getting out. It's a guaranteed kill.
Yeah, for sure. And look, Nongshim, this draft, way stronger. Kyung plays an amazing Sun Tzu. He's on point with that one. You're talking about the Musashi here, also very good for them. This is a team that's not willing to lose, right? They're not going out. They're going to look to go with their best foot forward on this one, ensuring that they get this one, especially since you need to get Haku going. I felt like he didn't have as great of a game in game one. And this is one where you're going to let him shine to deal with this. But again, let's talk about SCARZ. Last pick, Menki. Is that enough tankability to keep themselves in this game?
I think now the question is not about tank anymore. Right now, SCARZ, they have plenty of damage as well, right? So Kai, Feng, Arashi, and ASD, the 4 of them deal a lot of damage against the likes of Nongshim RedForce as well. So it really comes down to, once again, right, who gets the advantage in the jungle? And if it's going to be, blow for blow in terms of gold, there's no advantage. I think it really then comes down to who gets more stuns. And both ends, they have plenty of stuns, let's be honest. Dream Roam, they have the Tragic Beauty, they have, okay, they don't have a stun coming out from Marco because he has taken Purify. I think that's a good idea. Looking at it's a 5-man stun combination from Nongshim. Yeah, so we'll see. Minor mistakes is going to change this game.
Yeah, minor mistakes. But going into this one, look, I kind of am worried more on the SCARZ side. I think that, the Menki, the Yuhan, they're kind of similar in role, right? In the sense of just kind of being up front, being that tank and kind of having that control. But I feel like this is a team that's really lacking in the offensive side, just being able to blow people up. I think there's going to be a lot more pressure on Kai to ensure that he's, supplementing the damage with Enfang, because both of those guys are going to be the damage dealers. They need to kill everybody.
Alright, so if you take a look at the stun potential, right? The range of stuns coming in from the side of SCARZ, I think it's just a little bit longer reaching compared to what they have on the side of Nongshim, right? Kyung, yes, he does have the ability to jump in, get the stuns as well. He does have the set steal. Longest range of stun probably is going to be Illusion. Or if you want to count Duel to the Death by Haku, that's good as well, but that's an ultimate, right? There's plenty of stun opportunities coming up from ASD on the G1, and I think that might be the difference maker for the side of SCARZ. At the same time, let's take a look at what's happening on the side of Nongshim, right? Nongshim, I think they have a pretty decent way of controlling the farm, because Feng going up against Siri, it's a skill matchup, right? Right now, Feng needs to make sure he stays at an appropriate distance so he doesn't get hit by the flaming palms, doesn't get hit by the riding in the wind as well. And I think so far, it's a pretty decent lane for Siri. Right, and at the same time, right, I think right now, slight advantage going into Nongshim might translate into a bigger win if Siri gets his way. He hits 4 first, right? I think there's a couple of miss coming in from Feng on to the minions in the lane as well.
Yeah, this is going to be important. I mean, if we're looking at the bottom lane, 3 members ensuring that, hey, Siri or Mfeng, both of these guys need to get farm going. So we're going to kind of zone out, make it uncomfortable, or give them some space to actually farm. I think Siri, he can start to pop off. At some point, Siri's going to be very comfortable being even solo on this loom. I think he's very good with him, but it's one of those things where get him a good start. I think that we saw what happened in the last one where SCARZ were able to kind of take the fight early. They were able to push things on, put a little bit of pressure on you, and Nongshim were very reactive in that first game.
Yeah, but it's not looking good for SCARZ, right? Every single thing is happening now.
They found him, and Haku, he's going to look to just kind of be backed off. That World is My Board is doing a little bit of work, but, Unbridled Outburst used a little bit late. The set sail, the boat came coming a little bit late. Yes, it connects on the 2, but really not too much. A whole lot of ults were committed on that one, but no real kills.
Okay, but nonetheless, Nongshim, RedForce, they are in the lead, right? All 3 lanes, they have the level advantage. I'm not sure whether they have the full goal advantage for all 3 lanes, but definitely financially they are ahead, right? So Nongshim, RedForce is a good start to the game. Right now, it's can they find the kills?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where you're putting pressure on. I think Nongshim, if we're going to talk about some of the heroes and familiarity, these are probably some of the top heroes that they've been on. They're very comfortable with them, and losing lane, or even in the early game, I don't really see that, right? So SCARZ, they need to figure out ways to get farm in other ways, how to get themselves, how do you get Mfeng going? How do you, get Arashi enough survivability so that he can kind of push things in? I'm more worried about SCARZ late game damage. I feel like they're lacking in that department. But if they're able to do better in the early game, obviously this is a game that they can win.
Oh, well, the gang needs to be successful here because Mfeng, he's not going to have any damage until he gets the Spark Force Dagger, right? Until then, I mean, he just got it. 4 minutes is a little late, but maybe this first objective is going to change the state.
This is going to be huge here. And again, Nongshim doing a much better job. Umbrella Outburst, perfect. Pushing them back, making it uncomfortable. They get the Stampede on top, the duel to the death. He has to actually roaming gun over the wall, but now Haku might have been out of position. Arashi looking to go. He does have his Dream Bubble, and that's going to be the end of that. And that is a perfect team fight for Team Nongshim right there. Being able to take that Tyrant, pushing them away, and not losing anybody, that's great.
Yep, some people might argue, hey, no kills is actually a big win because they got the objective, and look at the damage they're putting down, right? Oching now forced to go back home, and now this means Feng is alone in the lane again, 1v2. Hang on, I think it's a huge risk by Oching, but it might work out for them.
It's a little bit of a risk here. Maybe he just kind of sits in that wave breaker to kind of keep himself sustained. He needs to kind of push because, again, look at the pressure that Nongshim is putting on. They're forcing it back, not even able to go. The set sail is going to be used, trying to connect. The roaming gun will keep him alive, but they take the bottom T1. Great start for them. Kai looking to go. The Death and Sunset connecting on. The Meteor Kill knocking him up. The World is My Board. It's going to lock him down, but the Unending Sorrow, again, the infinite fastness. He wants to go. They've already got the first blood, and they're going to continue on with all this damage. They're trying to run, but Ochik is down, ASD as well, and now Arashi's on the run. He's been forced away by this Ferali. Faye chasing them to the ends of the earth, but they've got 4 members down, and Arashi will live to see the day. But again, his team in a world of hurt.
Yep, the sequence of events have been beautiful from the side of Nongshim. The fact that they took out Ochik as well as ASD first, very beautiful, very calculated play as well, because there's no heals, right? There is no Monfu Tempo for the stuns, there is no Tragic Beauty for the damage, and as well, there's no Wave Breaker to get the heals in, no more refreshes. I mean, they did get the Celestial Melody down, but they gave it to Kai, right? And Kai at this stage, she doesn't do that much because everyone else, Haku is already at level 10 now. 3 levels ahead of Kai. There's no damage you can do on the backlines.
Yeah, no damage. And, you know, again, it's one of those things where you got to get Kai and Enfeng that farm, right? They don't have the damage to do it, and you're forcing it. Like, again, Marco Polo not great in the early game without some of those items, right? He's going to suffer. It's only 6 minutes in. You should really not be looking to take any sort of farm. Unfortunately for SCARZ, that means you have to play a little bit more defensive. You got to farm in other manners, but you can't be taking on those team fights. Giving it up at this point, absolutely huge. 4 kills, and now they have a 3K net worth lead. Nongshim, right now, definitely in the driver's seat.
Oh yeah, but they don't really have a choice, right, on the side of SCARZ, because Enfeng needs to join the fight. If he doesn't join the fight, they lose it flat out. And you know what, maybe if he joins, there is a potential of the outplay as well. But right now, I think Nongshim, they have just successfully funneled gold both into Siri as well as Haku, and that's why they're winning so hard.
Okay, the Umbrella Outburst, he completely whipped, but the set sail, that will connect the flash over the wall. Myung Enfeng looking to fight with this. Excuse me, that was the roaming gun. And it looks like he's going to do a little bit of damage. SCARZ will survive on this one. Some ults were definitely committed, but Nongshim putting the pressure on, making it uncomfortable for SCARZ.
Yep, difficult position, right? Enfeng actually had to use his Fever Barrage defensively, and that's not something you want to see, right? If you're a SCARZ fan. And right now, 1v2, he does not care Haku.
Haku actually swipes it out, takes it out. I mean, there were, what, 4 members of SCARZ, and they couldn't even just prevent him from doing that. That's the story of Game 2 thus far. Nongshim really striking back. Again, this is this is the Nongshim that we know, right? This is the aggressive team. Take no prisoners. We're going to invade your jungle. We're going to take everything from you, and they've done a great job. Now, SCARZ, again, need to figure out ways to get some sort of farm. Right now, they've been struggling.
They can't, right? The way that Nongshim are playing, they can't, because right now it's free entry into the jungle on the side of SCARZ, and there's very little they can do to stop it. At this point, Haku hasn't been forced to use his Blood Rage at all, and that's a very scary notion to think of, because as SCARZ, you want to be at least in the position where, hey, we are threatening you enough, with enough damage that you have to back off. But right now, there is no such reality for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, no reality. And look at how Haku went in. It was just kind of more like a feint more than anything else. They take the top T2, all that space created, and Nongshim really makes them pay, right? They take things out, they force it out. The world that was my board. Oh, nice taking liberties. Pushing them back in, just kind of controlling the battlefield, forcing, you know, Arashi to play an uncomfortable one. He wants to be controlling the team fights and the positioning, but when he's being pushed around with these stones, you're going to have a tough time.
Oh yeah, and you know what? I would very much prefer, if I'm on SCARZ, I want ASD's ultimate to be used offensively, but right now it's always used defensively, and all objectives, all neutral objectives have gone the way of Nongshim RedForce as well. This might be a big fight. Haku is looking for blood.
Looking for blood, but they're not able to kind of connect on that taking liberties. And so it looks like SCARZ will continue to just poke and prod, just kind of take whatever they can. They need to defend these things, and Haku looking to go in for this, but they've taken the bottom T2. Nongshim taking no prisoners, forcing it out, taking all of the objectives, as well as the enemy jungle. This is a tough game for SCARZ to get back into.
Yep, I'm not sure if I missed it, but Arashi, if I'm not wrong, he got that Overlord's Plate Mail. And even before, he was not tanking too much, right? And the fact that Siri now has a Star Breaker, he was already dealing a lot of damage. And we know late game Lungs are a monster. They're hard to deal with. And right now, it's close to 10 minutes. Shadow versions of the objectives are coming out, but Siri is already a beast.
Series already a beast, and that's the scary part, right? We talked about the fact that, hey, getting in that farm, being able to just kind of do that damage, Series just able to blow people out, and then of course get that infinite fastness on out of there. He has that get out of jail free card. Again, tough situation right now for SCARZ. They've lost yet another objective here. SCARZ, if there's any one last hope, is that they still have that mid T1. I think that is a huge objective for them. They need to ensure that it stays alive so they have at least some space to farm.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to trade it out because the T3s are more important, and right now, Nongshim RedForce going for the top lane to try and break the base, break a hole into it.
Yeah, but you know, again, SCARZ defending well, dealing with the minions. Nobody's up close. They hold on this point. Their T3 is going to be fine at this point. Arashi is going to deal with the mid. So SCARZ finding ways to kind of get at themselves at least a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, lucky. Some silver lining, I guess. Enfeng actually gets the frigid charge. There is a potential of a nice fever barrage with the frigid charge stun as well, but it's not going to be easy to achieve right now. T3 being threatened on the top side of the map as well. Nongshim RedForce having so much control. 12 minutes into the game, or 11.5 minutes into the game, they are up about 6,000 gold.
Yeah, forcing it out, right? I mean, really no space to farm. Oh, taking liberties. If that connected, that would have been a huge issue for Enfeng. He does survive. He needs to just get as much farm as possible. Oh, no! The Respiter Revolver completely missing the Siege Catapult. That's a low light for him, but still, I mean, it's still very early. It's still 12 minutes. SCARZ has ways to get in. It would help if they were able to get some sort of miracle steal on this Overlord, but Arashi spotting it out. The world is my board is going to be committed to kind of zone them away. They're trying to force it back. They're going to actually get out of this one. Arashi Dream Roams back to safety. And while the Overlord did reset, nonetheless, they've kind of pushed them back. They know exactly where SCARZ is.
Now, that was not the biggest, the world is my board, which means the cooldown for the ultimate on the side of Illusion is going to be pretty quick, right? So we might see a reset onto his ultimate in, what, 15, 20 seconds? And that's going to be a horrendous situation for the side of SCARZ, because they still have not figured out what they have to do to try and counter all of the damage of the heals, the shields coming in from Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, just way too much at this point. And I like the fact that Kyung9 is kind of pushing the bottom lane, right? Just forcing it out, putting a little bit even more pressure for SCARZ to have to go back and forth and to kind of defend that T3 bottom, which is open. So again, just more pressure and space created elsewhere means that this Overlord is probably going to be even more free, as it looks like SCARZ aren't even going to try to contest it.
Yep, and when we last checked, right, Siri was at 9,000 gold. He is about a few hundred gold away from completing one of the most damaging items in this game, the Siege Breaker. So once Siri has that, it essentially means game over if Nongshim RedForce gets the stuns that they want.
But he's been just free farming, right? He's been able to do whatever he wants, and just getting all that farm. He's been on point, just pushing them back, and it looks like, look at this. Arashi all the way up in front. He does have the Dream Bubble. He's going to run into Kyung, who does a little bit of damage, but again, just a feint, right? We're going to take the mid T2 out of that space created, and that diversion by Kyung, pushing them back. Now SCARZ down, yet another T2. They have none left.
Okay, so Pure Sky on Arashi, they have the Redemption on Ochik as well, so there is some survivability. But the dream condition, right, a dream situation they're looking for is for Enfeng to hopefully just burst down Siri. That's a nice stun, but it's not going to achieve too much at this point. They already have the map control, right? So, yeah, we'll see. SCARZ, they need a miracle, and they need it in the form of Siri dying. So, someone needs to step up.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have to figure something out. The world is my board, just to kind of zone them. They have the Shadow Tyrant that's going to be pushing in that top lane. But Kyung is in the mid, and he's looking to probably just rotate to the bottom. But they have not been able to find Siri. His positioning has been great. The Infinite Vastness is, again, that get-out-of-jail-free card. So it's really tough to kind of lock him down. You need to ensure that you have the rest of them. And if you're looking at SCARZ, how do they lock him down? Where is the control?
They do have it, right? So you have Arashi, he can come with the Dream Roam. You have ASD, he can come in with the Tragic Beauty, along with the Mournful Temple as well. But it's a risk, because when you jump in, you are setting yourself straight up for Illusions, the world is my board. And we all know how that hurts. So, honestly, I can't see how SCARZ can come back unless Nongshim RedForce make a huge mistake.
It's going to be a huge blunder at that point, right? I think that if anything, somebody, like, they need some space. They need to kind of split push. They need to figure, just slow the game down in some way. Let Arashi kind of stay up in front and just clear those minions so that it kind of stays off the T3. Not the easiest thing for them to do. Arashi getting on the low side, very tanky, but he's not really doing any damage in return. The world is my board is going to be... Siri, that nice little pick. He gets to ride the win, but not really too much damage to follow up. The Resplendent Revolver is going to completely whiff. And again, just pushed it out. SCARZ did a good job of holding, but here comes the next minion wave.
Okay, I want to point out one interaction that happened just now while you were talking. Siri went to one-on-one against Enfeng, and he essentially almost one-shot Enfeng.
Yeah. It's going to be close, but then bottom T3 has been taken out. The Unbridled Outburst shoving them away.
this
This
is
my
his
board
fault.
is going to be used on this one. They're going to try to go. Kai thinking about going in, but he found Kyung, the worst one. The taking liberties, pushing him back, doing a little bit more damage onto Kai. They all survive, but that bottom T3 has been taken out. That is a hole in your base. How does Nongshim close this game out? Is it going to be one T3 at a time? It looks like they will back off, and they will probably look to do so.
It's a struggle, right, for the side of SCARZ, because let's be honest, they are almost at late game itemization, but they aren't able to find any opportunities to go in onto the Nongshim RedForce backline. Faye has been really stingy with that Unbridled Outburst, and for good reason as well. Right, the shields coming in from his jump is really big, and right now, so much pressure coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce. The next few neutral objectives are going to be really huge. SCARZ needs to find a way to win them, steal them, but at the same time, they need to make sure they maintain the security of their base as well.
Yeah, and this is where I think the split pushing would, kind of help them, right? Obviously, we can talk about it because we're omnipotent in the sense that we have that vision, right? We know what's coming in the bottom lane, but I do think that they need to provide a little bit of pressure. Somebody needs to be somewhat aggressive, maybe a little out of position, just kind of just force things, Nongshim to kind of, react to what's going on and to deal with all three lanes as opposed to the top and the middle, which they seem to be just really focused on.
I mean, they're doing the traditional, right? They're doing the traditional Death at Sunset, refresh with the Celestial Melody, double Death at Sunset to try and go into the backlines. But Kai is not able to get the damage in by no fault of his own. It's just the draft on Nongshim RedForce is so tanky.
Tanky, and again, just the lack of damage. I really struggle with this SCARZ lineup. I'm having a hard time finding how they're able to blow anyone up. You talk about the win conditioning being on the Siri, but how are you going to walk into a Kyung, Zhang Fei, Musashi, like Haku? Like, it's tough. Everybody can just go in and just blow you up. They have so much control. The world is my board. Even on this one, the Unbridled Outburst pushing them back. They're trying to chip out that top T3, get a little cheeky on this one, and they eventually will do the damage, and they take this one out. Again, look at how Nongshim, they're almost at full life with everybody.
I mean, at this point, Illusion is just putting up a musical concert, right? With the ding-ding-dings. I mean, at this point, it's a ringing of bells. All the ticks are being checked, right? And right now, I think SCARZ is just a matter of time. Because Nongshim, I genuinely do not see any way that SCARZ can win coming in for the next few minutes.
Yeah, it will be tough here, I mean, especially with these tournaments here. But okay, let's talk a little bit about Mfeng on this Marco Polo. At what point are you like, hey, I've hit critical mass? This is when we can start blowing people up. Because again, I feel like he hasn't really had that space or time to farm. But, at some point, he's going to get that next level, right? Where he's able to kind of just blow people up. But before we get into that, the duel to the death, they push him back. They do a little bit of damage on this one. But again, Nongshim don't look like they're going to fully commit to this fight.
Yeah, it's just a simple tango at this point, right? They don't need to overcommit, and I think this is what makes Nongshim so scary, at least for this year itself. Because Nongshim, the past Nongshim would have just gone all in. The Nongshim of today is really critical, very careful about what steps to take. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to make that blunder that will allow SCARZ to come back. They understand that it's not that easy to lose against SCARZ, but it's still possible.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but not dying a single time right now speaks volumes thus far. I don't want to jinx it at this point because they've been playing so well, but look at this fight. The set cell connecting onto two. They have Arashi all the way up in front. Yeah, he's tanky. The Infinite Fast is even aggressively going in. Arashi's going to be killed. ASD is down as well, and they have the taking liberties. They do actually get a single damage or single kill onto Faye. That's a win for him, but now Kai, how is he able to kind of deal with this? Kyung9, still very tanky, still very much alive at this point, continuing to fight. It looks like he's going to walk into Haku. No, they're going to let him solo 1 versus 1, and Kyung will have the victory. And Mfeng all by himself, they take out the base, and Nongshim strike back. They take game 2.
Yeah, this is definitely the Nongshim that we know. Not as dominant as we've seen, right? They've taken a little bit of their foot off the gas towards the later part of the game. But Nongshim RedForce, this is what we know, what we expect coming in from the Korean team, right? And I think SCARZ, they tried. But I agree with you, the draft, late game damage, big concern.
And this is more of my concern because, like, the more experienced teams and kind of having that ability, like now you're down 10 heroes, right? And then the enemy, Nongshim has more bans coming into this one, so they can focus on some of those picks, make it even more uncomfortable for you. Now you have to go super deep into your hero pool. Are you able to pull out victories against a team like Nongshim, or even SCARZ in this case, both sides, to play at a high level to deal with these heroes? Because again, this is the brilliance of global ban. You have to be that good.
Yep, and a lot of meta picks from the last year itself coming into 2025, they're gone. So let's take a look at the stats. I want to look at the itemization. I mean, we were concerned about the damage, or rather you were concerned about the damage. I thought there was going to be enough damage, but it turns out I was definitely wrong here because Kai...
Wait, sorry, what did you say?
What?
I just wanted to say, I wanted to hear you say you were wrong again. Can I just hear it again? It was brand new to me. I don't think I've ever heard you admit it. Can I just hear you say
okay.
It again?
It's okay. Kindofu is ready to admit when he's wrong. It's no problem. But yeah, there was not enough damage. Kai was consistently on the back lines. He did his job. But there was nothing he could do against the likes of Kyung, against the likes of Faye, and even for Siri, right? The Infinite Vastness, I've rarely seen in professional gameplay, at least for our side, where they go in and they survive, get a couple of kills, step out, no problem.
Yeah, no problem at all. I mean, when the most damage is being dealt by, Arashi on this Menki with 130k, the rest of the team just really struggling. Mfang doing what he can with his 83,000, but it just, item-wise, just a space to get that farm. Tough situation, right? This was a all Nongshim game. This is the game that we expected to see in game one, and I think draft wise they were they fumbled a little bit on that one, but Nongshim really back into it, right? And they've eaten it up. They've turned this series into now what is essentially a best of 3. Again, going into this next game going to be super important because you want to be up 2-1. I think Nongshim have really struck back. Really good, well played by Nongshim here.
Oh yeah, they definitely flipped the script, right? Game one, SCARZ, they took, if they left nothing in the wing, not even breadcrumbs, right, for the side of Nongshim. This time Nongshim says, you know what, I know how to play that game too, and SCARZ got absolutely nothing out of the map.
Yeah. I mean, look, after game one, there were, Nongshim was kind of like, hey, we need to do a much better job of securing neutrals, and you're seeing the fruits of that labor, right? They've completely changed the strategy. They forced it out. They won the early game, plus they started to compound that with the big neutrals that they were able to take and just kind of take that lead and just to force them out. It might have seemed like, hey, they're not getting a whole lot of kills, but when you control the map as well as Nongshim did, that's exactly how you close out games. You don't give up anything, and that's a almost, dare I say, perfect game by Nongshim.
Oh yeah, for sure. Different flavor for a different game. I mean, Nongshim definitely have many faces, and this is one of the more dominant ones, right? Too much spice to handle for the side of SCARZ. So let's see, as we go into the third game of the series, I mean, in order to win this whole series, it's about who gets 3 points first, right? 3 wins first. And Nongshim, if they continue playing like that, I think we could see really strong performances on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they were able to bounce back. Now, in game 3, I'm expecting the SCARZ to bounce back on that one. I'm hoping that they're kind of seeing some of the weaknesses of that draft. They come in a little bit stronger. Maybe they have, the next set of, a little bit more balanced draft, I think would help them in terms of giving themselves a chance. But again, this draft is super important. Now we're going to go deep, see exactly how these bans really work out. And it's one thing to kind of have your own heroes ready, but at the same time, you need to be able to ban out some of Nongshim's, right? I think that Nongshim's heroes in that game 2 was some of the best heroes that they play. So they actually went with their best foot forward. Going into game 3, going to be super important here.
You know what? Actually, I would like to disagree with you. I think the Nongshim, they have been playing safe. They have picked, in the past 2 drafts, they have picked very tanky heroes and executed them pretty well. And actually, that's what's really scary for me, because Nongshim, if let's say they just abandon the tanky strat, they go for burst potential, heroes like Jing, heroes like maybe even Mulan, right? I shudder to think, with the execution level on the side of Nongshim, what SCARZ is going to go up against. Because we are nearing the end of tanky heroes on the side of drafts, at least for me, in my opinion, right? So we might be seeing more flashy, more burst composition drafts.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna. I mean, I think that's again, we're gonna have to see exactly how they're able to kind of play that one out if it's going to be more the bursting type. But basically the background music is really throwing me off, if I'm going to be completely honest. You were talking about strategy and all this stuff, and I'm just hearing the Frozen song in the background. Like in the background, I'm just like, oh, how to, it's kind of fitting in with your strategy and your breakdown of how game 2 went on this one. But again, I think game 3, the draft, going to be super important. How they kind of proceed on this one. I think both of these teams really need to kind of sit back, take a little bit of a breather here, figure out what you're going to do. This is a marathon, not a sprint, as you once said. So it's going to be interesting. I think game 3 is going to be the one that really dictates the pace of this game, or how the series is going to end up going.
Yeah, maybe they're a little bit too tense, too tight, so they have to let it go at this point.
Yeah, maybe at this point. But again, look at that strategy, the breakdown here, right? All the big neutrals being picked up, that late game, that gold graph just completely skewing in favor of Nongshim. That's exactly what you want to do, ensuring that they get themselves into this one. But now let's go into this one. This is the highlights for that game 2. Kind of started off strong for Nongshim. Really made it difficult for SCARZ to really get that farm. They were kind of pushed back. Look at how the positioning of Haku and the rest of them. The Umbrella Outburst is coming right here. That was perfect. Pushing them out, making sure that Arashi had no chance to progress.
Yeah, this is what we know as the Nongshim special, right? The fact that they allowed themselves, for the side of SCARZ, to not be near the pit, it was a disastrous decision, because Illusion, when he is there as Easing, it opens up the world as the board for you. Easy access. And multiple times, I think Illusion impressed me with the amount of people he managed to catch inside. People always underestimate the amount of damage the sliding stones does to you as a team, especially in team fights as well. And while they're busy dealing with all the damage coming in, Haku and Kyung, the two of them were just crazy, flipping, weaving in and out, just buying space and time for Siri to just do whatever he wants. And when you give the dragon what he wants, he is going to feast on the opponents for free.
Yeah, and it was just easy for them. I mean, going into that bottom T1, once that was taken out, and then the fact that SCARZ were like, hey, green light, let's go into this team fight, it just seemed like a really bad decision to kind of force that one out, especially since Nongshim hadn't used their ults until that other situation, at that point. So it was one of those things where you just got to understand, just have that game awareness of being like, hey, I'm out of position, I'm out or evenly matched, and the enemy team has all their ults, I'm going to have a hard time, right? Probably should not have gone on that one. And kind of SCARZ really was not able to recover from that disastrous team fight.
Yeah, I mean, okay, right now they are in a very strange position for SCARZ. If they manage to drag the series out, I'm curious to see. We know Nongshim are very strong in the early parts of the series, right? Because they have all these monster drafts, they're very good at the shields, good at the heals. But what happens if SCARZ manage to drag out Nongshim into a long-winded series? What if we get the full 5 games? That's the big thing, right? We don't know if Nongshim can survive that.
Well, I think it goes both ways, right? It's opening, like, how many times have you gone to like a game 5 in global ban? I mean, scrims aside, it's one of those things that you might have prepared for and just being like, kind of put yourself in that situation. But this is, again, getting into that level, it's going to be super deep. And it's a true test to the coach and the preparation of a team to ensure that they're able to have the right heroes for the right time, and to have, a team that's just like, there's like a lot of synergy and not just like a rank game where you're just picking like, I think that this hero is good in this situation, which is kind of not really great.
Okay, so there's a lot of information to process. But let's take a break first. When we're back, we're going to go for the 3rd game of the series. Let's see who edges it out and takes the lead in this best of 5. We'll see you soon.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline, let's do get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the law.
Defeat.
Which is his name? I found it! The RÜYA! Don't need the RÜYA! Hurry up!
And we are back with the Honor of Kings Invitational. Of course, this is going to be the Japan, Korean qualifiers. We're going into this one. That was game 2 that we just saw Nongshim able to strike back. Going into this one, it's game 3, essentially a best of 3 for both of these squads in here. But of course, the global ban changing things up. A lot of heroes have been banned at this point. Your thoughts onto this one? Who needs to win more, Kin?
I think SCARZ needs to win more, right? At this point, as we were talking about before, Nongshim really good with rushing down their opponents in a series of games, right? BO3s, they just smash them 2-0, but I want to see if they can actually go for the distance. And at this point, I think that might be the strategy that SCARZ can try to take a one-up against Nongshim RedForce.
Okay. And I do agree with you. I was going to, I think there's going to be a little bit more pressure on SCARZ to have a great game 3. Being down is really demoralizing. You always want to be up in that sense in the series and putting the pressure on the enemy team. Because if you've got that 2-1, you have that one more game that you could potentially just close it out. And that, teams can kind of panic at that point, right? Getting into that level, are we going to see maybe a potential game 5 in the series, Kin?
I think there might be a chance if SCARZ can kind of mirror what Nongshim has been doing, which is to really build a tanky, sustainable draft. I mean, the first 2 drafts on the side of Nongshim have been really tanky, and I think maybe game 1 didn't work out as what they would have liked, but game 2 definitely you can see give them a lot of shields. They can do whatever they want, right? In SCARZ, they tried their strategy. They tried the traditional meta draft in game number 1 worked out for them. Number 2, not so much, right? So maybe if they can take a page out of Nongshim's book, perhaps.
Okay. We're gonna have to see exactly how they want to play that out. I want to see the draft more than anything else, because I think that, to me, the draft is the most interesting part now, because it's such a chess match between these coaches and the players, ensuring that they put their best foot forward. And it's like a commitment. Do we do it now? And then all of a sudden, like, that game 5 happens and we're like, oh, actually, we're so deep, we don't know like what hero to pick. Or, how many times have these teams been able to play in a game 5 where, like 20 plus heroes are going to be banned? It's going to be tough, right? It's not going to be an easy time, and to get themselves in. But again, that kind of just goes into how great Honor of Kings Esports is going to be this year. It's going to be super exciting. We're not going to see the same 50 plus heroes. We're going to see maybe the whole shebang, so to speak. We're going to have to find out, because again, it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, but of course, with the new changes, there's going to be new pressure as well, because look, bottom line is you only get one chance at this hero, right? You only use this hero once. Do or die. If you have a bad performance in the hero, it's gonna stick with you for the entire series. And who knows, maybe it might be the performance that brings your team through. I mean, that's what we all hope, right? As viewers, and of course as players going into it, it's definitely something we need to expect. So I'm hoping to see some very interesting drafts. We haven't strayed too far away from what I expected for today. Definitely did expect a new one, just didn't expect a new one to come out in the first game of the series. So I'm still waiting for my things. I'm waiting for the burst heroes. I'm waiting for Xuance. Maybe I want to see that new hero. I want to see Miyue. Where are all these heroes, right? Show me the new ones.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll see it at some point. But like, okay, Nongshim here, kind of hovering over the Yuan. They thought about the Ogren. I mean, I would say very meta pick there. But is it one of those things where you're kind of like, hey, we can pick the meta one, and then what other roles are you like, hey, we can kind of trickle down and play not as strong of meta heroes because we have such a great, jungler, or mid in this case, in this Yuan? Like, where do you draw that line, I would say?
I think I'm actually the wrong person to ask, because I am extremely creative in my picks. So, you know what? I think whatever works. That's my motto, right? And it's always worth a try. I don't think they have to stray too far from traditional meta at this point. There's good sustenance in the form of Yuan for sure, right? I like the fact that they're gonna pair it up with the Byron. Byron very good at sustaining by himself, but better than that, he's able to deal a lot of damage on his own as well. The question is, who are you gonna pick to pair up with this Gen.G? Because Gen.G, he's able to dish out a lot of damage in a short span of time, depending on what kind of build he goes with. I'm expecting this Sparkforge Dagger, along with maybe the Dreamforge Tempest, maybe? I'm not sure, right? We'll see how that, Deep Frost, sorry. And we'll see how that draft and itemization works. Right now, I think they need someone like a Zhang Fei, but they can't use Zhang Fei anymore. Obviously, he's picked on the side of SCARZ. They need someone to complement this farm lane.
Yeah, and look, I think Ochik is an amazing Zhang Fei. I think we'll see the potential that he has, but the Mfeng, the MENA, throwing it out. The first time we've seen it today. Your thoughts on this hero, just overall? Obviously, it has a lot of damage, but is it just kind of like a, because if you're looking at the rest of the bans, the Lung and the Arlie both banned out already. The Lady Sun had been played out. I mean, basically some of the meta ones have been there. So now we're kind of in that tier 2, tier 3 area. Is the MENA good enough to really kind of propel SCARZ into this victory here?
I think it actually falls on the Fei's pick, right? Because right now, based on what Ochik has in line for Feng, is, look, the shields coming in, very good. It helps Mengya a lot, because 1v1s outright loses against Haku unless he gets the full stack of rage on his passive, right? But early levels, awesome barrage, not that awesome. So we'll see. Maybe more heals coming out from Fei.
Not so awesome barrage. Is that the new name of it? All right, but it looks like they're gonna go with a Nua here. They're gonna be like, hey, SCARZ, Nongshim, you didn't play it well. We're gonna show you how it's done. We're gonna pick it ourselves. But is that enough for that mid laner to kind of have that control, that damage, the long range burst potential? Nua, like, we haven't seen it really pop off on the pro scene as of yet. It's still kind of new, especially with that latest, update. But it's going to be interesting to see exactly what SCARZ kind of pull out of their hat, so to speak, on this one.
I think we might want to check on the headphones of SCARZ, right? They're definitely listening in, because we asked for damage. There's plenty of damage coming in from the SCARZ lineup. Right now, I'm concerned. Okay, who's a good jungler to fit this, right? Because based on what's happening here, there is still the same formula. Very good control coming in from Nongshim RedForce, and good mobility as well. Maybe not as many heals. A little bit more dependent onto Haku right now on that ultimate for heals as well. But I prefer SCARZ draft for the first time. I like the damage.
Wait, okay, hang on. The Jing here, you have the Shi. They kind of rounded off the draft. Okay, so Faye is going to go with the Yuan, kind of changing things up a little bit. I love it. It was like the first pick, and everybody thought, jungle or mid, that's exactly where it's going to go. But getting into this situation now, it's a situation where they've, shown out the Yuan on the roam. Your thoughts on that? I know you play Eclectic Heroes, but this is definitely a different one, right?
Nope. I've done it before. Okay, wait. I'm not here to protect myself. I won that game nonetheless. Okay, I think as a roam, one of the things you need to be able to provide is the ability to have stuns, right? I think the ability to heal up your farm lane is also very important. So right now, I like the idea. And I would actually prefer Shi goes for the room, actually. But, Illusion plays the Shi instead, so...
Yeah. I feel like the control that she provides, then there's not a whole lot of pressure. But, the potential... Okay, so my concern, though, is that, Yuhan and the Menki, which we saw SCARZ kind of try to play, it was kind of lacking in the damage department, right? Now you have control, you have that sustainability in the heal. You can kind of play off of Yuan's strengths a little bit more. Not to say that it's a better draft, but putting the Yuan in a different role can really change things up, right? I think you have that potential. And I do like she is the mid. I think that's where she should ultimately be. She has so much control, and the damage potential is just really on point.
Okay, so Nongshim's draft, 5 different members with control, same as game number 2, right? But right now it's a different kind of composition coming out from SCARZ, and that's why I prefer SCARZ draft, at least for this particular game. There's plenty of damage, and based on what's happening, look at the shield values that Arashi is getting. Hang on, Arashi in the farm? Okay, I did not notice that, but Arashi swaps roles to go into the farm, and looks like he's the better Mengya within the team. But yeah, 1v1, no problem, right? He's doing well against Siri.
I wonder if it's more of like, okay, first blood is going to be given. Ochik going down here, but I'm wondering if Mpeng is just like, actually, I'm more comfortable on the Jing. I think that we really need it. The high mobility, the high, potential for outplay is there, and maybe Arashi was just a little less comfortable on this one, because Arashi, he likes to, even going back to the Ogren, right? He likes to just kind of farm. He likes to roam between. He's not really that like high impact, control people, blow people up, and get himself out of there. Obviously, not to to kind of criticize Arashi, I just think its playstyle fits in with the Mengya a little bit more.
A little less risk adverse, right? He likes to stay safe and deal damage. I think, definitely fits the picture of what Mengya is supposed to do in the first place. Right now, I think one of the big curiosities on my end is, how is ASD going to do on this Niwa, right? Because we've seen Illusion play it. I think it's pretty good. Did not hit the mark. But let's see, can ASD make a difference for his team?
Yeah, it's really going to go back to those team fights. I mean, Nongshim were losing, so it's a tougher situation where the Nuwa, if you're having a net worth advantage and you're able to initiate, and that's kind of going to be set up with the Mfeng Jing going in, then you can kind of control the battlefield and make it very uncomfortable for them to kind of protect whoever's being jumped on by the Jing. So, it needs to be more aggressive. On a defensive side, the Nuwa is definitely not as strong.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the rework itself, she does not have a stun anymore with her teleport, with emergence. But at this point, I think, Nongshim, they have handled this pretty well. And I think it was a good idea to actually put Faye into the roam instead, because the range of the Monfu Temple along with the Tragic Beauty seems to be working well against this Arashi Ochik combination. Even though on paper, I think Siri does not win against Arashi at this point. But so far, based on the stats, looks like it's okay. Faye's doing his job really well.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. Just, I mean, creating space. That's what you want, right? Get Siri involved in this game. But, you know, look, if, like, this is kind of what we wanted. The NUA is definitely new, right? In that sense of just kind of changing things up about, like how the games are going to go. The global ban also being a huge factor in that and just kind of forcing different heroes. But I think that this is a huge opportunity. If NUA is going to do well, this is a good draft for SCARZ. I think the potential for, having a good NUA game, this is the one.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Because I think everyone will start to kind of clump up together on the back line.
Oh, looks like he's gotten killed on this one. The Stampede with the Umbrella Outburst. They kill Illusion on this. The return, they have the Barrage that's doing some work, but Haku gets the kill on Kai. They're continuing on. Siri just limps away. Arashi not able to hit him. He actually goes for the split shot into the mid lane, but they forced it out. 2 members down from SCARZ, but SCARZ are the aggressors.
It's actually not a good position for SCARZ, right? As a composition that requires you to play on the burst effect, you need to have the advantage. And right now, they don't have any advantage. It is a 1,000 gold lead for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Okay, they get a consolation prize in the form of the first time of the game. So that's good. They recover some, but they need something more. Arashi, I think he did great, but he's going to die here.
No, just been focused in. And this is the tough part about the Mengya, right? He is he's got all this artillery, but he's not really able to get away. He doesn't have the mobility, and it looks like they're going to go with the mirror image here, just forcing them back. If anything, they've survived or defended the bottom T1, but they're not going to get much more. Arashi being down early, pretty big hit for them.
Yeah, and a difficult position to be in, because if you take a look at how Nongshim is playing the game, they're starting to pull the different members of SCARZ around the map, and that's not something that you would like to have, especially when you're so reliant on farm, right? And Fang on this Jing, I think he has been okay so far, pretty impressive, but it's not good enough against the likes of Nongshim RedForce. Haku has not been slowed down at his farming pace at all. He has been free roaming the entire map, and right now, even though they're on equal levels, he definitely has more farm.
Yeah. Haku, I mean, actually just hit level 10. He was a little bit behind in terms of levels versus Mfang Jing here. But again, I really think SCARZ, Mfang needs to pop off. He needs to have that game. He needs to get to the back line, kill Illusion Siri, force Faye to use the Unending Sorrow as early as possible. Getting Illusion, okay, that's a huge win. I just talked about Mfang. I feel like he just listened to me on that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. Maybe we need to check the hit sets on the side of Nongshim as well. Looks like everyone is listening in. But nonetheless, I think it's difficult, right? You can definitely see one of the benefits on the side of Nongshim RedForce's draft. I just want to point out, having Faye as a roam, it opens up a couple of things. Number one, Faye is not that easy to kill. It takes a bit of time, and that gives a lot of information for the side of Nongshim RedForce to react. So technically, Siri should be a-okay, pretty much safe throughout the entire game. And with that being said, now they have information that, hey, my Crimson Golem got stolen, and right now, Nongshim RedForce, with this information, they can make better informed choices as well.
Better informed decisions, but still, SCARZ a little bit behind in terms of that net worth. Pretty huge at this stage. It's about, almost 1.5. Nongshim right now forcing it out. They're like, hey, you take my red? Okay, I'm going to contest this blue, make it uncomfortable. And Haku trying to go in for this one. Does look like he ended up taking this one. Maybe, no, Mfang, sorry, did take it with a smoke.
Yep, he did. But it's map pressure for the side of Nongshim RedForce. I don't think they are at the stage where they're so comfortable fighting against each other. Annihilation not going to hit the mark. And ASD, he might have made a mistake though.
Might have made a mistake, but it looks like ASD is going to be killed. The mirror image. Oh, they have him knocked in with the truth. The Unending Sorrow keeping him alive, but Siri and Illusion are down for the count. Here comes Kyung. He's looking to just kind of turn this around, trying to do some damage with the Ferali form keeping him alive. And it looks like, oh, the dash over the wall. Mfang does survive. Kai on the run. He's been chased. He's been killed. And Faye gets the pick off. It's a 2 for 2.
Like I said, if it's a trade, it's not good for SCARZ. SCARZ need to have the advantage. They have been holding on pretty well. I mean, 8 minutes of being battered against their own towers is not a pretty sight at all for SCARZ fans. But the fact that they've kept the gold differential to about 2,000 gold, I think that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and they're keeping it in. I mean, SCARZ staying alive. They're finding ways to get themselves, in. And in terms of kills, it's 6-4. It's way higher than what we've kind of seen in the early game comparing, to game 1 and 2. but it's been a different pace. It's been different heroes in that sense of Mfeng, you know, again, trying to get that farm, but he's been more aggressive. And I think that that's kind of what they need to do. They need to lean on him a little bit more to kind of force them out. You don't want to give Nongshim all the farm, all the time and space so that Ziri can get really fat and just blow people up.
Yep, now Kai.
All the formlessness to the truth. They blow him up. Illusion is going to be down. Faye, he's going to try to go in for this one, but the mirror domain just making it very difficult to find where Mfeng is. Faye looking to go for this one. Kung is down for the count as well. It's 2 members down, and it looks like they're trying to go for more. They're going to go for Haku. The Dream Roam connecting onto 1, but he's under tower, and they might have gone too deep. Haku gets stampeded. He gets knocked up. He gets killed. ASD with that one. Now Ochik on the run. He's limping away. Somehow survives in that Ferali form. He will survive, but it's 3 members down from Nongshim, and SCARZ gets back in this game.
Ochik is just the whole reason why they won that fight. They won that fight for sure. SCARZ now, look at that. In a swing of a fight, now they're leading by 1,000 gold. That's a 3,000 gold recovery on the side of SCARZ. Now, Ochik, he bought so much time for Arashi, and right now, being 2v1.
Oh, but he kind of went in with the mirror domain. He was dancing, but he kind of got Kai killed, who dashes away. Mfeng, he's been chased, he's been killed. Faye with yet another kill. He's 2-0 and 5. He's finding pickoffs, and that's one way for Nongshim to get back in.
Oh yeah, they definitely evened it out. 1,000 gold lead, gone in a couple of seconds. Now, I mean, maybe. It looked like to me, Nongshim, just maybe the slightly better team, at least so far in the series.
Yeah, but it was a moment where SCARZ had an advantage, that 1K net worth lead, but then Mfeng kind of got out of position. He was looking to just like greedily farm, and he did get caught out. Him and Kai died because of that. This is a situation where it's like, hey, you got to play it safer. You cannot be getting your teammates killed because of your quote-unquote, you know, bad positioning. You got to play a little bit better than that.
Yep, there's some things that stick out like a sore thumb, right? And at this point, I hate to say it, but ASD, I think he needs to be a little bit more composed. He has not hit quite the mark with his annihilations, his coalescence, his matrix as well. And right now, I think they need ASD to come online. They need him to be on point. If ASD gets the best hits of his life, SCARZ can definitely turn his whole game around.
I mean, they have a potential for that, but it's not going to be as easy as you think right here, right? This is a situation now where SCARZ, again, on the defensive. Look at how well Nongshim played with that lead. They've taken that top T2, forced it out, and now SCARZ are on the defensive. And look, this Faye is starting to be a problem, the Yuan. He's making his presence known.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's someone that you can't ignore. Radiant's gonna be committed at this point, but I don't think that's the correct decision. Ochik gonna try and jump away. Nice save by ASD to stop any aggression. But at this point, once again, they're hanging on. I think Mfeng has been impressive in the fact that he's trying to get the split switches going, as Jing does. But so far, it might look like it's gonna be a mistake because they have caught him in the middle of all.
Yeah, speaking of being in the middle, oh no, he went in, Kai and Mfeng both down already. They tried to go for this one. The Unbridled Outburst just keeping him alive, but he will fall as well, and that's a double kill going the way of Siri. Nongshim find them out, catch you off guard, and they make you pay as they've opened it up. They've taken the bottom T2 as well.
Yep, they've definitely taught him a new one. This is not going to be a very beautiful 15 seconds for them to experience because right now, T2's on the mid going to be taken apart as well. And as it stands now, I don't think SCARZ is going to survive this barrage on T3.
Yeah, they're trying to hold here. Arashi just shooting out all his missiles, the bombardments, just trying to slow it down. But they've taken the mid T2, the bottom T3. They've opened things up in Nongshim. Whenever they've got a lead, they are so strong.
Yep, and a very smart take as well, right? Of all the lanes to choose, they choose the one opposite the Overlord, the Shadow Overlord, and now this is a difficult position for the side of SCARZ to try and take the win back.
It's going to be tough. I don't think they can contest. I mean, SCARZ knows it's going on, but it's way too little too late at this point. Oh, they try to go for the steal, not able to do so. Haku will secure it with the smite. They walk away with yet another big neutral.
Yep, and even the T1, okay, no, the T1 does get taken down by the side of SCARZ with the help of the minion as well. But it's a consolation prize because right now, 4,000 gold ahead. Nongshim RedForce, not only have gold lead, they have the map as well. It's a little difficult for SCARZ to try and pry open any part of the map.
Yeah, and we saw this in game 2 where kind of SCARZ were behind and they were kind of like not really making good decisions on coming back. They were being very reactive, and it seems like that's kind of like their MO, even in this game, where they're kind of like sticking back. They're not really trying to change things up, looking to split push. I think that would really help them if they were to, okay, as I say that, Enfeng does go for a little bit of split push here, but he mirror domains. He's going to look to just kind of dash in and out, just make things uncomfortable. But now Enfeng, he's going to be, the net has been cast, and they find him within 5 members of Nongshim as they get the pick off. Enfeng down for another 35 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he can't split push, because there's a net ready. All 5 members on the side of Nongshim RedForce ready to pounce on him anytime. And Enfeng, he's not the tankiest of heroes.
Definitely not on that Jing. But it's one of those things where if, like, hey, if you're split pushing, and he should not be split pushing in the mid lane, that's where pretty much everyone is going to be from Nongshim. You need to be on the edges and the outer edges, kind of forcing it out so you split up the enemy team as much as possible. And the rest of your 4 members, hopefully you get a pick off someplace else, because they're not going to be full 5-man strong somewhere else.
True, but like you like to say, you know, easier said than done. And at this point, it's not easy at all for SCARZ, because it's 2 exposed lanes, only safety in the mid, and right now the jungle is a free farm for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Forcing it out. I mean, again, this is just the Nongshim team just controlling the map, forcing it out. They have such good vision. Look at how Faye. Look at how he's just sticking around, closing out the sentries, or the wards, excuse me, just shutting things down so that he's kind of, again, if you're going to go for it, you got to go through me, and Faye has that survivability to do so. And just vision is super, you know, underrated. And it's something that they need to take note of, because, again, SCARZ have no vision. They're stuck in their own base.
Okay, there's one more thing I would like you guys to notice. It's the fact that the members don't really group up together. So Kai, he's having the worst time of his life. He can't get any truth down because there's no one to catch. If he catches one, there is a potential counter-initiative stun coming in from the other members on the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, look at this. The mid T3 has been taken down. The base is going to be a bit open at this point. The minions from all over. They're trying to siege at the same time. Arashi just trying to take out the minions as quickly as possible. It looks like Nongshim are going to back off. They're going to wait for the next big minion wave with the super minions. This is going to be tough for them. Kyung looking to fight. Enfeng actually commits the mirror domain, and that was a bit of a, you know, alt wasted. Yeah, he survived, but you had all 5 members to kind of keep yourself up there. But now, all 5 members again from Nongshim, slow sieging, difficult situation.
I think this is the beginning of the end. Here we go. Kyung is just trying to bait them out, right? And you know what? Nongshim, surprisingly, based on history, they have been a very aggressive team, but they have been showing patience throughout the games of this series as well. And one interesting thing, I think Kyung is kind of worried about the magic damage coming in from ESD. He actually bought the Demon's Bane, an item that I don't generally see people buy.
Yeah, I think it works out for him. I think you know, he's playing well in that sense. It just kind of survive and to keep himself in this game. You know, he just needs to do the damage here. If he gets the Tyrant on this one with that push, it's going to be so tough. Try to go for the steal, not able to time it properly. Haku gets yet another Shadow Overlord, and this is looking to be the end for SCARZ.
Yep, he was close, about 2,000 hit points away, but nonetheless, a good effort, right? Annihilation did not hit the mark.
You're more positive than I am. I'm like, 2,000 away. You messed up, man. But here we go. This is with the minions pushing, like they're going to be all the way up in front. Nongshim just realizes that, hey, we just got to wait for our Tyrants to come in. The Shadow Tyrant is going to be pushing in the bottom one. But now, with the Force Field Suppression committed, Kai is going to have to just heal back up. They do have the minions slowly taking things down, making things uncomfortable for SCARZ here.
Yep, Haku is just taunting Kai, right? He wants him to use his truth mantra on him. Like, just hit it on me, the big squirrel. It's a squirrel, right? Mankey's a squirrel.
I don't know. He's just very cute, though. I'm not going to put people in boxes. I don't think we need to do that. But here we go. The Shadow Tyrants have been committed for this one. It looks like trying to go in. Kai flashes back to safety. He gets to the fountain. The mirror domain is going to be used. He's doing some damage. It looks like Enfeng somehow barely. No, he does go down finally. Faye with yet another kill, but he goes down in return. And they do have a side, and they do end up killing Kai here. They've got Kyung, Haku, both down. Looks like that's going to be yet another kill for him. And Arashi actually is doing a lot of damage. You got to take note of that. And somehow SCARZ actually survives.
Yep, overzealous, right? I think
Nongshim RedForce, they had the right idea, but they did not go on the correct targets. And once again, Arashi was well protected. Kai, he gave his life for the sake of Arashi surviving, and when Arashi is alive, especially in an extended team fight, it does wonders for the line of SCARZ. So I think that's really impressive, a sacrificial play. Enfeng, I think it was a decent fight for him. He did manage to get the Mirror Domain down. Got a, oh, hang on, nice Splendor.
Illusion. Oh, he gets blown up. Arashi starting to actually pop off, has the farm. They're looking to come back. This net worth lead is actually very minimal at this point. This stage of the game, it looks like SCARZ are looking to take out the Tyrant. That's another huge win for them. With that hold, are they able to come back?
Yeah, a zombification of SCARZ maybe. I mean, we are down 1-1, and this is a tiebreaker of the series for now, because whoever takes the lead here, I think it takes a lot of pressure off of them. And Arashi, I have to say, with the amount of body throwing that SCARZ has done to save and make sure he's okay, Arashi has been providing the returns so far.
Wow. I mean, look at this. It's 19 minutes. The Tempest Dragon is almost up. SCARZ finding opportunities to get themselves back in this game. They have super minions pushing all 3 lanes, yet SCARZ are the aggressors. They've been forcing the enemy team back. They haven't been able to draw a beat onto Arashi, and because of that, his free reign, his damage dealing has been on point, just blowing people up, making things difficult. Now, this Tempest Dragon, absolutely huge. Who's going to commit for it?
I think SCARZ might want to try for it, but I mean, it really depends, right? How much damage can Arashi get down in a small amount of time? He does have the Sun Chaser, he does have extended range, he can kind of help the team fights if it does pop up. But right now, Nongshim RedForce, I think Kyung, he needs to be really careful. Kyung needs to be very careful, and Feng needs to be really careful, because if either of them die, it opens up so many windows for the opponents to expose weaknesses on the other end.
Yeah, but with like all 3 lanes that are pushing, this is a tough situation for SCARZ, right? How do you commit versus not getting backdoor? Look at where Kyung is right now. Kyung and Faye could end the game. Enfeng sticking back, realizing that, hey, we're actually not safe. We need to push out these waves. We need to figure out how to hold on this one. Kyung 9, again, making it a little bit uncomfortable for Enfeng to just kind of deal with these minions. This is opening things up, potentially pushing them back. Nongshim could potentially go for the Tempest Dragon. It could be close, but Enfeng, oh my gosh, the Mirror Domain, he's going to be used. He's going to look to go for the Fear of Force Field Suppression. And the ults were committed on this one. Now, Arashi, they're looking to barrage this one. He's going to go from the side, but now they're looking to go in. Arashi not in a great spot. The Unbridled Outburst keeping him alive. Faye, Half-Life, needs to be a little bit careful. Kyung so low. They're trying to get the pick off. Kyung gets picked off. That's going to be life number 1. Needs to be careful on that one. And they do end up holding yet again. SCARZ somehow defending.
That somehow is Arashi. If Arashi does not die, I think they're in a good position, right? He's damaged. It's a late game Mengya, right? Mengya, late game, absolute BC is hard to handle, and they have so much save potential. Ochik with the shield, with the Unbridled Outburst, right now is on cooldown because he does not have enough range. And this is the best situation on the side of Nongshim. They have to take this now.
Yeah, Enfeng, look at they spotted him out all the way in the bottom lane. He was dealing with the minion, so that provided the vision. They realized that, hey, Enfeng is actually making a beeline towards the Tempest Dragon. So Nongshim were like, hey, this is risky. We're gonna get it. We're gonna bail on this attempt. We've tried to force it out. Now Nongshim need to deal with the minions in some factors. SCARZ have figured out. They've dug deep. They're down, or actually they're up in terms of net worth. They're finding ways to get back in this game, but now it's going to be super uncomfortable. The Tempest Dragon is pretty much a huge objective. Who's going to take this one, especially with the top lane being pushed and the bottom?
I don't think Nongshim wants to take this, right? They want to drag this out as long as possible because it's constant pressure on the side of SCARZ. They have to go back, and every instance where there is a 3-pronged attack onto that crystal, it provides a window of opportunity, a chance that SCARZ is going to mess up and allow Arashi to die.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, right? Understanding how lane management works. Do not get backdoor. You got to force that out. Enfeng has been doing a good job of just kind of, you know, covering the rear in that sense, or the bottom lane in this case, just kind of pushing it out, making it a little bit uncomfortable. Nongshim, they're actually behind. They're not going to do as much damage, but they haven't been able to draw a beat onto Arashi, whose positioning has been pretty good this game. He's been all the way in the back, being able to deal his damage. He's been almost untouched, and Nongshim have kind of paid for that price. They have been blown up time and time again because of Arashi.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know what? Maybe it's just nerves, but ASD finally hitting quite a few shots with the Coalition, the Annihilation as well. Actually managed to burn down like the first lives of a couple of members, right, on the side of Nongshim. Right now, Sage's Sanctuary should be off cooldown. I mean, it's a pretty long cooldown. So we'll see how this works out. Nongshim definitely still have the advantage. But SCARZ, you don't underestimate Arashi, for sure.
Yeah, Arashi has 20k in terms of net worth, right? He is the highest in this game.
Damn.
Yeah, he's definitely the one that you got to watch out for. But look at this push in here. Mfang still dealing with the bottom lane. They've been kind of, poking and prodding the mid lane, forcing him out. But Arashi just making instant work of the top and the mid lane minion waves. They're just being easily taken care of. So Arashi's about half life. He's the win condition. You got to keep him alive.
It's over. Siri is taking the Tempest Dragon by himself. I think he should be able to do it. He does have lifesteal as well. Does have Phantom on hand if he needs it. I don't think they need to do it, but okay, nice scouting with the emergence as well. I like this, and you know what? This is just a push and pull. Both teams, they understand what to stake. Tempest Dragon is one of the biggest win conditions at this stage of the game, and nobody's willing to give it their life. But right now, it looks like Nongshim, I think they have this in the bag.
Yeah, I think they do. I mean, this is going to be a huge win for them. Oh, almost the steal, Haku will take it. Ensures he gets it with that smite. That was much closer than it should have been. But again, to Nongshim's credit, they've got the buff. This is a huge window of opportunity. But the net worth lead completely skewed in favor of SCARZ. Are they able to close this game out?
Let me tell you, ASD's hands are sweaty. He had enough damage to get the steal. He missed the Annihilation there.
Yeah, he had a potential here, but look at the damage that Arashi has been just kind of throwing onto this. All the minions have been kind of pushed in. They're trying to slow siege on this one. They don't want to fully commit or get in, but the minions have been completely thwarted, and SCARZ are going to be able to hold because they don't really have a way to get past this. With no minions, they have the backdoor protection. SCARZ still somehow surviving on this one. Kyung looking to go in. He uses the force field suppression just to kind of scare them more than anything else. Not really much you can do. They're continuing on. Arashi just scouting, doing as much damage. Faye all the way up in front, and this is looking to be it. They want to go for the base, but it looks like Illusion has already been killed. They're trying to go for the base, and they do take the base down. Nongshim will take game 3.
Impressive win. That is why you take the Tempest Dragon in the first place, right? The Tempest Dragons, they are immune to CC, so you can't push them out of the tower range as well. And with the Tempest buff, I mean, it takes away a percentage of health from your opponents as well. And, I mean, impressive. The fact that, I mean, why didn't they do this earlier, right? Why didn't Siri just go in and 1v1 the Tempest Dragon earlier, while the rest of the team just hunker down and try to push away the rest of SCARZ as far as possible?
Yeah, actually, that's a really good question as of why they didn't do it before. They might not have had the life steal. They might not have the items to solo from Siri on that case. We're going to have to kind of check the replay and to see exactly where he was. But again, that was actually really back and forth. Very high level next, and that's kind of what we wanted to see here. Being able to close it out, because things were looking kind of rough for Nongshim. If they didn't have that Tempest Dragon buff, there was pretty much no way to siege because Arashi was just on point with that Mengya. Very difficult situation for them to kind of close out that game, but being able to do it, understanding and having that sort of insight of being like, hey, actually, if we just push them out, we have that Siri be able to just solo this. We're gonna be able to take it out. Very smart play, good call by that team.
I mean, okay, let me give you a different perspective on that. There was a potential for Nongshim to end the game even without the Tempest Dragon, but it would have been a war of attrition, right? Somebody on the side of Nongshim had to get their life so they could access Arashi on the backlines as well. And playing with the fact that he had Sage's Sanctuary, everyone had Sage's Sanctuary, it was a 10v10 instead of 5v5. It was easier to get the Tempest Dragon and finish off the game in that manner instead. So Nongshim, they stayed true, they played safe. I think it definitely net them the win. The risk-averse nature that they tried in game number 3.
Yeah, really well played. I thought, just felt like Nongshim, I mean, look, Arashi doing whatever he could do to get themselves a chance. He had 22k in terms of net worth, just loading it up. He was the money man. He was definitely the one trying to keep the team involved or alive as much as possible with almost 200,000 damage, but not to be overshadowed. Haku had 180 himself. He did quite well, but look, I want to talk about this Faye Yuan because it's definitely something that we haven't seen too much in the Roam. But Faye, man, he was making plays on this hero.
Oh yeah, for sure. The unending sorrow saved the team so many times, and the fact that he went for what the team really needed, which was redemption. He got the shields in, and I think that really made the world's difference. But one of the things that I don't want to miss is also the fact that Kyung was actually pretty monumental in joining the team at the correct timing as well. He tried to go in to try and cause as much confusion to allow both Illusion and Faye to get the stuns that they needed, right? The soul control, I like it, but the reset into the Silky Beauty, I don't think Illusion landed that too many times. When he did, it was beautiful, but he didn't get the chance as many. But Faye definitely and Kyung helped him out.
Yeah, so it's kind of it's funny that you point him out, right? I felt like Illusion on the sheet could have been a little bit. There was not 100% comfort on the hero. Like, it seemed like he got caught out a couple times. He wasn't able to hit everything, and this is going to happen, especially with newer heroes where you haven't really been able to get too many reps in. You could kind of feel it, right? He did get caught out a couple times on this one. Not the greatest of games for him, but he did enough to give his team a chance to win. I think that this is more of that the other team kind of just picked up the slack a little bit more, and just really ensure that they got this win.
It's also like the range, right? I mean, we'll give props where props are due. I think it was a difficult game for Illusion as well, simply because his opponents play with range. Arashi is someone that likes to sit on the back and start shooting away with the awesome barrage, with the artillery as well. And then you have Niwa being played by ASD, which obviously Coalescence doesn't require you to be close in nature. So Illusion had to take the risk. I think more often than not, he did take the risk, didn't really pay off too much. And not any fault of his, he had to try and make something happen, right? End of the day, they had to lay their hands on Arashi, and he did what he needed to try.
Yeah, and I agree with that. He was trying to do what he could, but let's talk a little bit about this ASD Nuwa. I mean, we've seen it, 0-2 in this series alone. Hasn't really had the impact that we thought it was going to have. I mean, what is it? Is it more of like a draft thing, execution, familiarity with the latest updates? Like, what are your thoughts on this one?
I think it's a stress factor, right? I think, okay, look, Nuwa is not exactly very easy to play with the rework as well. But if played right, definitely a devastation to the opponent's side. I think there was one moment where I kind of pointed out, I definitely think ASD is extremely stressed in this series. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe a slip of the finger, sweaty hands. I don't know. That was a steal. Get the replay. Yeah. Take a look at it. The damage definitely more than enough to get the steal. I think there was just maybe a swipe wrong, and I think things would have turned out very differently if ASD had secured the Tempest Dragon for the side of SCARZ instead.
Do you think they actually win the game if they actually get that steal? Like, that would have been
Hands
enough,
down.
right? Yeah.
Hands down.
Like, that would have been
the
game.
Tempest buff. You get the shield, right? You get the shield,
Yeah,
get the damage, and the Tempest Dragons easily wipe out all 3 lane minions. There's no worries, even if it's super minions, doesn't matter. And the fact that Arashi gets extra shield, that's the big thing.
Yeah. I mean, it really comes back to it, but it's one of those things where timing it properly, just having that in, it's obviously there's a lot of luck involved. But let's check out the highlights on just how this one kind of started. Illusion dying on this one, a little bit of a struggle for Nongshim to kind of get themselves going. Arashi did some work. He got a double kill on this one. He was starting to do a lot of damage, just kind of forcing, Nongshim to play into him. And even that one, Haku, super aggressive, gets caught out, letting, Arashi farm even further, getting, 3 members down there.
No fault of Haku. I think he did the correct thing, but it was just Chick outplaying him for days with the movement as well. Unbridled outburst. Very big potential to get the stuns, allowing so much space for Arashi, right? But here's the thing. I think Mthang, he did what he needed to do as the Jing, right? He was getting the mirror domains, he was getting his split pushes as well, but it was just too little too late because they allowed Nongshim RedForce to get the advantage in the early game. And at this point, Mthang, he can't do anything. At this point, 5 members, look at that, it's a fishing net, right? They can catch him anytime.
Yeah, I mean, they caught him out. But this is the thing, is that they actually, slowed the game down where they actually had a chance. It came down to the Tempest Dragon, so all the props to SCARZ in terms of just getting themselves an opportunity to actually win this game. Again, you were talking about the fact that if, ASD gets that steal with the Nuwa on that Tempest Dragon, they just win the game, right? So they had a potential all you're trying to do is give your team a chance. Unfortunately, they were not able to kind of come back completely on this one, but a really good game by SCARZ, and they really showed up. And I'm hoping to see more of that fighting power or fighting spirit in Game 4 here.
Okay, so it's not the end of the series for sure. SCARZ, I think they definitely still have a chance. Right now, I mean, I'm very excited by the notion that SCARZ have definitely shown us today they have what it takes. Just come and take it. Nongshim RedForce, we know, stock standard, they are extremely good, strong as well. And when they play patient, they're really hard to beat. But right now, I think SCARZ, if they can kind of identify the chinks in the armor, there is a potential for SCARZ to even out this series, and we might get a full best of 5.
Yeah. No, we want to see that, right? That's the thing. Getting it down with the your lives, your gamelyhood, everything is at stake going into a Game 5 just to qualify into Season 3. It will be well deserved. I mean, it's still well deserved now, but going to Game 5, we want to see the drama. We want to see these teams really dig deep, and plus, I think it will really help us in terms of just like the global ban. Like getting those reps in for a 5-game series actually helps both of these squads, because getting that that practice it's not easy to do.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, with the addition of global ban, now the fact that you can't rely on a one-trick hero anymore, I think that's what makes this very interesting, right? We have definitely seen these two teams kind of struggle with the Nuwa for a bit. But hey, that picture is out of the box. Both teams will not be allowed to use Nuwa anymore. So I'm expecting a new mid hero. We might see, we'll see, I think have both teams played Yixing? I think they have as well.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah, we're looking at something new, right? New formula.
Actually, I don't know if SCARZ played the Yixing. My memory is not what it used to be, so I need to check on this one. But I think that the potential is there. But again, it's opening things up, right? This is a very deep hero pool that's left, right? Going into this one, we haven't seen. There's a lot of heroes. It's going to be interesting, and plus we haven't even seen the new hero arc. That one that just came out today. I don't know if teams are very comfortable to be like, hey, this is a day 1 hero. We're going to whip it out in a Game 4 with our tournament lives at stake. But the potential is there. It'll be very interesting to see what teams want to do as they get into Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, this mid lane is definitely going to be interesting, because we'll definitely take a look at the potential of maybe we're going for our traditional Lady Chen versus Princess Frost. Maybe we'll see that. I don't know. And of course, we have the Yuhuan mid as well. I think both teams have definitely played Yuhuan already. So I think that's out of the bag. We have not seen a Da Xiao yet. I would love to see that, right? Severing Surge, the Leaping Koi Tides. The potential of a full map rotation to get objectives or go for a team fight. I think that's that might be very exciting, because that fits the play style of both Nongshim and SCARZ actually. They like to seek out opportunities, and when the chance is given, they don't normally miss. So I want to see what both teams can give us in this fourth game of the series.
Yeah, 4th game of the series. Yeah. So I mean, we're gonna have to see. I think that there's still the potential. Like we haven't seen too many. We haven't seen Mai. We haven't seen Shangguan. Heino or Ming. Like there's a lot of potential heroes. But another one that kind of like sticks out to me, and again, this is more because it's just wrecking my rank games more than anything else, but the Dianwei, like, do you actually see this as a potential in the pro scene?
I do. I actually do.
Okay, yeah.
But I think it requires a very specific composition, because yes, even though he's buffed, he's able to jump past walls now, which is really scary. You can imagine a guy flying with you with an axe. Yeah. But it requires quite a bit, because he does plenty of damage himself. But I think it would definitely help him if someone can melt the players down first. So maybe someone who's able to deal DOT, right? We have not seen a Zhou Yu as well. I think Zhou Yu pairs really well with Dianwei. You get the slow and you get the stuns as well. Yeah. So, but it depends, right? I don't think we'll see a Dianwei today. I am actually curious to see if we'll see heroes like Wukong or Liu Bei. But from what I've heard from the pros, maybe not as prio picked, because they find him a bit slower in comparison to the other junglers.
Okay, interesting. I mean, again, just opening up doors, right? This is like the big thing of just like, how deep can we go? Like, I'm looking through some of the heroes as of like, we haven't even seen like a Mai In, right? Which is very weird. like a Ganon Mo, we haven't seen too much. You know, like there's a lot of heroes that are still, the potential is there, but building around those heroes. That's like the biggest thing, is having that synergy so that one team, like, you know, the heroes like complement one another. Like that is the brilliance of this, of just trying to figure out what is that masterpiece. That is the synergy that we need to ensure that we have teams that are like, yeah, they're good in a vacuum, but are they good together? And it's going to be interesting to see exactly into Game 4, like what sort of you know, synergy that they're going to kind of pick up here.
Yeah, actually, that's what makes me really excited, right? Because a strong team is able to give you a puzzle piece where you can't figure out like what exactly are you thinking, and then when the full picture hits you, it's like, oh, this is a beauty, this is a beautiful draft, and this is a monstrous draft. And right now, let's see if either of these teams can give us something exciting and even more powerful than what they have shown in the first 3 games of the series already.
Yeah, look at this. Just kind of, you know, like Lady Soon Ogren, Arlie Lung, I mean, they've picked up themselves, Nongshim on that side. SCARZ, they've picked those two, the heroes themselves. So they're going to ban it out, realizing just how strong they are. But, you know, okay, we were talking during the break about how Mai was not picked. They instantly picked this one. They started off SCARZ looking to go for high tempo, high burst. I'm liking that one.
Yep, it also means early game aggression, right? You need Mai to be really aggressive in the early game to get the lead, and that will definitely help you out. Right now, I like the fact that Nongshim are kind of toying around the different potentials. Look, they have already shown the Liu Bang just now, and if this is going to be a Roam Lianpo, there is a potential of that deadly combination we've seen last year, right? Battlefield Command with the Tremor Smash, that is extremely hard to deal with. So SCARZ, I think they need to go with something very tanky, or at least someone that is able to deal with a lot of stuns and CCs.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. They don't want to be too grouped. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, don't play, like Ochik was like popping off. He was getting 2-3-man stuns because they were all starting to group, and they just made them like make their lives kind of hell to pay, so to speak. They need to really worry about the positioning. Sometimes if Lian Po gets, you know, if everybody's spread out, Lian Po is going to have a rough time. He's not going to be able to find that perfect engagement and a difficult situation. But it looks like it's going to be a roam Lian Po as they pick up the Mayan here in that top lane.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to formulate over here, right? There's a lot of catch potential, let's be honest. Illusion, no, not Illusion. I think at this point, Kyung playing the Mayin would actually allow Faye to get the perfect Tremor Smash as well, right? With the double whatevers, or to get serious. Once she locks them in, I think Faye's gonna have a good time. And once he has a good time, if he gets the perfect Tremor Smash, look, Siri on a Soyue, he is going to have the best time ever. It's a party, at least on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah. But what about the Shoyu? Do you think he's, is it more of like, hey, we actually don't have any farm laners, so we're going to pick this one up? Or is it, do you think it's actually good enough to be, again, you know, tier 2, tier 3 level a farmland?
I think we all agree, right? For everyone that plays HOK, for those of you that don't, you will be having a very happy welcome into the game with facing against the Soyue. He does a ton of damage. He's gonna kick your butt. I mean, that's clear, right? And I think it solves quite a few things on the side of Nongshim, right? Damage, not a problem. Mobility, he has his getaway. He's able to jump out, you know, while win with the snipe as well. It's a lot of damage, a lot of mobility to escape. But it's, what, maximum 3 chances, right? He only has 3 charges on his ultimate, and that only comes late game. So, I don't know. I want to see who they have in mind for Mfeng to try and go up against Soyue. He's not absolutely difficult to deal with. Marco works wonders against him, but I think SCARZ has already played Marco, so
yeah, I think so too. Yeah. So yeah, the perfect look at the bans for Nongshim. Farm laner, okay, go to the bottom of the barrel, friend, because we're taking out almost all of them. They were very targeted in this one. Nongshim realizing that, hey, we're trying to close the game out, give Mfeng something a little, you know, uncomfortable, that he might not be the most comfortable on.
Yep, but also maybe looking at the potential of a better matchup, right? I think right now, actually, Alicio does work well. Alicio early game damage is not bad, and I think it matches up really well against Soyue's early game damage. The only difference is distancing, right? Positioning wise, I think is a little bit more in favor of Siri at this point. So we'll see. Charlotte coming in as the final pick for the side of SCARZ. I like that. It's going to be a dance
a tangle,
go.
right? And
Let's go.
okay,
Wait.
give me your thoughts.
No, I think it has a lot of look at. It's perfect for what they're trying to set up here, right? You have the Mayin, you were talking about the control, you have the Tremor Smash from the Lian Po to kind of wombo combo it, and then Dian Wei is just like clean up an aisle 3, right? Like with the amount of damage with the Shoyu as well, with the Princess Frost on top, like you have that giant wombo combo, everything that you're looking to do in terms of team fight. SCARZ really right now, they don't want to be fighting into this death ball. This is a scary lineup to be going up against. I think they need to be looking at split pushing and just force out just kind of split up the enemy team as much as possible. But Nongshim with this draft, in my opinion, is looking to close out this series in this game 4 here.
I definitely agree with you as well. I think there are benefits to the draft on the side of SCARZ, but I think it places a lot of emphasis for them to shut down 2 of the main people on the side of Nongshim, right? So they need to shut down Siri because he is going to be an absolute menace if he gets farmed. Late game Soya is not something you want to play against. And the other person that they definitely need to deal with is definitely Haku. Haku on the Dian Wei. Dian Wei, when he gets rid of crowd control on his body, he gets buffed. And it makes him insanely strong. So they cannot allow Haku to get a lead in this game at all. Something needs to happen in the jungle.
Wow, I mean, that's so much pressure. Be like, hey, you cannot let the enemy team have a single advantage at this point. Tough situation. This is, again, your tournament live. They could end the game or they end the series. Nongshim could move on with this one. It looks like they've put all their chips in on this one. They're looking to close this one out. You're putting a lot of pressure on the SCARZ because, again, if you can't give a slight advantage, anything can happen in Honor of Kings. And to put them in a situation, that's a lot of pressure for SCARZ.
I mean, if you're a SCARZ fan, if you have followed them from last year, you know they have been in this exact situation multiple times. It's not once or twice, it's multiple times, right? They are on the cusp of making it out of the qualifiers, but they lose at the last possible second. So SCARZ, I mean, they don't want to have history repeat itself. They need to make it work.
They need to. I mean, this is pretty much it, right? But again, your backs are on the wall. This is all she wrote in that sense. You got to make sure you win out this game so that you force the game 5. This is a situation where, like, hey, I want my players to be on their best heroes. And the fact that you have Mfeng on the Alicio, that worries me, right? You're going into the game 4 with that. This could be a tough one.
I'm not sure what the professional build is, at least for their server, but I think he definitely needs to get his Dreamforge Tempest as fast as possible. He needs that armor shred, he needs that attack speed as well, right? It fits perfectly with his kit, and right now, I think one of the most interesting lane matchups I've ever seen is actually at the Clash lane. Mayin going up against Charlotte, the iframe possibilities are endless.
Love potential, right? In that top lane. That's going to be an interesting one to watch. I think, to be honest, though, for me, it's about Haku on this Dian Wei, right? Is he able to just kind of create this like late game monster that just has all the damage and tank ability that you would want to just kind of run you down? You're going to have a good time. But Kyung looks like he's going to get first blood against Kai in that top lane.
Okay, this is not a good start. I mean, okay, it's not going to be disastrous. Clash lane 1v1s, I think, normally don't change with 1 kill that big of a difference in terms of the entire game. But in the laning phase, it hurts, right? Kai is going to struggle against Kyung, for sure, for the rest of the game, for now.
I mean, look, that first blood, the goal difference. Oh, but it looks like they're going to go in. Oh, ASD looking to push him back, does get the kill. Finds Siri a little out of position, but they got O-Chick. At the end of the day, that's a trade SCARZ will take any day of the week.
Oh yeah, for sure. But at the same time, they committed quite a lot of flashes on the side of Nongshim RedForce, right? So, I still give the edge to the Nongshim. While O-Chick's very happy that Mfeng got to survive, Nongshim still in the driver's seat for now.
Really? Even with Siri going down, I feel like he's still... You need to give him the time in the farm to get going, right? You don't want to put everything on a Haku to do all that damage. I think Shoyu really needs to have a good game, and him dying early, not great as, Kai dying in that top lane.
I think it's fine, because I think actually Illusion and Faye are more damaging and more scary than just Siri alone.
Okay, all right.
You have stuff like the Frigid Prison, Winter is here. There's plenty of AoE damage coming in, and Haku
Haku benefits off of Illusion and Faye going crazy. So Siri, I think Siri is a byproduct. He's a perk. If he gets a strong start to the game, that's great. If he doesn't, it's fine. They will make it out into the mid game with an advantage either way. But SCARZ looking to change that for sure.
Yeah, they need to change that, right? You were talking about how they, giving up anything at this point. And SCARZ doing a great job taking out that Tyrant. Super important. They make sure that they burst it down as quickly as possible. Get those neutrals. That's one thing that they struggled with in the last game. They weren't able to take any of the big neutrals on that one. And they pretty much lost because of it, right? So SCARZ changing things up, taking that lead. Huge win for them thus far. But now they need to kind of snowball into the mid game and have a much better network.
Yeah, there are a couple of things that you can't control, and you can't control the fact that Nongshim RedForce, they're funneling farm into the DN way. Haku is just farming for free. Illusion kind of playing like a pseudo roam at this point. He's willing to give up his farm. Right now, he just wants to protect Siri as much as possible.
I think it's smart. Dianwei is your win condition, right? I mean, if he's not going to get farm, like, what is the point of picking him, right? He's not as good as other junglers who can kind of control and do the damage, but if he gets the farm, he's just like a late game monster that turns it off and just takes out everything, right? So he is your win condition. I think that they're doing a good job. That's very smart. Obviously sacrificial by Illusion. Let the man play to his strengths of just kind of controlling the battlefield and letting Haku and Siri clean up what's left.
Yeah, Illusion actually doesn't need to get too much farm at this stage of the game, right? The effectiveness of Illusion is just the ability to land his Frigid Prison. Once he lands it, actually, there's quite a bit of damage from the Winter is here as well.
Yeah, it would do quite a bit. I mean, it'll kind of rack up, and that's kind of what you want. This is why I like Nongshim's grab. Oh, the burst ram, connecting him, slowing him down. He's going to be backed off. He's going to be fine at this point. But a little bit of a skirmish, a little bit poking and prodding in that bottom lane. But the top lane, Kai getting back in it just by almost taking the top T1, and they do.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yep, okay, Haku has successfully taken at least one wave out of the 3 available during every summon. Every summoning of new waves. So Haku should be pretty farmed up in terms of gold. He's level 10.
Yeah, he's level 10. But okay, what is the tipping point? What item do you want? Sorry?
He's 11. No, he just hit 11.
Oh, he just did 11. Yeah. Yeah. No, but what is... Okay, looks like they're going to take the bottom T1. But what is... What item, what timing are you looking for Haku to get to before he can kind of like turn things up?
I think he can already start to, right? If you take a look at the damage he's doing against the rest of the cast, with the exception of Arashi, he's doing
nice tremor smash. Connecting onto 2. They do have the snipe shot, but it looks like Nongshim, they're going to just kind of back off on this one. But yeah, okay, if you're saying he's ready now, let's see. But it looks like he wants to just continue to farm at this point.
Yeah, definitely still needs to, of course. I mean, if I'm not wrong, he should have his Axe of Torment already. That's one of the core items for Haku, right? Gets the extra slow every time he uses his skills, and it complements his skill set as well. Right now, I'm just curious to see if there's anyone on the side of Nongshim RedForce able to lower the side of SCARZ down so that he can actually use his Leap of Fury to maximum efficiency.
Yeah, that would... I mean, that's the best case scenario, right? And that's kind of where you want the rest of Nongshim to kind of turn and to kind of start the fight. Maybe you look at Kyung as kind of controlling, going in, initiating in the beginning, Illusion and Siri just kind of just whittling them down, and then all of a sudden everybody's starting to get grouped, and then Haku kind of comes in and clean up. Oh, that portal was on point.
Yeah, Haku just made it out. He made it by the skin of his teeth. I thought the power gradation was going to hit him.
He gets out, playing it to the T. And again, just you force people, like there was what, 4 members from SCARZ trying to go for that pickup, that gank attempt, and that's wasted time. Now they're not farming. That's another way for Nongshim to get back in this game. This 2K net worth lead has kind of shifted in favor of SCARZ. They've done a great job early.
Yeah, and that small little play, whether it's intentional or not, whether he knew they were coming, it created a lot of space for Siri as well. Now, take a look at the T1 on the bot. Down to half-life, but SCARZ, they recognize this, and they see it as an opportunity. We need to force the issue here.
Yeah, forcing it out. Arashi just unruly blades back to Tremor Smash, connecting onto 3. That was huge. Knocks him up. ASD is a little bit low, but it looks like Kyung is going to be the first to fall. He changes lives with Kai, who goes down the Tyrant, continuing to be on. Arashi looking to just tank in this one. He gets sniped out. He gets picked off, and Nongshim will happily clean up the remains of that Tyrant. picks it up, and now Nongshim have turned this around, even though they're still far behind. Haku needs to be a little bit careful. He does have the shield. The rest of Nongshim are going to just join him to kind of protect him at this point. But again, Nongshim, good team fight for them.
Yeah, hey, but Haku just got that Blood Rage. He was so lucky there. If he did not have the Blood Rage, he would have been dead. Right now, okay, so in terms of farm, I think Mfeng doing really well for himself. Shadow Reaper, along with the RedForce Tempest, he is hitting extremely fast. Right now, I think he just needs his Eternity Blade, maybe goes for a little bit more greed and finish off with the Siege Breaker. It could be something that is a very huge for the side of SCARZ. I like the fact they have the goal lead, but they need to take better fights.
Yeah, take better fights for sure. I mean, look, Haku, I think Nongshim right now, they're a little bit behind because they've funneled so much. They've kind of just forced, everyone else to kind of stick together so that when you're kind of funneling all the farm into Haku, which he's definitely leading in terms of net worth, some of the other team might struggle here. But now going for the burst ramp, try to go for the Tremor Smash, the Unruly Blade back, keeping Arashi alive, and it looks like SCARZ will back off, trying to find the next sort of pick-off as they poke and prod a little bit more. But if anything, Nongshim are looking to just take the blue buff here.
Yeah, at this point, I think the way this SCARZ fights, it has to be very telegraphed. Oh, nice catch though.
Oh, nice catch by Kyung. Finds him, picks him off. ASD gets caught out. You are a glass cannon, my friend, and you're out of position. You will be killed.
I mean, that was a good pick off, right? And now they don't have that multi-man knockup from ASD with the RÜYA engine. It's a tough situation. Haku here, he's happy to let Siri just deal the damage.
Yeah, they'll take the damage here. They'll just burst this one out. Haku just taking the Shadow Tyrant at this case. But, you know, the towers have still all been standing. Nongshim haven't been able to find their farm through objectives, which could easily change things up considering, you know, Nongshim are down to T1s themselves.
Okay, so if they get the two T1s that even it out, they're going to even out the gold. In fact, look at 1 T1, pretty much neck and neck in terms of finance already, right? So SCARZ, they need to find something else across the map. Maybe steal a buff, maybe get the next objective, and maybe get a kill here.
Yeah, maybe get a kill. Faye, about half-life, looking to get back in. He's looking to turn this around. Nice with Kyung there to kind of clean him up, but Arashi gets the kill onto Faye. The winner is here, the dash away. Kai is going to survive at this point, but they've gotten that pick off, and Faye actually got caught out.
I think Faye was trying to achieve something there. He was trying to draw them in so he could get the Tremor Smash, and that would have definitely changed the state of the game for the side of Nongshim in the sense where Illusion would have been able to get the Winter is here and just set everything up for the team. But I think he, once again, Faye just overzealous, I feel.
Yeah, oh my gosh, look at this. Here we go. Haku looking to turn this around. Doesn't matter about your numbers. I will go after you and I will get the pick off. Kai, ASD, both killed. At this point, Siri with a double, trying to get more, but they forced it out. And this is again, look, they had two members from SCARZ. They thought they could take on Haku, who's looking to fight this 1 versus 2. And still, they cannot deal with Haku, who's literally chasing after you. This is super scary.
Wild win? Oh, that was close.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
Okay, he's not gonna go for it, but the T3 now at the bot, yeah, plus the 3 lives they've taken away from SCARZ, that's a huge turnaround. Now they're up by 3,000. Shadow Overlord open for the taking. Nongshim back in control.
Nongshim back in control here, and Haku is starting to become that monster. At what point are you like, hey, this is actually very scary. How do we itemize against the Dianwei here? What do we need to do as SCARZ?
They definitely need like armor shred
Overlord has been defeated.
and percentage damage at this point. I would like a Doomsday. I think that's something that works well against Dianweis in general. Adding to the fact that you are going up against the Lianpo, there's quite a lot of health shared between these two. So I think Doomsday does wonders. But at the same time, I think they just need to position a little bit better. That's all. I think SCARZ, itemization-wise, wonderful. They just need to make sure they don't get caught out by Faye once again. And stop taking one-on-ones with Haku, please.
Well, they're taking one-on-ones. They were taking 2-on-1s, and they were losing because Haku is, again, a beast. Look at this guy. He's just going to run after them. He tries to go in. The burst ran back by... Okay. Haku's getting focused in. He's taking a lot of damage. He does go down. The monster has been slain. But at what cost? Faye looking to trade. It looks like Arashi wants to go in for this one. Tries to get the wind slash. Kills Faye as well. They've got an illusion. That's a double going the way of Arashi. But ASD did fall, so they got something. And now Nongshim right now looking to just kind of put a little bit of pressure on this one as the top T3 does fall.
Okay, they get the shutdown onto Siri, but I don't think it's going to be too big of a difference maker at this point because a T3 for a shutdown means nothing in the long run.
Blue team has destroyed
Bit of
a
a change here.
tower.
Mfang will take this. They're going to try to push the initiative a little bit here. Haku is going to be up in seconds. He will be up and will be able to defend at least the T3, but this is a swing in favor of SCARZ. That's what they wanted to have done. The net worth lead has shifted. SCARZ are definitely in the lead at this point, so this is a huge win for them. Now, how do they proceed? How do they get more pickoffs? Because that's a huge win. Nongshim seem to have fumbled a little bit.
They need to do exactly what they did, which is to multi-man gank Haku, right? You cannot allow Haku to survive, and if you can kill Haku off first, it's the best case scenario, because then you get to start to work on everyone else. I think the fact that Faye was also away from the team in the team fight contributed to the fact that Nongshim couldn't get that initiation. There was no multi-man Tremor Smash available, because Faye was just caught in no man's land.
Yeah, he's got to stick together. I think that it was one thing for Haku to be up front. He thought he was tanky enough to kind of survive that, but hey, when everybody's getting gone on or everybody's going on you need your team to kind of back you up. There was no support on that one. It seemed like there was a little bit of a miscomm in terms of how we were going to proceed on that team fight. Haku paid with his life. Bit of a shift in favor of SCARZ. That was a huge team fight for them, and now they're in the lead here.
Yeah, but I think Nongshim is going to revert back to old ways here. Right now, all they have to do is to play the same game they played in game number 3. Just play it slow and let the super minions do their work.
But it's only, I mean, the top and the bottom, those will be pushing. They're looking to go. Nice two-man stun. Oh, ASD with the play, the double to set things off. They've got a triple on him. They've got 3 members down. They're looking to continue to push here. And Haku, realizing that he doesn't have much, he's looking to just kind of push out the bottom lane as quickly as possible. Illusion will look to be standing behind, hopefully to defend. He doesn't have his winners here. This T3 will fall. The base will be open. Will they go for the end game? They're looking to blow him up. The Sage is saying 3. They try to stay alive, but not able to do it. But now here, Haku, it's one man versus the world. Try to fight this one. 1 versus 3. That's going to be life number 1. He's going to be coming, but he's going to be focused, and he will be taken out. And SCARZ will get game 4. They will take this out with the minions, and SCARZ will survive, and they will force a game 5.
Oh, that's a tough one to swallow for the side of Nongshim, but SCARZ, what a play! And Feng just took it to the next level there. And what a performance so far. I mean, I was about to commend Haku. He made the correct decision to get rid of the minion wave, but there was one more wave coming, and at that point, there was not enough time for Kyung to revive, get into the minion wave and destroy it. And so SCARZ, they walk away, they turn the whole game around. Impressive.
I mean, impressive here, but that was one of those things where, like, hey, Nongshim, you kind of threw that one, right? There was a moment where they were definitely in the driver's seat. They were forcing it out. They were doing so well. And then all of a sudden, we lose 2 big team fights. We have lost the game. We've got caught out, and Haku was not in the right situation. This is one of those things where if they deathball, they win. Right off of the back of Haku. They can't take Haku down the raid boss, if he's grouped up with all 5 members. If he's isolated, he's going to be picked off. They did a great job, SCARZ that is, of just picking off the rest of the team. And then Haku was by himself. They take him down.
Well, this is what we asked for, right? We wanted a full best of 5 series, so I'm happy we're going to get it. Now, they're both teams drawn 2-2. This time, I think... you know what? Maybe I'm going to lean into SCARZ a little bit down here. I think SCARZ has the potential to take this entire thing. But, I think we finally get the answer that we were looking for just now, which is what happens when Nongshim gets pulled to a long series. They're looking a little shaky, let's be honest.
Yeah. That was very sloppy. Comms didn't seem to be on the right page. They were making mistakes. Like this, it was one of those things where like, hey, we have the lead, and then you kind of put your feet up on the desk. You're kind of like, we got this game. We got it, right? And it was one of those things where SCARZ is like, no, never say die. We're still in this one. ASD with some key plays, getting those pickoffs, setting it up, and Arashi, that wombo combo that they were doing, perfectly played. And Mfang, I questioned the Alicio. He was on point. 4-1 and 6. That's exactly what you wanted. He was able to just kind of clean up when they needed to. Nongshim, on the other hand, didn't seem like they were on the same page. Everybody was kind of split out. It kind of felt like a ranked game, dare I say.
No, they were waiting for certain moments, right? So they were waiting for Haku to cause confusion, go into the backlines on the side of SCARZ, and make them clump up together, right? To try and defend and save Feng's life, which worked out for them perfectly in the games in the series before. But right now, because an Alicio pick is really monstrous, very strong in late game, and the fact that ASD, you know what, I have not been impressed by ASD in the first couple of games. But ASD in this game, my goodness, he popped off. The Ryu engine, that made it the world's difference. A double kill. That really put them on the map here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was the one where they're like, hey, okay, it's still kind of close. They won that one team fight, and then they needed to win that second one, and they did it off of that back of ASD. He was so patient. I hope we see it in the highlights because he was waiting in the bushes. Things were happening, and he wasn't going in. He was letting the enemy team group up even a little bit more, get themselves out of position. Then he went in, and he just blew them up. That was a perfect play by ASD. Really well played by SCARZ all around, but man, that was a barn burner of a game.
Yep, seconds before that happened, in my head, it was going uppercut, and he really did it, and oh my goodness, what a moment. Now, this sets us up for the stage where, you know what? First game of the day, it was SCARZ taking all the objectives, winning the game. Second game, Nongshim taking all the objectives, and following that, every single game has been a nail-biter, right? Both teams able to secure what they needed. Sometimes they get the Pirates, sometimes they get the Overlord, and we only had a singular Tempest Dragon out of the 4 games you've seen so far. Will we get to see a Tempest Dragon in the final game of the best of 5 series? That's my big question.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be crazy, right? Like, look, game 1 and 2, both kind of lopsided, both of them kind of, putting themselves out there with some of their best foot forward in terms of strategy and draft. But then game 3 and 4, that was as close as it gets, right? I mean, having to lean on the Tempest Dragon, that game right there where SCARZ were able to find ways to kind of deal with the Dian Wei, who's now out of the pool, something to take note of. And now we get to that game 5 where really, again, all of the teams digging deep. How are they going to deal with this one? Because again, like, I'm only good with like 5 heroes max, okay? And then getting to the game 5, and if they ban out some of my heroes, now I'm screwed, right? And obviously these pro players are much better than I. They have a deeper hero pool, but it's going to be the true test. And not only that, they have to have draft with good synergy. This one's going to be super interesting.
Okay, I like the fact that you air out that you don't have a very deep hero pool. I appreciate that. You know what? It takes a lot of courage to do that. And right now, I think it's going to take a lot of courage.
Oh, it's a lie, by the way. I'm so deep. Go on.
On both ends, to try and make it out of this, because this is the grand finals, man. This is winner takes all. They will go into Season 3 in Manila in Philippines. Let's take a look at the highlights. I mean, it was back and forth.
Yeah, it was so back and forth, right? I mean, it was one of those things where I was kind of like, oh, Nongshim, they have the lead, but they didn't have the map control like we previously saw. I felt like Haku was too busy kind of solo, like farming. Like he was so tunnel visioned on that, where they weren't really sticking together. Like the rest of the team needs him to be that damage dealer, that raid boss, to kind of protect them. And he was kind of got caught out. Like this is a moment where, again, Faye tried to bait him out, got caught out. That was an awkward moment for here, but this was the big one. Haku getting focused. Look at the rest of SCARZ. Where's the rest of, Nongshim? By the time Siri got to the fight, Haku had already been killed. They turned this one out, and this was the tipping point. This is a huge win for SCARZ, being able to turn this one around. Yes, Nongshim did not lose the game on this one, but this is the ultimate one. This is ASD. Look at him. Look how patient he is, right? He gets the nice little 2-man knockup, blows up Siri. That's the perfect initiation, setting it up, and then being able to close it out. What a well-played game by SCARZ.
Yep. Now, I just had to highlight this. I think we kind of missed it, and we didn't talk about it, but don't worry, we didn't forget about you. Old-Chick played a monster game here. His destined encounters were on point, catching almost every single member on both ends as well. So, I mean, impressive roam. Old-Chick definitely leveled up since last year, and they might have the potential to make it a brand new, much better year for Japanese esports in HOK. SCARZ could lead the forefront.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge gut punch, right? If you're Nongshim RedForce, where you're like, hey, we probably should have had that one. We probably should have closed it out. and then we lost that one. We kind of threw it in the end. I think that that's going to be super important going into this game 5 because you know what I mean? Like now you're demoralized. How do you react to something like that that just happened? You really need to ensure that you're kind of being able to step up in this game 5.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Now Mai is unavailable to SCARZ, but Mai is available to non-team. So we might see a huge change in trajectory in terms of treasure and outburst. But before we get to that, we will be taking a short break. We'll let the players rest for a little bit. When we come back, it's going to be the grand finale for JPKR region. Who is going to make it out? Go to Philippines, Manila for Season 3. We'll see you very soon.
Defeat.
Which is his name? I found it! The RÜYA! Don't need the RÜYA! Hurry up!
think that this series was definitely going to go to a game 5, right? I mean, there was no doubt here. SCARZ were going to figure out ways to kind of strike back and to get themselves into this one, but we knew it was going the distance, right, Ken?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, this is the ongoing joke, right? So whenever I'm on broadcast, we will go the distance. So hey, you're welcome. You get the game 5
Every
now,
time.
I've been going through the comments on YouTube as well, and I just had to say you guys are extremely funny, and looks like that there is a little bit of a preference, right, on who they think will win. So I'm not gonna say who they think will win first, but maybe let's just get our opinions first. Holla, who do you think will take this series based on the performance so far?
Look, I'm always a guy that rides the side of momentum, right? And being able to win that game out, I think it was huge for SCARZ. But going into the series, I probably would have said Nongshim. But after that game, I don't know. Nongshim really needed to kind of just settle down. We're going to see a lot of, are they able to have that composure to really fight back into game 5? Because if they are, they're going to have a chance, right? This is that moment that they need to do and ensure that they win this game. They cannot mess up like they did like last time. But, I'm going to go with my heart on this one. I still think it's Nongshim, though.
Okay, so I'm going to go on the opposite camp here. I'm going to go with SCARZ. I think momentum definitely plays a big part. And look at that, we have the Liu Bang. I'm not sure, I don't remember whether they have played the Lianpo as well. We have seen that combination. But there are also other heroes that can go in with the combination of his Battlefield Command as well. So I like this start from SCARZ, but we'll see. Ooh, it's going to be Fang coming out. And now they pull out the meta picks. This is the Ogren coming in for Nongshim as well. Huge burst and huge... Oh wait, hang on. It's not confirmed yet. Okay, it's going to be the Mortar, and this is a difficult one because it is just stuns galore along with the burst.
Yeah, you have that potential, right? That Cannon Blast with that the Blade Storm, that nice little 1-2 punch combination that can do a lot of damage. It can kind of control the battlefield. It's interesting. Why would you pump fake the Ogren? I don't know. It's like next level. They still haven't, unless maybe this is a Fang jungle. I've seen that in my ranked games do terribly on my team. But it's a potential, right? So, okay, now they look like they're going to pick up the Ogren here. That was a really weird turn of events. Maybe they're trying to keep the moats and the Fang away. Oh, because yeah, Ogren had already been picked by them, right?
Yes, so SCARZ don't have the option to counter pick the Ogren, and obviously they haven't banned it out. I think at this point, SCARZ's concern is the backline. So looking at ASD's performance in the previous game, definitely Mai is someone you don't want to allow with the knockups. And Elaine, they want to protect Anfeng here, right? This Diren's here definitely going to be one of the core win conditions coming from the side of SCARZ. But right now, I'm actually similar to you. I favor Nongshim's draft a little bit more at this point. We know the potential, and there's a lot of entry points for the side of Nongshim going into SCARZ, right? With a good Cannon Blast and Path of Passing, you have instant access into backlines.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one way of dealing with it. But look, I think the Yuxing has a lot of potential for countering the Ogren, right? Because he likes to Path of Passing, and being able to taking liberties him and just kind of pull him away, at the right time might be team fight winning, right? The potential is there, and the outplay, especially with the world is my board, kind of thing. You have ways to kind of, make it uncomfortable and not let him just kind of free reign move wherever he wants, right? So the potential for this one, I think, is there. But is ASD kind of be super comfortable where he's able to make these sorts of plays? We're going to have to find out. Of course, this is with game 5, but I really like Yuxing. I think he has a lot of play. I think he's going to be very strong and definitely a meta hero. But we have yet to see it if SCARZ is able to do it on this one.
Okay, I'm not a big fan of the Futsu pick. I think Futsu is great. I think one-on-one he's an absolute beast as well. But the fact that when he uses his corporal punishment, he comes in, he gets close, and that allows ASD to kind of set the stage for the war is my board. So I'm concerned about that there's a potential situation that it works in favor of SCARZ instead of Nongshim when Kyung gets his ultimate down. And I was about to say this, we have not seen Alarm at all, and I think Lam works perfectly. In fact, Lam is also one of the counter picks against Yixing, so I like the fact that they've picked it up because Lam can be played in the class lane as well. Right, and it looks like they will go for Xiangyu. Okay, there's plenty of control, and we might see the potential of a furious charge pushing everyone into the chessboard. That would be beautiful
Wow.
to see.
Yeah. That would be actually no. I mean, the amount of control, because the Xiangyu will be providing a lot of that. The Lam will go in as well, being able to just kind of get in, and then you have the Liu Bang with the battlefield command to kind of shield whoever needs it. So I see how this could work out. I think it's definitely going to be a Liu Bang roam in this one, but the Shangguan to kind of round out their draft. Interesting. Who do you think has
need more
the
stuns.
edge going into this game 5? Sorry.
They need more stuns. I think they need more stuns. They need more bursts.
Yeah.
I'm okay with Shangguan.
Perfect.
I think it's a good pick. But okay, Kong Ming is definitely something that I would like as well. Winning strategy, definitely a very painful skill to deal with. Late game is a absolute disaster for the side of SCARZ, I feel. Nongshim cannot hit late stage.
Look, you know, when you're talking about like picks for this one, I really like SCARZ draft. I think their draft is easier to play. It's very straightforward to me in terms of how they're going to do this. I think in terms of Nongshim, if they're able to pull it off, the potential is there. But it's very like, you know, you're on a knife's edge every single team fight, right? Everything has to be perfect. Your positioning, your target prioritization got to be super key, and hitting those cannon blasts will be all the difference in this team fight, right? So it's going to be super important going into this one. I like SCARZ draft, but again, I already went with Nongshim. So again, can I change sides at this point? No, too late.
Up to you. Nobody's gonna catch you out. Well, at least not me. You know, but the online world is a dangerous place, so who knows? But at this point, yes, this is exactly what I think they needed to do. Faye needs to help to clear the lane along with Illusion, right? Because ASD easing your wave clear is not exactly the best in the early levels. So definitely allows them for that first early rotation around the map. So Nongshim, I think early games, they have a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, I would think that they have a bit of an edge. I mean, look, last game was a one that they was theirs to lose, right? They had the advantage. They kind of fumbled the bag in that one. They had, you know, that's a much better situation to be in than losing and being like, hey, we have no answers for this, right? Going into this one, it's going to be super key that Nongshim does not do that. Make sure that everybody's on the same page, because again, as for what you're seeing right now, get into season 3, right? Get into Manila. It's going to start on February 21st. This is the one game you need to win to get yourselves there. Getting that opportunity, huge. And being able to like lose it like you did in game 4, that would be heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, we hold the notion, right? Forgive and forget. Normally people use that for relationships, but here it's your relationship with yourself. Forget every mistake you've made in the past. It is time to focus on what you should do right in this game as well. Now, Haku, I think he has been really quick on his rotations, probably able to get a steal, not going to have that steal actually. And seems like the laning phase is going a little bit better for the side of Nongshim RedForce at this stage.
Yeah, what happens if I can't forgive or forget? What happens then, huh, Kin?
Then you just lose some stars.
many stars, apparently. But it looks like they found Kai. He's going to look to charge. The world is my board is going to be used. He's trying to fight this one, but he's been caught out. He will give up first blood. Faye will pick that one up. They found him just, you know, taking a leisurely stroll into his own jungle. He gets caught out.
Yep, I think he was just a little bit flustered. He could have held on a little bit more before he used his Hegemon Slash. But nonetheless, right at this point, Nongshim RedForce, I fully expect them to have the advantage at this point. It's really now how many or how little mistakes can SCARZ make so they can come back into the mid game and take this game by storm.
Yeah, and to be honest, it would be... look, SCARZ can come back. They've proven that time and time again. That's not the issue here. But I think it would be much easier, and especially on my, you know, my own blood pressure, if SCARZ, if they want to win out the game, they just win out from the early game on. They take over. They have not had the best of starts. This is one where they probably want to change that going into this final match here.
It's difficult to do so, right? But in this case, I think there is a lot of potential for win conditions coming in from the side of SCARZ, right? Because you have the Furious Charge coming out from Kai. If he can position himself properly, that's going to be quite disastrous for the side of Nongshim RedForce. At the same time, Anfeng, he swapped roles again. He whiffed from with the death from below, he's able to push out some of the members, or maybe all of the members of Nongshim RedForce into a very big precarious position. And I think if they're able to achieve that, SCARZ, they should have some form of advantage. But as of now, it's Nongshim all the way.
Yeah, Nongshim thus far, I mean, look, the lead, negligible. It's still very early, but I want to kind of say that Mfeng, he seems to be like this high mobility, core type of player that just, you get him that farm, he's able to kind of just change things up. Arashi, again, slower paced. He will do his damage as he play that Meng Ya to perfection, although they did lose that game, but it's just playstyle, right? And they're playing to their team's strengths and their player strengths, and they've done a great job of that. SCARZ, I like that flexibility. Being able to just pick any hero because you know you have the right players for it.
Yeah. You know what? There was someone asking why Fuzi for the lineup of Nongshim RedForce, right? I think Fuzi, Hyung offers something very unique in the form for Nongshim RedForce in the sense where he actually gets a lockdown and it allows Siri to get the damage. There is no runaway, right? So when Illusion gets his winning strategy down, Siri gets his target sided down, there is no escape if corporal punishment is used to lock the person down. But I think it's a very situational scenario that Nongshim wants to commit to this, but it's a good one.
Yeah. I mean, they have a lot of damage, not the most in terms of tanking, but this is one of those things where it comes down to like two sides that have somewhat, more damage, but are on the squishier side. The team fights are going to be fast, furious, and the burst is just going to be there. Like people are just going to explode like popping cherries in that sense because, so many people are just going to die right away.
Oh yeah, I think this is where Old Chick's pick actually matters a lot. Kaido,
getting a little low. He's been pulled back. He was playing with fire, and Kyung gets him with a corporal punishment, takes him out.
Yep, so you see the benefit, right? So when you're low on health, there is no escape. And Haku with the CS state passive, he's going to do wonders. Battlefield Command, commit it.
That's a huge commitment here. Haku actually pushing them back through it all. They're looking to take the blue buff here. SCARZ right now on the defensive, just they can't even get their own buffs in order. This is a tough situation as they lose the top T1.
Yep, and this is the Nongshim that we know of. About 1,000 gold ahead, and first objective already in the hands of Nongshim RedForce. Right now, if SCARZ allow Nongshim to take the Overlord as well, it's quite a big detriment to their farm and the map control.
Yeah, it'd be actually huge for them. I mean, right now, SCARZ not really finding space, right? And, you got to get Mfeng going. He's definitely one of the win conditions that you need to get some sort of farm. He's been kind of, dilly-dallying. He hasn't had the most amount of space. Kyung9 even looking to just invade the enemy jungle, making it difficult. Kai has struggled a bit on this one, and we're kind of seeing a little bit of a... dare I say, drop off in terms of play, because again, it seems like they're not as 100% as familiar with some of these heroes.
Actually, it's also because of the fact that they are consistently clearing the mid waves extremely early. And you know what? ASD struggles to clear waves, so he is almost non-existent in team fights. He is not there because he has to clear the waves.
Yeah, he has to just stick around, making sure that he kind of absorbs it, protecting that T1. But look at what Nongshim have been able to do. Haku just waiting around, he doesn't need to do anything. They have a pretty big of a lead, and they're just invading the enemy jungle, taking everything. Even Kai trying to go up in front. He will be cannon blasted to the face as he gets on out of this one. But Kai hasn't really had that impact as he's sticking around in that mid lane. Haku makes an appearance, but this blue buff is going to be the next big fight.
Yeah, this could be the potential change of situations here. They get 3 on the lockdown as well. ASD needs to do more damage. It looks like it's not going to be enough at this stage.
And Nongshim, when they're sticking together, they're just controlling the battlefield. They've done a good job of this. This is the Nongshim that we know, where they're sticking together, right? I think that maybe last game where they're like, hey, John Wei, let him just kind of solo farm. You kind of saw the impact of this. They need all 5 members. It's like Power Rangers, right? You're only strong when you have all 5. If you have only 4, you can't even morph, man.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? It's really difficult because you can't exactly jump into the lineup of Nongshim when they're 5 men strong. You have Faye with the thing inside the box. You have Haku with the death precipice. There's so many things that could go wrong if you dive at the wrong time into Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah. And again, this is the Death Ball Nongshim style, right? They stick together. You have the, Haku and Ogren all the way up in front. You have everybody else waiting in the wings. To anybody who attempts to go up on Haku can get blown up, controlled, and just, just having a rough time. So it's a very scary lineup to fight into. SCARZ needs to do a good job of just kind of split pushing, making sure they get farm, because once they find somebody who might be a little out of position, they need the damage to blow that person up.
Show no
Yeah,
weakness.
and it looks like Deep Frost is maybe the potential item of choice. No, I think Arashi is just going for more damage. He wants to get the Daybreaker, gets the Armor Shred for the side of this Demon tier. And hopefully that would change the state for the side of SCARZ. But as it stands now, Nongshim RedForce, I see no lose condition at this point. Even if they get caught out.
Wow. Not a single, not even like a 1%er?
No.
Like, at this point?
Yep. Look, Radiance, they have the stuns. There's plenty of sustain for Haku. Haku doesn't even have the Blood Rage yet, right? And they're already having difficulty dealing with this already. And we all know why, right? The lifesteal, the sustain, it's already very difficult. And at this point, I think SCARZ, they need another 5 to 6 minutes minimum to get the farm on point. Look at that. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. He's just stepped in front of the president there as the bodyguard. But Mfeng doing a good job taking out the tyrant. That's what they need to look at, right? Find the gaps in where Nongshim are potentially, are not, right? And then to take whatever they can. Mfeng needs to do a good job of just kind of split pushing, taking what space is provided for them because they're kind of falling behind. Nongshim have done a great job of just deathballing and just forcing things out. They've already taken, all the way down to the T3 top. And now they're looking to just take the bottom hit on this one. But with the Shadow Tyrant, this is going to be a huge one. I think Nongshim will just easily pick this up.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? As I take a look at the map, I find it kind of surprising. They've only taken 2 turrets on the side of Nongshim RedForce, right? I expected them to be having a more dominant lead, but I think patience is key, at least for Nongshim RedForce. So at this point, SCARZ, they are holding pretty well. Based on what's happening and the amount of lead Nongshim RedForce has, I think it's safe to say they still have the potential to come back into this game. Really
never say
difficult,
never,
but
right?
Of course.
But it looks like, Nongshim have done a good job of invading the enemy jungle. This is where, you're starting to, tighten the noose a little bit more and more, just making it a little bit uncomfortable for them. And SCARZ, they will start to fall off because they're starting to group up. They're starting to just share whatever farm XP they can get together and just defending, this T1, for instance. It's just a tough situation. They need to figure out ways on how to just, invade the enemy jungle. Somebody needs to be aggressive. Yes, you might get cut out here and there, but you're actually forcing Nongshim to kind of react to you in some way. Now you're playing to Nongshim's strengths, which is, again, just casting this giant net and slowly taking you out.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, you know what? The war of attrition is something that might work against Nongshim RedForce. But here we go. Death from below, maybe on the back lines.
Oh, he's fighting 1 versus 3. He's trying to go for this one. 1 versus 5. Mfeng, the Battlefield Command, not enough. He will fall. The world is my board. Going to be used. Just has a little bit of a knockup. Taking liberties. He's going to do a little bit of damage onto Illusion, but no follow-up on the backside. Here we go. The Path of Fasting. It was on point. He gets surprise. He catches him out. That's 4 members down. Naked 5 as a triple kill goes the way of Haku.
Now that is some domination from Nongshim RedForce. The flavors have come to work together, and oh my god, it's been brilliant. Like Nongshim RedForce, they might help themselves to that last tower on the top, T3. Base is open. I mean, the rest of the members of SCARZ are coming back, but what can they do here?
I mean, the minions have been slow. That's a small reprieve here. Mfeng just trying to deal with the minions. Think inside the box is going to be just flexed, but it looks like they've got Mfeng. They take him out. They're looking to close out the game, and congratulations to Nongshim RedForce as they will go to Season 3.
One step further, I mean, once again, this is a really strong performance from Nongshim RedForce. I like the drop, I think it was perfect. But at this point, SCARZ, I can't help but feel for them as well. They were so close. All they had to do was to pull the trigger. They couldn't afford to. And congrats once again, Nongshim RedForce. They make it into Season 3 of our Honor of Kings Invitational in Manila, Philippines.
Huge win for Nongshim, be able to bounce back. Game 5, all the doubt, everything, going the distance. That's exactly what you want. That was the never say die attitude of Nongshim and RedForce. And being able to control that game, that is their playstyle. That is their MO. They need to stick to that, where they take the lead, because again, almost every single game, laning-wise, they do such a good job of controlling it and then and turning that into a mid-game victory. And they need to stick to that. They did really well in that Game 5. And again, congratulations to Nongshim RedForce.
I hope they have a team psychologist on the side of Nongshim RedForce because it looks like they like to have control. I mean, all 5 games, their drafts have been full on CC control. I don't know what else you want, right? Every single hero offers you something of a lockdown, something of a stun, and it's hard to play against, let's be honest.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely hard to play against. But, you know, like, look, I want to give props to SCARZ. Going the distance is no small feat, you know, going into this one. They had a very somewhat courageous effort in M4, which I'm sure was draining on them, getting back in that game. That's tough to do. And then to close out yet another game, these are long, arduous best of 5s. You have to get yourself into that situation, and sometimes, you know, it's a stamina thing, and you might have a tough time. And SCARZ was not able to do it in that game 5, as Nongshim were finally able to close it out.
Yeah, let's take a look at the itemization here. I like the fact that Illusion did not went too greedy, right? Actually gets the insatiable tone for the sustain as well. Haku, I mean, case closed. He was just on it, right? Blazing Cape along with the Eye of the Phoenix, and right as the game was going to end, I mean, they already were having difficulties dealing with Haku, but the moment he got that Blood Rage, game sealed, right? And Faye as well. Okay, professionals in general, when they play modes, they go very tanky and very utility based, right? With the Frost Breath, Freezing Breath. And at this point, it worked out well for the entirety of Nongshim RedForce, because there's nothing else that SCARZ could offer to kind of either diffuse the crowd controls. There was no Zhuangzi, there was no anti-CC properties, there was not enough heals because there was not enough farm for Liu Bang as well. So Ochik, I think he did well, but it's just not enough. Nongshim, just too strong.
Yeah, no, way too strong. And I kind of feel like if they maybe they had like a Da Chao to kind of split push, then get yourself out of dodge, you know, just kind of like work around the death ball that Nongshim had. I think that that's something, you know, like an option that they could potentially look at in the future. But again, you know, more props to Nongshim on this one, being able to close that one out. So this is the highlights. This is pretty much the Haku show. He was on point, just getting all those kills, just forcing it out. And SCARZ playing on the defensive, you know, pulling them out, getting all those kills. Really well played by Nongshim.
Yep, Seal State to help with the KS, and KS I mean Q secure, right? No stealing here. At this point, Haku, he was really the star of the show because they made full efficiency every time he entered Seal State. That 10%, hey, we will get it for you. The team was really just helping him farm. Look at this. That was a beautiful cannon blast along the stuns, and with the Death's Precipice, holy. Full ace. I mean, to end a best of 5 and to qualify in the season 3 with that play, I mean, how do you feel, man, as Nongshim RedForce?
I mean, that's got to feel amazing right here. I mean, it felt so good. Faye was actually flexing with the think inside the box taunt that he put on there, but they were able to just close it out. I mean, that team fight just pulled it out. That flank was, you know, what won them the series, right? That's how you want to do it. You want to catch them off guard, and comboing it with the cannon blast was on point. The draft was well executed. You know, the strategy that they wanted to have done, and getting Ogren in game 5. Really? You're going to open that up? I felt like that's a bit of an issue. And as they go back into the draft board and being like, hey, we probably could have drafted or banned out that hero and made it a little bit more uncomfortable for Nongshim.
Well, I mean, tenacity wins you games, but experience wins you trophies. And at this point, they have won themselves a chance to qualify into Manila, Philippines for Season 3 of our Honor of Kings Invitational as well. So it's really impressive. I really hope that we have a big showing for Nongshim RedForce as they step into Philippines. You have secured your tickets. Have a safe flight. We'll see how you perform in Manila.
Yeah, I mean, it's what? February 21st is going to be the first day of Season 3. That's going to be super exciting to see exactly how this team kind of prevails against them, right? We've seen, you know, time and time again, Korean squads tend to do pretty well in, you know, MOBAs. So to see them on the big stage, which we have not really seen, this is going to be very interesting to see how they pull this one out. I think it'll be an interesting test for the other teams, as there's been a huge shakeup in terms of what could potentially happen with brand new teams making it into S3. It's going to be super fun.
Yeah. It's a new history in the making, right? The fact that none of the teams that were champions in last season, made it, they didn't even make it out of the qualifiers. Now we have guaranteed new champions. I'm curious to see which region's gonna take it, and which team from which region is gonna take it as well, right? So we already have the first of 3 regions secured for today. JPKR, we have Nongshim RedForce representing themselves to go over and try and put a hand on that trophy. Now, next up, we have our MENA qualifiers. Gen.G against R8. Ooh, that's another one that I'm super invested for as well.
Yeah, that one's going to be exciting as well, right? I mean, for the folks that are just kind of tuning into Honor of Kings Esports, Gen.G Esports, this is the Team Falcons lineup that are kind of making their new version of this one into Gen.G. It's going to be very interesting on that. But let's take a little bit of a break before we go into this second series of the day. And that's going to be, of course, Gen.G versus R8 Esports. My name is Holler, and with me is Kindofu. We'll be back with Blam in the second series. We will be right back.
Your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that last to hold me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight.
feel it deep flowing through my
Defeat.
Which is his name? I found it. The RÜYA. Don't sniff the RÜYA. Hurry up!
Fight!
Which is the snake? I found it! The RÜYA! Don't snip the RÜYA! Hurry up! snip! I found it! The RÜYA! Don't snip the RÜYA! Hurry up!
Hello and welcome back to the HOK Invitational Season 3 qualifiers. After Nongshim RedForce qualified for the S3 qualifiers from the JPKR region, we now head to the MENA region as we have Gen.G Esports versus R8 Esports in this best of 5. My name is Holler and with me is Blam. Your thoughts on that first series, Blam?
I mean, it was definitely all over the place, right? It was one of those sort of things where I was like, what is actually going on? It's like back to back. From what we've seen from the VODs from SCARZ as well, like only being able to get 1 point, but then being able to force them all the way to the best of 5. Yes, Kim was on the broadcast, but it was kind of like, it was very good to watch it otherwise.
Yeah, it was actually pretty crazy. I mean, we're going to go right into this one right away. Of course, Gen.G Esports, formerly known as Team Falcons. This is a squad that we've seen time and time again. They've made a little bit of a roster change in that sense, but they've been going up against R8 Esports quite a number of times. R8 Esports have always been ousted, so to speak, by Team Falcons, and now Gen.G potentially. But I think that there's a little bit of revenge in this series as we go into this draft. Blam, R8... like your thoughts on this team as we get into this draft here?
Yeah, I mean, with R8, it was a little bit of a non-starter story with their qualifiers. Well, the qualifiers to this qualifiers, right? Like, they didn't even take a less than 10 kills from the whole of Gen.G in 3 games. So I feel like they've got a lot of work to do going into this one because they need to try and take a point, right? And that's what I'm really hoping from the SCARZ and the Nongshim game is that obviously SCARZ was definitely be able to step up and show their A game. I'm really hoping that R8 do that too here.
Yeah, it would be the true underdog story in that sense, right? Being able to kind of survive and to kind of, you know, overcome your demons, so to speak. Although this one tends to be in the human form of Gen.G. Are they able to kind of overcome this one? But we're going to go into this draft. Again, the idea, Arlie, Yixing, very, I would say, meta picks to kind of start off. It looks like R8 Esports really wants to go with their best foot forward.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that Xenon actually drafted the Yixing in the first game of the qualifiers to the qualifiers. Same with the Diadea as well. So it seems like these are kind of like maybe from their Group A in terms of drafts for R8. And then if you look over to the side of Gen.G, Wawa getting that Dharma pick again, a big crucial pick for Wawa. Same with Clue on the Zhongfei. And we're actually going to get Roche on the Show You once more, which he played phenomenally in those previous games to get here against R8.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they're going with the Show You because it's one of those things where, you know, like, again, the Loong and the Lady Sue and R8 was like, hey, we're going to kind of target Roche, kind of, you know, make him a little bit uncomfortable, but then he's just like, hey, actually, I'm okay. I have such a hero pool that, you know, the Show You kind of starts it off. Plus, it doesn't give away everything because you do need some power picks as we go into, you know, games 2 and 3 and beyond. So it's going to be very interesting to see exactly how Gen.G kind of round out this draft here.
Yeah, they're looking at kind of like a jungle ban. So you see the Masashi Go banned out as well as a Monkey. We know that Ray loves the Masashi. I'm pretty sure he went 0-0-9 in one of his games against R8 within that qualifier. But it looks like they're going to potentially be locking in the Hugh Huan here. So still towards the end of the draft, it could still be flexed into the mid lane. But for right now, it looks like we are going to be seeing Ray on the Hugh Huan, which is not a pick that is not used to. It's just generally not the one that is kind of we know him for, like the Masashi, like any kind of massive kind of melee jungle hero that is used to. But a little bit of a different story over to the side of R8. They get the Lamb come through, which we saw was, I believe it was Nongshim that picked up the Lamb in the last series. So clearly R8 have been watching and learning.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's a great opportunity. Again, it's not showing your whole hand, but I do really like this Lubu combination with Yixing. Like with the world is my board, you lock him in because when Lubu throws out that Tremble Mortals, everybody's just like, okay, we'll just leave the club, right? We don't have any problems with this. We got no issues with this. But if locking them in and making them fight into that one, that's going to be key for them, right? Ensuring that they're able to kind of use that that Tremble Mortals, that ultimate to its greatest extent.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the Lubu as well, but I was really hoping that we'd get it paired with the Dolia, but now thanks to the global ban, that's not going to happen for R8, so we're kind of hoping on the side of maybe Gen.G if they do go for the full best of 5 here. Obviously, we don't have Kin on the broadcast, so I'm assuming maybe we might not get the best of 5, even though we all definitely want to see the best of 5s for all of these teams. So this is going to be game 1 between Gen.G and R8 as we get into it, but looking at these drafts here, Hola, what are we expecting from this one?
Look, I like that combination from R8. I think that this is definitely a a combination that's gonna grow and grow. Like the meta is potentially there, kind of the icing on the cake on the Lamb, where he kind of got isolated in that last series. With SCARZ on it, it's just he wasn't able to kind of get to that next level because he was constantly focused. Now, when you have that Lubu Tremble Mortals plus the World is My Boy, you have so much control where BX can kind of just go in and just kind of clean up. You have that potential for that damage to just burst people down. I really like this draft, but again, it's kind of going counterintuitive to the Gen.G, which has been the tried and true in the MENA region, where they've been 3-0ing almost every team.
Yeah, I mean, he has been changed recently as well, Lubu, so he obviously does deal a lot more true damage as well, so that's going to be nice to see come through for the side of R8, but I suppose they just got to maybe get that lead into the Clash lane, and right now, it's looking like Wawa is definitely contesting that lead into the Clash lane. Dharma putting a lot of pressure there, and we know that Wawa does love the Dharma.
Yeah, he loves the Dharma. He's going to play that one out. I mean, he's been aggressive already. He's kind of controlled the top lane already. And Abdo having to recall now, this is like sad face, right? You got really, you have to do the walk of shame just to get back in the lane. Wawa's going to, he's got a level advantage. Now he's going to definitely have a net worth advantage. BX really needs to help out, figure out how Abdo can get back in this game.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a sad face. It's like, hey, why are you recalling? It's, well, Wawa kind of beat me to a pulp a little bit. I didn't die. I didn't give over any extra gold, but I still had to do that walk of shame. But we can kind of see now that BX is up there trying to give a little bit of a hand because they know that they need it against the Dharma paired up with the Lubu. Because most times out of 10, that one-on-one definitely goes in Dharma's favor.
Yeah. I mean, we know Dharma has been like the meta top, right? He's been very good. We saw plays of it in the championship last year with Chipangs as well. Just being able to kind of reposition, hit people with that truth is just team fight, almost game winning at times. So you gotta worry where, or you gotta understand where Wawa is at all points. He's a very scary player on that hero. But as I say, that nice little knock up here, they're gonna continue on with the World is My Board, but looks like they do have the knock-up. They want to focus in on Inua. They do have it, and it's going to be first blood going way of Abdo. That's one way of getting back into it. They've also gotten Clue as well, so that's a huge win for R8.
Yeah, massive pickup here. I think this is definitely an improvement from what we saw in the qualifiers. The qualifiers, it does seem like a huge stomp for Gen.G, but it seems like that's what both SCARZ and R8 were doing. That maybe we're just testing the waters in those games. Like, right, okay, so Gen.G went full balls to the wall, but now we can kind of try and tame that beast, which we saw in those qualifying games where Gen.G literally didn't lose any more than 10 deaths to the side of R8, and Roche actually didn't die once at all, but maybe that'll be a different tale in this story.
Yeah, and this is where everything is at stake, right? Getting yourself into this grand finals is going to be huge. Maybe you don't go pedal to the metal in those other series because you know that you kind of are able to beat out those other teams. Not to say that they did, of course. I'm sure that they were trying. But this is a situation where, things can change, right? This is where everything is at stake. So you have to win out. This is the most important thing.
It is the most important, right? I mean, this is the decider if you're going to be going into Manila to actually represent the MENA region. I mean, we just had a little bit of a toss-up between Japan and Korea, and obviously we did see that Nongshim actually did take it, but it's going to be really interesting to see that Nongshim is actually going to be able to get on that main stage for once, and a little bit of representation there for Korea. But maybe we'll see a bit of an upset again. Will R8 be the final team to take it away from Gen.G? Also previously known as Falcons, they do take the neutral objective here.
Yeah, that was a nice neutral objective still there, but they've gotten Inua. They're forcing it out. Nice control, but the truth has been on point with Wawa trying to get in the flash away. But it looks like a double kill going the way of Zinan before he did perish. In the end, it's a 3-for-2.
3-for-2 trade for the neutral objective. So we're still seeing the R8 are above in the kills. Clue looking pretty low there, and he's sticking around a little bit too long for my liking. He could have been picked off there any moment from Ryoshi. We know that he is a very aggressive early player, so all it needed was one great adjustment. Lamb going in.
Oh, going in for this one. BX will take that one. He takes out Ray, and that was a perfect play by him, ensuring that, hey, Ray was just happily farming. He's actually 2 levels behind BX right now. He's starting to turn it up, and man, anytime you see a Lamb that's starting to get some farm, he's going to start doing some serious damage. It's going to be very scary.
This is the problem with the Hue 1, though, isn't it? You need to be playing from the front. Like, you need to have that level advantage, the gold advantage, for you to actually have any kind of detail within your team. Yes, she has the heals, yes, she has the knockups and the stuns, but right now, with the high mobility, high frame heroes on the side, like Lubu, like Lamb, like Ali, it's going to be hard to catch those heroes out.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, right? And you need that control. You need to figure out ways to do it. Not only with the control, but to have the damage that follows it up. Okay, he's looking to go. Trumbo Mortals is going to be a little off the mark, but the Unbridled Outburst keeping him alive. He's been pushed back. He will probably fall. He does die. Roichi will take this one. Now R8 finding kills across the map. The list step back, and R8 will survive again.
Surviving again, and it's what, about 2.3k gold difference, which is something that Gen.G need to try and stomp and stunt the growth of those resources being pulled in by R8. And we're definitely seeing a different team this time around in this qualifier, potentially going for the T1 up into the clash lane as well. Gen.G just trying to get some kind of dominance onto the board, because right now they don't have a turret to the name.
Yeah, this is a very different R8 Esports. This is the squad that's completely, they've done their research. They've figured things out, where the gaps are. They've actually gotten kills without the help of BX, who's been farming, invading the enemy jungle, taking what is his, rightfully so, as he's starting to get fat. Now, he has a 3-level difference up against Ray. This is super scary, because once Lamb goes in the fight, he's going to start blowing people up.
Yeah, like I say, I did say in the draft, the Hue 1's not something we normally see on Ray. We did see it in the qualifier to the qualifiers, but it probably wasn't his best performance. So maybe they're just kind of putting the Hue 1 into this first game to be like, hey, we'll take it off the table for ourselves. We won't show our true colors in this game 1. But again, R8 completely dominating that farm lane and just pulling more resources into Ryushi on the early. And that's definitely not the hero you want to be giving this late game basically speed pass through.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely don't want to be doing that. And I mean, it's going to be interesting, because the global ban pick, just how things work out, where maybe you don't pick your best heroes in the beginning, because then you can kind of leverage off them a little bit later and kind of put yourself in a great position. Like, you know, Nongshim, they actually saved the Augur until game 5. Really turned the tides of that one, right? Really turned it up when they needed it to. This is your backs on the wall going in, you know, to the final game. That's perfectly what you want to do. But again, this is a situation where R8 maybe have some of their best heroes. This is an interesting draft that kind of matches things up, but this BX Lamb, a bit of a surprise, at least for game 1.
Yeah, I mean, some of the best heroes, but not necessarily the meta heroes, but huge ultimate there from Clue.
Oh, huge, absolutely. He's going in, but Clue gets caught out, even with the Umbrella Outburst. They get the second. Ray just going, hey, we ride together, we die together, and unfortunately they did die together.
Yeah, still no death on Roach, though, if I'm not miscorrect here. I mean, Roach seems to be pretty untouchable, but again, with Show you need to be able to just close that distance in. Maybe that's what they're hoping for with the Lamb and the Lubu, but right now it seems like they haven't been able to actually do that yet.
Oh, my BX trying to go solo. He's been caught out. He got screwed in that sense where he got blown up 3-on-1. Takes him out. BX, you had a lead, and now you're kind of giving it away.
Yeah, giving it away here. That doesn't look like R8 are done.
Wow, oh, now he went in. He went formlessness aggressively, unfortunately for him, and he will perish as well. The rest of the team was there, but not that far ahead.
I feel like there's some underlining contract going on here with Gen.G. It's like, hey, it doesn't matter who dies, just make sure Roche doesn't die, and I'm not a breach of contract. It seems that way. Everyone's just like, no, not the Roche, don't take out Show you. We saw Wawa actually beautifully defend him there, but then obviously falter towards the top side of the map. But again, another neutral objective is going to go over to the side. I believe if that was Gen.G getting that one, right?
Yeah, I think so on that one. So they'll pick this one up, but I mean, Roche right here, highest in terms of net worth, 6.8, but not competing, not even close to the BX 9.2, who's been on point, although he did have that death, taking liberties, throwing him back in. Majoj will take that kill, and my God, this R8 team is starting to hit their stride.
They are definitely seeming like they have not taken the foot off the gas at all, knowing that they're around about that 5k gold difference now going into that almost 10-minute mark. So we're going to see those shadow variants of those neutral objectives, which are going to get even more oppressive for the side of Gen.G, especially if they're going to go and lock in for the Overlord as well. So they get those shadow vanguards. But right now, like you were saying there, Hauler, the difference in the farm lane in terms of resources is not that great. But if you just look at the jungle, that's definitely where the rift starts to just divide between R8 and Gen.G, and definitely what Gen.G needs to think about in that draft of Game 2.
Yeah, so if anything, Gen.G needs to just kind of slow it down, right? Get Roche as much farm as possible. He has not died yet, I believe, which has been great on him. His positioning has been on point, but he needs to get that farm. He's your late game hero. He needs to kind of keep on pace with Roichi. The problem is, though, you have BX. If he ever gets on it, Lamb wants to go. He wants to go greenlight on Roche and just blow him up. So he needs to stay alive, and Gen.G needs his, the supporting cast to really help him out.
I mean, they do have a lot of control on the side of the Gen.G. They just aren't being able to actually implement it. They have the Unbridled Outburst from Zhongfei. They've got the Destructive Deluge from the Lady Gen. And then they've also obviously got Q1 in their midst, as well as Dharma telling the truth mantras as well. But it just doesn't seem to be enough to actually tame the beast of R8. I'm not too sure where they're actually going to try and pull this victory of Game 1 back into their stride, but it's definitely... Gold is where they want to be looking. Maybe some solid team fights here, but for now, it seems like this is definitely an R8 Game 1 win, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's leaning that way. It's heavily skewed right now. It's about, 5K at least going into this one. But it's one of those situations where, R8 have been able to initiate properly. Every single fight that's been going on, like taking liberties, pulling them back, you got them in. Tremble Mortals, Unbridled Outburst, but they do actually find Abdo, who does actually die. Does get picked up by Roche, but Clue's been killed as well. They're continuing on, but Roche is getting that kill. That's a huge win for them.
Yeah, you can kind of see how BX really knows how to play Lam to its absolute mastery, because he was just waiting for that key moment to get in there, but he knew as soon as Abdel went down, there was just no way in for him. If that Lubu goes down, that's your big tank and gone out of your team comp there, right?
Oh, but the bitter farewell. Oh, he went a little too far, and Miss Joe is trying to get cheeky. He does get killed. He thought he could Heartlink out, but there was nobody in return. Not able to do so. He does die. So Gen.G finding a little bit more farm and ways to get back in this game.
He was literally left grasping at straw. He was like, guys, tag me out. I need to get out of here. I dived a little bit too deep. And he's like, I know it's my mistake, but just get me out of here. Just come on, we can do this as a team. But I feel like this is maybe where Gen.G try and actually counter this around for themselves, is just kind of play on the mistakes of RH.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta find ways to get back in. I mean, Gen.G right now, they're looking to just team fight. They know that they're pretty strong as a 5-man squad, but they're getting pushed from all lanes. The Tyrants have been there, so they're like, actually, we cannot push on. We need to defend the base. We need to figure out other ways to get in. With that Shadow Tyrant pushing in the bottom lane, it's gonna make things a little bit more difficult for them. But R8 now, Abdo has to flash away.
Yeah, I mean, these are the little things you need to try and take away from the side of R8, is those flashes, any kind of means of getting out of those team fights, so you know that even if they do go in for a big engage, they have less of a chance of a disengage. And that's maybe what Gen.G are kind of just picking up on all these pints. So he's like, right, okay, so they don't have a flash on Lubu, so if he does dive in, he has to commit. And maybe that's what they're going to do here with this next team fight, with the push of the Shadow Vanguard.
Yeah, this is, I mean, they're looking to start grouping. They're going to just kind of push with that Shadow Vanguard. They're going to kind of be up front. Roichi takes a little bit of a shot, so he does need to be careful. Roche is starting to do a little bit of damage. Needs to be a little bit careful with how they proceed on this one, because, again, Roche catches you out. He's going to blow you up. The world is my board, catching out 2 right now. They're looking to go for this one. They do have the knock-up. The Unbridled Outburst pushing them away, though, and all the way in the backside, Roche does get hounded. He does get killed, but they've lost 2 members thus far. Abdo is going to be killed as well, and somehow Gen.G hold with just Roche going down.
just a Roche going down. I mean, even though he had the Sun Chaser, that range didn't actually do him any good. I think this is the beauty of the Lubu as well, and definitely to the draft that they went for the Lubu here. I feel like it was actually a really good call for the side of R8 because it means that they're able to do that. Yes, Abdo dies, but so does Roche. And when you look at Gen.G's team comp, that is the majority of your damage other than the Lady Chen.
Yeah, that's the thing. They know that, right? We're going to try to focus on Roche, kill him a couple times, because again, to your point, a lot of the damage goes away. Yeah, you have the Inua, but it's just not as much. You got to have... Roche needs to stay alive at all costs. He's like Protect the President. He will carry every single team fight, but he needs to stay alive because he's got all the damage. But now BX playing a little bit dangerously, going into a 1 versus 4, and BX zips on out of there.
Yeah, somehow I feel like that pure Sky item is definitely not going to deal and take off a lot of that fatal damage going into a 4v1. But hey, we got to love a dreamer. We've got to love a dreamer. But right now, you can still see, even though things are starting to go not in the way of Gen.G, but in terms of the team fights, they're definitely trying to get it into a positive outcome for themselves. They're still behind by 4K gold, which is huge going into the almost 16-minute mark. I mean, will we see another Tempest Overlord?
Yeah, we might at this point. I mean, it just seems like R8 have the lead, but they're not really able to close it out. If we're looking at what happened even in the last series with Nongshim, when they had that lead, they forced everybody to be in the enemy, in their own base. They weren't able to go, but now BX, he's going to be life number 1. He's going to look to turn this around. The umbrella outburst was on point. Doesn't actually connect on the Stampede. He went left when, Clue went right, but unfortunately they did find Abdu. That's going to be a big win. They're continuing on. Wow. Trying to go in for this for the formlessness, not able to find anybody else, but now Gen.G have a bit of an opening. They're trying to figure things out. BX, though, looking to push the mid lane. They did find Roche, who's continuing on. Mijo is getting picked up, does finally get killed, and Roche will secure that one.
Yeah, what a nice pick-off there from Roche, able to take out Mioj, which is going to be a big deal to the side of R8. They're not going to have any healing. That Destined Counter's not going to be there for the next team fight. So you can kind of see what BX is trying to do here. He's just trying to get a bit of macro play, trying to make sure that he can get Gen.G away from this high ground turret, but it looks like it's not going to be effective enough. And it is going to be Gen.G getting the higher ground turret first off in this game, which a few minutes ago, we wouldn't have thought that.
Yeah, we definitely wouldn't have thought that. But again, it's the space that R8 is allowing Gen.G to kind of claw their way back in this game. They're not pushing them back. Look at how defensive. They're staying on their side of the river. They're playing scared. Even with a net worth lead, yes, these Tyrants will be pushing. But Gen.G now, I would say momentum, the shift, everything that you're talking about of just getting them back in this game, they have it. They have the recipe. It's just a matter of execution at this point.
Yeah, I do like the point you make there with that. Definitely giving them room to breathe. It's definitely not what you want to do with a team like Gen.G. This is a roster that, other than Roche, have been pretty much together for beginning part of the global esports scene for Honor of Kings. So they definitely know how to play as a team. The communication, maybe in the early part of the game, wasn't the greatest, but it's because that pressure was taken off from R8. They shouldn't have never taken that foot off the pedal, and this is their direct consequence.
Yeah, I mean, look, the world is board is just kind of pushing in, but they're forcing it down. The T3 is about to go down. They did find Roche. That's a massive win. BX has not even joined the fight yet, but it looks like they're going to stop there, and Gen.G get on out of there, but Roche did go down.
He did go down, definitely, but again, they were able to keep that high ground turret in the mid lane alive, which I feel like is definitely a lifeline here for R8. But it does also mean that their comeback is going to be a lot greater now. They need to try and find that priority that they had in that lanes a few moments ago once again, which sometimes can be a big motivational damper for your team because they were way ahead. So now they've got to try and find another way in.
Yeah, they need to figure things out. I mean, BX is still farming like a madman. He has 16K. He's definitely your lifeline. But every single fight that's been happening, it seems like R8 have been fighting 4 versus 5. BX, look at where he is. He has to actually clear the wave. Yes, they did get Inua. That's a pretty big win for R8 at this point. But, you know, once we see a 5-on-5 fight, it might be very different with BX and his net worth.
Yeah, I think Inua forgot he had Splendor in his kit there. He's completely sat there. His death timer's on his portrait, but Splendor's like, bro, you had me. What's going on?
Got caught out on this one, but Roche continuing to just farm. He is the lifeline on that team, giving their team a chance in this one. I mean, this is pretty back and forth. The net worth has kind of shifted in favor of R8, but again, at a moment's notice, if they're able to find a good 5 versus 4, Gen.G that is, they could really just turn this game.
Yeah, you can see there that Lubu's going for the Demon's Bane there for the magic defense as well. So he knows that a lot of damage is coming from Huan and Lady Chen right now. So going in for those team fights, he needs as much as magic defense as possible. And even with the Sage's Sanctuary from Lamb going in.
Yeah, he's got him, and they've locked in Mijoj. That's a huge win for them. Gen.G continuing on. That is a huge opening. Mind you, 35 seconds for that Tempest Dragon. You were talking about it, you know, in the pregame about if we're going to see a Tempest Dragon, we might even see one in game 1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the way to start a series, right? That best of 5 is definitely the testers of most of these teams because they are normally just used to a best of 3, and it definitely shows, as we saw from Nongshim and SCARZ going the full distance, that you have to try, especially when you get into that round 5 as well. You have to pull deep from in your pool or even just your knowledge to know how these heroes work together and synergize, right?
Yeah, it's going to be super important. The drafting, I mean, is just going to be key in all of these things going forward. Mijoj is going to be back up. The Tempest Dragon is going to be started. This is a huge one. Clue all the way up in front, providing vision. BX thought about going in, but the world is my board. They're going to go Tremble Mortals. He finds him out. Inua's going to go in stasis. He flashes away, and it looks like Abdo is going to be the one that falls. The Unending Sorrow looking to turn this around. The second life going in for this one, but he's been knocked back, and it looks like they found BX. That's pretty much it. Roichi trying to fight. He's going to be killed as well. Clue will take that one up. Xenon and Mijoj now on the run. Gen.G, it looks like they want to end the game as they're pushing in the mid lane.
I mean, they have the minions up into the Clash lane as well, right? So a lot going well for them within this end part of the game.
Yeah, this is pretty much it. It looks like they're going to end it. Inua does fall. They've gotten at least a kill. Wawa continuing to fight. They do end up killing Mijoj, and they take the base, and Gen.G come back from that one, and they take game 1.
Yeah, an unfortunate defeat there for R8, but a spectacular victory and definitely a comeback victory there for Gen.G because it was definitely looking very fruitful for R8 for the majority of that game 1. And when they took that foot off the pedal, Gen.G knew how to abuse them.
Yeah, I mean, this is textbook, right? In terms of how you want to close out games. When you have that lead, you need to be all the way in the enemy base, front and facing, so that they're fighting for whatever farm they can get. You want to ensure that you have pushed them back, and then you can take the rest of the farm. Again, way too much space for, you know, given. You know, you too much respect.
Absolutely. I mean, even though we saw that Roche wasn't able to get any deaths in the qualifier to the qualifier, he's actually taken a few L's in this game 1, which to me already shows a big improvement from R8. I mean, let alone the fact that they were able to actually get Gen.G all the way to the higher ground turrets before Gen.G decided they were going to wake up, get their moment into those team fights, and actually take advantage of the draft that they had before them as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those things where if you're gonna, you know, check the replay at some time of R8's play, right? This is what you want to do. You want to have a good early game. Unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize and turn that into a mid to late, but it's a situation where they have the right recipe. Now it's a matter of how we kind of cook up this concoction that can really close the game out. But let's take a look at the post game here. You know, if we're looking at this one, MVP going the way, at least, you know, to Roche, right? 7-2 and 7, clearly the lifeline of this team.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to gain a lot of tension into the backline for the Lubu, almost being used as a little bit of a carrot on the stick, right? He was just baiting him into the backline, like, hey, you know, you want to come and get Roche? Come on, Abdo, you know you want it. Obviously very successful in the early part of the games, was able to take out quite a few at the side of Gen.G, but then towards that late part of the game, he really struggled, especially with the use of Splendor and Inua as well, when he actually did use it. But I do have to give props over to Zenon. He was so oppressive in this game, right? Like Yixing with that world is my board is a huge oppressive tool, and he used it very well. And even with his damage as well, 125k damage overall for this hero alone, which is huge. To actually peep the damage of an Ali is crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, look, he was great on the Yixing. I think that is definitely what you want. The combination with the Lubu Abdu top lane, the combination was there, but I just feel like if you had maybe a different jungler, like, don't get me wrong, BX was amazing on the Lamb in terms of farm, but in terms of team fight, he wasn't really able to find the right, you know, he wasn't able to pick people off. He wasn't able to get all the kills that he probably should have for somebody with that much farm.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like we said, BX was really good on the Lamb, but it's game 1, right? You kind of want to go for these not very staple heroes that we've been seeing in the jungle over the competitive year last year. Obviously, Dune is up for grabs, Orgren's still up for grabs. You still have those huge jungle picks, right? So they have to pace themselves. We're no longer playing checkers, we're playing chess.
Okay, well, sometimes I want to play checkers, huh? No, but
you can't play it anymore. Stop it.
No, but here's the thing. There was like the Arlie, the Dia, the Yixing, the Lubu. Like that combination is very strong. And you lost that first one. You put your best foot forward, in my opinion, and you lost that one. That's got to be a little bit tough. Now you go back into the hero pool. What is the right synergy moving forward? Because you had a good combination. I really like that draft going into this one, but unfortunately the execution was a problem. Going into game 2 and 3, you need more in that bag of tricks to figure things out. And, I don't know how many more they got, but we're going to have to see what sort of meta picks they can kind of pick moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of promise for Zenon in the mid lane. I keep shining the light on this player because I feel like he's picked probably one of the hardest mid lanes to play, especially a mage mid lane, not to sort of like discard the Mai Shiranui or the Shangguan. But in terms of a mage mid lane, I feel like Yixing is definitely the hardest one to play in terms of procting his passive, making sure that he uses the board correctly. And now that he has a little bit more of an ease up because Gen.G no longer have the Lady Gen, but the likes of R8 do. They have the Princess Frost as well. So 2 very oppressive heroes in that mid lane that don't need a lot of resources, but they have lost the use of the Arlie. So now they've got to try and find like an even ground. Like they know they're going to have to draft the Princess Frost or the Lady Chen, but then they've also got to make sure that Ryochi's hero pool doesn't get taken out in the ban phase, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's another strategy where like the enemy team can just kind of really focus in on you. I mean, look, I'm sure Ryochi has more than 5 hero picks that he's available to play. He's not.
We like to think so.
He's going to definitely have that chance. So, I mean, let's check out the highlights on this one because again, we felt like it was a little bit more back and forth. There were some good plays by R8 to get themselves that lead. This is a really nice play by Abdo, kind of securing it, and you're kind of thinking, the wheels are in motion. R8 is starting to hit that stride, but then Gen.G just strike back.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking back at this replay, you can see a very familiar victim every time that board comes up. It's always Inua that's stuck in it. He's always running into the corner like, guys, someone get me out of here. I know Abdo's going to come along and just take me down into the back lane. It's actually really funny to watch, but just showing again that R8 had the handles on this game 1, but then they just completely fluffed it when they gave Gen.G the room to just breathe and just compose themselves together, get a few neutral objectives, see Clue come through on the Zhongfei as well, and most importantly, take down Abdo in the early games, in early team fights.
Yeah, and forcing it out. I mean, it's like, look, I'm not entirely sure of just like the initiations, like when they were trying to do the right team fight. Like this Tremble Mortal's decent. He's trying to go, but look at how far up he is, right? He's completely out of position. The rest of the team is not able to kind of follow up with him, and they just die one by one. Gen.G will happily take this. All 5 members still alive, and Roche is, he's just picking people off from afar. That's like the perfect best case scenario for a farm laner.
Yeah, perfect. But I feel like that's the kind of like the double-edged blade of Lubu, right? He is probably the meaning of when you commit, you have to commit. He's the ultimate commit when it comes to a big dive into the back line. Like, there's no way out for him. Yes, he may have a flash, but that's only going to get him so far. No, not much farther than his leap would normally, but that's the problem with Lubu, and I feel like maybe they just need to hone that skill for Abdo. But it was still a great display, especially in the early game, to actually stifle Gen.G in that early game.
Yeah. And I do agree with that. I think that you get out of position or you kind of get a little bloodthirsty, you're going to have a tough time. But the Yixing-Lubu combination works. I think that, again, if it was a more traditional jungler, and don't get me wrong, I totally agree with you that they're not showing all of their best cards, so to speak, and they're kind of going with the lamb. But I think that, maybe if I were in their shoes, I would probably have picked probably like a Dune or something like that, just to kind of, I want that game 1 win. I want to put a little bit of pressure on the enemy team, force them to play something that, to let them feel a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want the game 1 win, but you can't really credit too much credit to Gen.G in terms of the draft. They have really drafted one of their biggest and most promising drafts in game 1, especially with the likes of the Dharma, the Zhongfei, as well as the Zhou Yu as well. That's a big amount of prio picks for the side of Gen.G. Now we're going to be seeing maybe a reliant on the Ming. We may not see it come through in this game because they've already banned out the Lady Sun on the side of RA, because they know that that was one of the plays, one of their biggest performances for Roche and Clue was that Lady Sun and Ming combo.
Yeah, and it's a terrible combination to go up against. Like, I'm a Ming player myself, so I'm just always looking for Lady Sun players, right, to just kind of team up with. But the potential power play is very strong. But I think that to R8's point, what they're trying to do is just force Roche to play heroes that are, you know, maybe not, he might not be as strong on, although Shoei was actually very, very good. It's tough to find because he's just very flexible. He has a huge hero pool, but he's definitely the player you want to target.
So what you're telling me is that he's done a lot of yoga before going into this best of 5, right? He's very flexible, clearly. He's doing yoga, whether it be physical yoga, mental yoga, we won't know. Maybe in an interview at some point we can get him on there. But we're seeing the Dolia come through for R8, which is what I was kind of hoping for in Game 1, especially paired with that Lu Bu. That just would have been so much stronger in that Game 1, right? Just having the Dolia there to give over that second ultimate would have been able to give him a gel card that he needed so badly, especially towards that late game. But we're looking over to the side of Gen.G. Wawa's going for the Elaine, and now it's going to be Roche on the Arlie.
Yeah, this is Roche on the Arlie. This is a scary, scary hero to put into his hands, right? I think that they're going to have a hard time to deal with this. Roichi, look, they're going to pick up the Shi and the Gen.G in return. But R8, this is a situation where, very squishy, right? Roche has that potential to kind of blow people up, outmaneuver you, and outplay you, and get out of jail free, right? So it's got to be super. They got to be super careful with their positioning, and having Clue on the Dia also just a more benefit for Roche to kind of just pop off.
Yeah, it kind of pairs the same way as the Ming does. Obviously, it doesn't empower the abilities, but definitely in terms of the heal potential and obviously the engage as well, pairing that with the Elaine could be pretty huge for the side of Gen.G. But now we're getting into that second ban phase. They're going to take off the Yixing. They don't want Inua to play that one. And maybe we'll see another ban into the mid lane, because obviously they can't play Lady Gen. They have the Princess Frost available. We know that Inua doesn't really play those high frames assassins in the mid lanes from what we know as of yet and all the data that I've shown previously. So he's definitely confined to the mages, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I think that you don't want to change it up. We saw even in the last series where SCARZ, they kind of, changed up who was playing in what role, because, we had more of like a farm type, and he would just kind of play in the, the farm laner, even though he's a jungle main. It basically just kind of shaping up to what the team really needs in that draft. Going to be super important. But Gen.G here, picking up the Ogryn, that's the old tried and true. I think they're going to have a decent time, especially with the Arlie, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to try and close this out sooner rather than later, especially going with this pairing. I kind of foresaw maybe potentially with this Kaiser being hovered over here, especially Dolia being first picked, you're kind of trying to find that perfect hero that goes well with the Dolia. And Kaiser, we know, is a tried and tested staple combination with the Dolia, especially when we don't have the Lu Bu on the board, maybe even the Huan. But hey, they're going for Monkey here, so trying to get into that back line, especially when you've got an Arlie on the enemy team, you've got the Diadea as well. That dream role is going to be a dream for you.
Yeah, being able to connect that would be amazing, right? And just kind of controlling it. They need some sort of protection, right? The rest of R8, aside from the Byron, is pretty much very squishy, right? And being able to just kind of protect them is going to be key for them to kind of give themselves a chance. This is going to be an interesting game, and it looks like the Nua picked up again. We've saw it twice picked in the earlier series today, and seeing it yet again going to be interesting, seeing how the MENA squads decide to play it.
How do you rate the Nua? Because currently she's sitting on a 0% win rate. We knew her. She should have been better, maybe? It's like...
Yeah.
I'm not too sure how this kind of works. I'm not sold yet. I'm not sold. But like I was saying in that Game 2 ban phase as well, they banned out the Yixing, they banned out Ganemo, which was arguably Inua's best performance in the qualifier to the qualifier. He actually got MVP on that hero. So it kind of left him rendered to either the Princess Frost, maybe the Angela, but I feel like they're maybe saving the likes of the Angela for when maybe R8 try and bring out a tankier team comp. Because right now, if you look at the side of their teams, like you said, it's only really Abdo on the Byron that really gets tanky. Yes, Monkey has his passive where he can get his shield up and stuff like that, but in terms of before the items, is not the tankiest hero.
Yeah, for sure. And I think to me, the Nua is it looks like Abu's going to get gone on. He was just ambushed from the bushes.
Oh, no.
Oh, couple more. BX is just like, hey, dude, I just want to farm. But okay, Nua, let me talk a little bit about this hero. Yes, it has a 0% win rate, but it's a hero that doesn't really do well from behind, right? It is a win more type of hero. I think Gen.G has set themselves up in terms of this Oghren and the Arlie. I think that once they have that lead, the Nua will just kind of, ensure that they don't lose that lead. I think that they're going to have a good time. I don't foresee this being a problem. And to your point of just kind of saving some picks for the later games, I think that this is a perfect hero for this draft for that type of thing.
True. I mean, maybe that's what they want to focus for, right? Is that mid lane, just try and get that prio huge meta pick into the mid lane towards the latter part of the series. But there's that teleport coming through from the Nua. It actually brings her up, so it's a 3v1 up into the Clash lane T1. Whether they take it or not will be a different story. They have no minion waves, so no, being able to do a lot of damage onto it. But the same was reciprocated down into the bot lane.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting one to see exactly how they want to proceed on this. Because, again, BX continuing to farm, just being that tanky guy, but you want to limit Ray as much as possible. You want to ensure that he's just not happily free farming. So you want to be careful in that sense. Now, Abdo, been focused quite heavily in this top lane. Gen.G going in for this one, no force field suppression.
Ooh.
He's going to give up first blood.
Yep, first blood being given over to Gen.G is a little bit of a different tale here, because obviously last time it was actually R8 getting the first blood for themselves. But when you have the likes of the Oghren on there, like you were saying, Paula and the Arlie, it's kind of, you already played into such a huge picks, right? You have Oghren there, literally just, he will be wherever he needs to be with his path of passing. He can create his own ways to the enemy team and to the neutral objectives as well. But then with Roche on the Arlie, again, just another squirmy hero into the farm lane, just trying to get your hands onto the Harley, especially Roche playing the Harley as well. It's going to be a difficult task for RA, and I feel like that's probably why they're going for quite a lot of CC on their draft.
Yeah, that's going to help for sure. If they're able to kind of lock down Roche, he's going to have our time. But the control and being able to time it properly and having that, just that lockdown so that the rest of the team can kind of blow him up. It's not the easiest of them to do. I mean, you have the Dream Roam, you have, the Shay with the orbs kind of potentially getting out. You have ways to get on. But Roche, I think his positioning has proven time and time again that he's kind of next tier, top tier, right? He's not going to be out of position often. So he's going to be a tough one to kind of squish, I would say.
A tough cookie to squish. I mean, that's definitely not the kind of cookie you want to be putting in your mouth, right? So you definitely want it to be gooey. You want it to be tasty, delicious. You want it to be the goal that you go for. So again, that's probably what their goal is here for R8, is just to make sure that Roche doesn't actually get the growth that he needs. But if it's anything that we see from R8 from game one, even if they do get the early game lead, which right now they don't currently have in terms of gold or kills, it's making sure they don't give that room. If they do get the lead, don't give the room over to Gen.G again.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. Look at Gen.G being aggressive going in. Xenon getting focused. Let's step back on out of there. Xenon does go down, and they want to continue on. I mean, Gen.G, this is the aggressive part. Now the rich get richer as it looks like they're going to pick up the Tyrant here.
Yeah, neutral objective first going over to Gen.G here, not even contested by the side of R8, but even though we saw that R8 had the priority in the bot lane, they still managed to get the neutral objective and get a kill onto Ryuchi as well as, I mean, trade there for Clue, but unfortunately, the neutral objective really helped in that one, that extra damage.
Yeah, but Clue going down, I mean, Roam lives don't matter. He's going to die on this one. He's going to sacrifice himself for that one. But, I mean, picking it up something is pretty huge for them. But Gen.G, again, being aggressive, not giving them any sort of space. Wawa's been on point with those meteor kills, and he's forcing it down on that bottom T1. Abdo's trying to return it in kind on that top T1, so they're looking to trade.
Yeah, I mean, again, just trying to play that priority lane game that we see right now going into the 5-minute mark between R8 and Gen.G. They're still behind by about 1k gold as well. They've got to make sure that that bot lane minion wave doesn't do too much damage to that T2 down into the farm lane, because that's going to open up their side of the map a lot bigger for the side of Gen.G. And right now, when they've got an Oghren, you kind of don't want to be giving over that kind of real estate to that hero, because he can just make his way anywhere he wants to, right? and you can see him building the blazing cape as well. So obviously any kind of healing that comes through is going to be mitigated for the side of R8, and the AoE damage when you're in the thick of it definitely helps claim those kills as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge, right? I mean, just the amount of damage. But like Roche has a lot of the focus fire, right? Like BX taking a lot. He's the tankiest on that team, and he was starting to get whittled down. That was a little bit scary for him. But through it all, just space created. Ray, this is one of the best games when you know that the enemy team is being very defensive and you have more space to farm. You're in the enemy jungle. This is a perfect game for Ray on this Augur.
Yeah, I feel like Clue might have been a little bit reckless there with that bit of farewell. We saw that the dream roll came through, and then the bit of farewell. He was kind of like, yeah, guys, I didn't mean to kind of overstep this far, but luckily for him, he had his teammates there. He could heart link back onto them, which we can't say was the same story for MEJOJ in game one, right?
Yeah, definitely not in that case. But this is a different one. I mean, in the sense that, like, you know, R8 now on the defensive. The early game has not really gone their way. They need to figure out ways to get back in. They need to find some sort of space to kind of push along. I think Abdu's done a good job of just being like, hey, we actually don't need to be team fighting. We need space. And Ray on the backside looking to go for this one. The Death and Sunset will connect, does knock up two, the meteor kill, but Ray's a little bit low, needs to be careful. He's trying to out-heal this. BX is somehow still alive, but it looks like Roichi's going to be the first to fall, but they did get Roche, and it looks like they're going to look to turn this around. BX going in for the dream roll. He has the tank. He has the survivability with that bubble. He's going to stay alive, but it looks like they've gotten a 2-for-1 in favor of R8.
Yeah, MEJOJ and BX, I feel like in that team fight was definitely the MVPs of that actual interaction there between these two teams, because if it weren't for the healing from MEJOJ, BX would have been out of that team fight a long time ago, but being able to pick up a double kill there was definitely the use of the Dolia healing as well. But there's a Destiny counter.
Yeah, he's looking to go for this one. Ray just doing some damage, just running after him. Looks like that's going to be the end of it. Wawa thought about going in, but not able to get there in time. Didn't have the flash or anything. It's already done.
Ooh. Try to get a snipe across the map there. Nuo was just like, oh, we see what you're trying to do there. Abdo pretty low, wasn't quite able to get the kill though and secure it, but we see a little bit 1v1 here with Wawa and Ryoshi. Is going to be going on to Wawa maybe, but the CC music.
Yeah, it's just not enough. Wawa times that one perfectly with that Death at Sunset. Roichi was looking for help, and the rest of the squad was a little too late. We're not able to keep him alive. That's a huge win for them, and it looks like they want to go for more. Roche all the way up in front, List steps back, just does his damage, gets on out.
Yeah, luckily for him, he's able to just slip out of there, do the damage, and just go back to a safe place within his team positioning right now. And you can kind of see a little bit of a providence here for the mid lane.
Oh, they've got the pullback. Clue somehow still alive. Oh, that was so close. Sorry to cut you off.
It's all good. It's all good. I mean, it was we didn't know what was going to happen there. It looked fruitful. Nothing came of it. We see that Ray's trying to go into the farm now, into the enemy's farm here, try and get that Crimson Golem, but it's actually going to go over to She here. Probably not the best person, but it's probably be better to deny your enemy team getting that red buff than actually securing it themselves.
Looks like there's going to be a little bit more action. Roche just being aggressive, forcing things out, pushing things along, just making it so that R8 have to be on the defensive side. They're staying on their side of the river. They're not able to kind of proceed on this one, and it looks like the Overlord freely picked up by Ray. Or was that the Tyrant?
Yes, Overlord there picked up by Ray, I believe it was, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, looks like they're gonna go in. Oh, no,
right, okay.
Away. Roichi has to use the flash. The flash from
Inua.
Inua
I don't
in
think they
return.
know what's going on.
Oh, looks like the backside. Wawa is looking to go. He's doing some damage, but not able to get the connection or the control. Gen.G are being aggressive. The Death at Sunset connecting onto 3. The meteor kill. That's the one they want. They got Roichi and then Xenon as well. They're continuing on. They're diving the T2. They don't care. But Wawa does finally go down, so it's a 2-for-1. And Gen.G knocking on the doors as they're looking to take on this T2 mid.
Yeah, speaking of doors, you can see that Wawa was literally the golden key to get into that mid lane, right? They completely bypassed the T1. They was like, no, commit, just keep going. Let's get a few kills. We'll then go back and get the T1 and then knock that T2 down to a very small size. So next time around, when that team fight happens once again, which seems to be a little bit of an MO in this game too, right, between R8 and Gen.G, they seem very focused into that mid lane. It sometimes looks a little bit scrappy and nothing comes out of it, but then when you just have Wawa who takes the lead and is just committed, you can definitely see that it comes into fruition for themselves.
Yeah, so much. I mean, just like the control and going in for this one. Oh, that's not that. Right on top, Xenon and BX, both of them blown up. Abdo is as well. That's a triple kill going the way of Ray, making a quad as they take the mid T2, and they're looking to end this game as they have the minions, all 5 members of Gen.G still standing.
Still standing. It's literally just going to be the wave breakers. They're going to be the last hope here for the side of R8, but down goes the higher ground turret. It's at least 10 seconds until one of the side of R8 are back up. They're trying to take out Mijo just to make it a little bit of a perfect closer, but he's able to get out there with his life, but the crystal goes down in game 2. Victory for Gen.G once more.
Yeah, once more. Just really well played, winning that team fight, closing the game out. Again, we're going back to the draft. I thought that it was a huge advantage. R8 really needed to play strong in that first 5 to 10 minutes. Not able to get anything going, and they were on the defensive. And again, Nua, I love the hero, but it's a win more hero. Once they're winning, it's very tough to get back in.
Very tough indeed. I mean, at least she's able to get some kind of percentage on the board here for the win rate, but it's going to be interesting if they do actually try and take it for themselves next time for R8. But looking at what we've seen so far from R8, I feel like Nua's a little bit kind of out of reach right now in terms of impressive. Well, oppressive, shall I say. It can be quite impressive in terms of plays, but I feel like it was definitely... I still want more from this hero, right? I feel like there's more to be seen from Nua. I can't be like, whoa, they got Nua. That means it's going to be a complete win for him. I feel like the Orgren and the Ali, especially Wawa on the Elaine as well, definitely aided this victory in game 2.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. The Ogren-Arlie combination was just way too much, right? I don't think they died. I think the Ogren-Ray died in the end. It was one of those situations where, you know, like you've already got the game, but the control that they had to get themselves into this one. If we're looking at the post-game alone, Ray 5-1-4, absolute monster. But Wawa on this lane made some serious plays. What a well-played game by Wawa.
Like I said, he was the key to open that door in that mid lane, right? And he definitely deserves that MVP 1 death. He was always there dictating those engages, because when the team fight was absent of Wawa, we saw that there was a little bit of like, do we go? Do we commit? Do we go? Do we commit? Like a lot of kind of like not too, like very unsure performance from Gen.G when Wawa's missing. So it's clear that he's definitely kind of like the spearhead of the side of Gen.G, it seems.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just made his way. He was always up front, making it super uncomfortable for Roichi, right? He was constantly harassed, not able to freely farm, didn't really get anything going. And Roichi kind of, you know, he struggles when, you know, like anyone struggles when you're getting focused like that. And Wawa did such a good time of just making sure that he had a bad time, right? Just constantly focus firing him. Very difficult game for Roichi to get into this one.
Yeah, it definitely seemed more of a better performance for Gen.G this time around. Like game 1 was definitely like, but I feel like we could put that down to R8 going for such a strong draft in game 1. Game 2 was a little bit of a different story. We saw a little bit of promise from the side of R8, especially locking the Dolia in the early part of the draft, maybe trying to go for something that synergized a little bit better. But I feel like it just, other than keeping BX alive in that neutral objective camp, right, getting that double kill, I don't feel like it really shined as much as it should do, as we've been seeing previously with Dolias.
Yeah, it just really did. It didn't, unfortunately, not as good as we thought it would be. But let's check out the highlights of that game, because there were definitely moments where the Dolia could have potentially made a little bit, saved it out or whatever, but it didn't really have that much of an impact. It was kind of like the Gen.G show, just chasing after him, so like isolating different team members, kind of focusing it out. Like Roichi gets picked off there. Then there was a little bit of a turnaround here. This is one of the situations where with Roche dying, a lot of the damage, and BX really turning it up with that nice dream roam, they had a potential. But then it seemed like they were chasing a lot of kills. Like that was a huge commitment there. Abdo actually tried to flash in forward, but then, Inua flashes on out of there, ends that one, turns this entire team fight around as Wawa with that Death and Sunset, absolutely huge here.
Yeah, I feel like it was actually Wawa and Clue that really set up that engage, right? Because you saw that Destiny encounter was really keeping the side of R8 away from those minion waves, because if R8 was able to actually just get in and just take down those already battered minions, they could have absolutely defended that mid lane there. But it was thanks to Clue, thanks to Wawa with those 2 huge ultimates, and then we can't forget the quadra kill here from Ray on the Orgren there. Fantastic closer of this game 2, and definitely a GG WP moment moment for Gen.G.
Yeah, for sure. They were in full control here. I mean, just closing the game out. I mean, Gen.G, that's textbook, right? That's what you want to do. We've seen this time and time again where this is a team, this is how they like to play, right? Where they just close out games. And it's all on the back of Roche. But with Wawa and Clue kind of really stepping up that game, that was a huge game by them. That was exactly what you want to do. And now being up 2-0, that's got to feel really good.
Oh yeah, I mean they're just one step away, right? One step away for taking another 3-0 from R8. But I do have to give props to R8 because we're literally watching the VODs, all three of us together on Thursday, and R8 in those qualifiers weren't the R8 we're seeing today. They've definitely stepped up. They've made a massive kind of like a statement to try and take out Roche as well, and they've definitely been very successful at doing so, and trying to even get that game 1 victory from Gen.G is just miles better than what we were seeing the other day.
Yeah, for sure. Different team. And this is, they brought their A game, right? Unfortunately, it showed up more in game 1 more than anything else, but they probably should have pulled that one out. That's got to be a little bit heartbreaking, but now they're 0-2. They need to kind of just shrug things off. Look at this as just simple best of ones. Just look at them just small, steady. Let's make some progress. Let's figure out how to get back into this game. Because, again, you can't be thinking of being down 0-2 because that is really demoralizing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've got to pace yourself in these best of 5s, especially with the introduction of global ban as well. You got to just know that your enemy team has definitely kind of drained their pool of heroes a little bit further every game, and then you've just got to make sure that you're kind of picking the best of the bunch that you can have now that's left within your hero pool, and just know to execute it properly. And I think that's the main goal for R8 in this game 3, is just making sure that they draw probably the better part of the remainder of the hero pool that they have, and just execute it even better going into game 3.
Yeah, I think game 3, everything's on the line, right? As R8, pick your best heroes. It really doesn't matter. I mean, you might be screwing yourself over in like 4 and 5, but at this point, you just got to do what you can. Get yourself back in the game because you need a little bit of momentum. You need that. You need something in the win column to give yourself a real chance and to kind of really help out the psyche of the team.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, yes, we see that these team player kind of games that you need. Victory is obviously the end goal, but motivation is definitely one of those key factors that you need to keep high, and morale as well. So, like you said there, yes, they might be shooting themselves in the foot if they go for some of their best draft in game 3, but if they can take a point, they can then maybe use that motivation, use that morale boost to kind of formulate a not as good, but a great backup plan for game 4. But even if they lose game 4, they know they took a point from Gen.G, which is a bigger improvement from the qualifiers to this qualifying match right now. And I feel like that's what R8 should definitely do. If they're watching this, listen to Coach Haller, not Coach Blam, Coach Haller.
No, I think that was Coach Blam. Make sure that you do listen to that one, and they can find you at Blam Mobile. Am I correct on social media?
No. It's at Kindofu.
Kindofu. Oh gosh, don't plug him. Nonetheless, I think that, you know, this is one of those moments, right? This is a true test to the team. Getting yourself in, go for the reverse sweep. Do what you can to get yourself that first win. I don't think it was a huge draft issue or anything like that. I think there's a little bit of execution. Just got to play to your strengths, man. Just get yourself back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is going to be what they do in terms of where they're actually going to ban, because we've already seen that Roche has already used the Ali, is used to show you as well. So they need to be starting to ban out the Lady Sun still, maybe, if they don't want to see the Lady Sun Min combo, because I feel like if that combo does come through in game 3, I feel like it's already written in the stars for Gen.G at that point.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they've done their research. They're going to continue to ban at least one of the two. Probably the Lady Soon. I think that she has a lot more potential to just kind of carry from Roche, so it's going to be a little bit scary in that sense. But, you know, this is a tough situation because it's like, who do we attack in terms of the draft? How do we make sure that they have a bad time so that we can kind of put our team in a best position to win? It's going to be tough.
Yeah, very tough, very tough. But I mean, they still, on the side of R8, they still have very staple picks like Dune as well. So maybe locking in the Dune in the early part of the draft might be a good thing for the side of R8. But there we go. There's the Lady Sun. Even my voice broke at the surprise, but I actually weren't very surprised. It was me trying to act. It was me trying to act surprised. It was the break in the voice when you can tell that somebody's lying that they were surprised, but clearly I wasn't there. They were definitely going for Roche's hero pool.
Yeah, that's the one you want to attack. You have to ensure that you try to get him out. I mean, the Lady Soon is next level, so you got to ensure that he has the worst potential chances. So that's a good ban there to try to attack him as much as possible, especially with the Loom. But looks like R8's going to go start off with the Ganonmo. Now, what do you think about this as our first pick?
I mean, Prio Blue pick is a little bit strange, but it kind of makes sense, like I was saying in Game 2 draft, because we saw that Inua had his best performance on the Ganonmo. So maybe they were thinking, because Gen.G are on red side, that because they have the first 2 picks, that Ganonmo could have potentially been one of their Prio picks for themselves, so they had to take it for themselves on R8. Maybe playing into Gen.G's hands a little bit too much here, but we see a massive combo come through here, the Dolia and the Dune pickup as well. So he already has a quick cooldown on his Unruly Blade. Now it's going to be even quicker.
Who doesn't like double Ds, right? The Dolia, the Dune. This is a nice little combination that's very strong. I mean, they have that like a lot of potential, just like control, the tanking, everything that you really want, right? And to kind of round it off, they've kind of got that first phase with the Yixing, a little bit more board control, a lot of map control in that sense as well, and damage. So it could be very scary, but R8's now Musashi and the Liu Bang. Ooh, interesting.
Yep, double DY we see already coming through here for Gen.G with the Yixing going for themselves. It was R8 that locked in Game 1, so it does mean that Gen.G still have this hero in their grasp, and they are drawing from it, but we're going to be seeing the Liu Bang and the Musashi come through as well, so we could see quite a bit of synergy with the Duel at Death as well as the Battleground Command as well, so that could be a huge combo for the side of R8, and the good thing about going for Liu Bang, I think, in the middle part of the draft is it could be drafted into the support role. We don't see it much in the roam role, mainly in the Clash lane, but it could still potentially be there.
Yeah. And to be honest, I kind of feel like he's better in the Clash laner. I think his impact is definitely there. Obviously, you just don't want a single hero just for the Battlefield Command. I think that it's kind of wasted opportunity. He has a lot of potential to be a tank. Obviously, the Duel of Death, as you rightly mentioned, great, but the thing is that now you've kind of hooked on to, you know, maybe the Duel of the Death, but now you have the World is My Board that kind of controls that can make things very awkward for them. So a nice counter pick by Gen.G. I think that it's going to be super interesting how they kind of round out this draft and deal with the Yixing, because they need to figure out ways to get on top of this guy.
Yeah, and you can kind of see Gen.G here maybe trying to force the Liu Bang into the support role here, especially with bans like the Modsu as well as the Zhongfei, because really, in terms of the support role, it's going to be interesting that if they go for some Bin or maybe even like the Taiyan or something like that, I feel like that's the only thing they can really go for, unless they go for Kin's favorite pick. I mean, Coach Kin is definitely watching this. Maybe they got a Gaigutsu as well. We know he loves to mention this pick. It would be great for engages, turning the whole team invisible as well, going for ganks, but we'll have to wait and see what they do draft into that support role, unless they do take that Liu Bang into the bot lane.
Yeah, and could be. Whoa, okay. They show you the picks are very hot and heavy, and just moving along here. The Lian Po, and they show you just both of those guys. Kind of, you know, I like this combination, right? You have the Duel of the Death or the potential Tremor Smash combination, whichever one wants to initiate. All good, depending on, you know, how they're grouped up and things like that. But you have the Battlefield Command on top of that, and then you have the Ganonmo, and they show you just kind of doing damage from afar. Perfectly balanced lineup. It's kind of lacking a little bit for me in more of the control. But, you know, as long as you can find that target, I think you're going to have a good time. But Gen.G picking up the Guan Yu, or they're highlighting maybe the Byron. They're flashing between the two. It's going to be an interesting pick on this one.
Very interesting pick. I mean, with the likes of R8's draft, it's going to be super interesting for the Guan Yu to actually work here, because they do have the staple thing, the staple pick of the Dune, right, going in with the Unruly Blade, able to soak up a lot of damage with the Benedict's Addiction as well, Gel's Benediction, sorry, be able to soak up a lot of damage, get the HP regen, but then the Guan Yu is going to struggle because he's got Lian Po, he's got the Musashi with the Duel at Death, then you've also got Liu Bang who's able to taunt you, so there's quite a lot in the side of R8 that's trying to be able to make a big obstacle course for the Guan Yu, I feel.
Yeah, and do you think that the Guan Yu over the Byron is the right pick here?
I mean, they need a little bit more of a knock-up for the side of Gen.G, so maybe to counter the Zhou, I feel like the Byron would have been better, especially with the amount of dashes as well that you have, and you also have the shielding of the force field suppression. So, yeah, I feel like the Byron probably would have been better, but hey, we're the casters, they're the players, we're not the coaches either. That's Kin. Maybe he's got a lot to answer for.
No, but okay, like I think that, to be honest, I think the Byron is the better pick, but I also think it's more of like a reserve pick for one of the later ones, because it's Byron by itself is almost good in almost any sort of like draft, right? The Guan Yu, on the other hand, is a little bit more selective. I think that he has a little bit more synergy with like the Yixing, with like the world is my board, and then maybe you can kind of like Razor Cavalry them away and kind of control people. I think the potential is there. But to your point, there are definitely some weaknesses with the Guan Yu, right? It's definitely not as strong. There's a lot of potential bursts that R8 can do and just kind of control him. And he could have a rough time. So it's going to be interesting to see how Wawa really plays this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to have a rough time. I don't feel like he's going to have much of a influence in terms of the engages into the team fight, so I feel like maybe the play style and the cores are going to have to come from something like Ray on the Dune here, because he's going to be the tanky one. He's going to be able to get in with the Unruly Blade, potentially get out with the second Unruly Blade from the Dolia as well, so I feel like a lot's riding on Ray, maybe a lot of responsibility going into this game 3.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot, right? I think that, I mean, he's up to the task. I think that Ray has proven time and time again. He's definitely a very good jungler. And being able to put his team in a position to win, huge for him, right? And Dune, very tanky. All you need to do is pretty much survive. Obviously, the damage and the control, super point. But on top...
Ooh, okay, there's first blood going over to BX there. So Dune not quite able actually to be able to have his full optimal build there with the Gale's Benediction as well for the soak of the damage. So early game, that's where you kind of want to try and pick off the Dune. If it was a 1v1 scenario, I felt like it probably would have gone into the favor of Ray there, but they just happened to clash heads up into the clash lane.
All right, that was my fault. I actually complimented Ray, so that's why he got focused. Obviously, that's on me. So hopefully, okay, we need to just insult people.
Clue right now. Don't compliment Clue right now. He's just got out of there.
Yo, Clue's a little bit low. What's he doing? But still, I think that was a good pickoff by R8. They need a little bit more of that. They need a little bit more control. Give BX as much time and space as possible, right? He's very good on the Musashi. Being able to find Ray could be a tough time for him. And Roche, of course, you know, on the Marco Polo. Is his positioning on point? It's definitely better than Kin's Marco Polo for sure, right?
I think we maybe need to set up a 1v1 just to test out that theory there. I feel like Kin's pride cannot let that go or slide. But right now we are seeing that R8 are definitely having a stronger foot into game 3, which is what we were saying in the drafts, right? They need to kind of pick these better picks, these more stable picks for themselves, a little bit more comfort for themselves going into game 3 to try and take a point.
Looks like, oh, Tremor Smash, a little committed, a little early. Majoj, more than anything else, I think was just kind of flexing there. Just be like, hey, look at this ult I got. Just hitting level 4, but that's going to be on cooldown for quite some time. Not able to do well, but Wawa gets picked off.
Zenon using God Her Grave to absolute lifesaver there to keep himself alive, but it is going to be Wawa that gets taken down into the clash lane, and I fear that our prediction was right here, Hauler, that the Guan Yu just wasn't it. It was definitely the Byron they want to go for, but maybe, like you said, they're going to try and take this to a game 4 and keep that Byron for themselves. But it still means that R8 may know their game plan. They could ban out the Byron in game 4 if they do go for it this time around, but neutral objectives are up. I feel like we can see a bit of a clash here. This is more going to go so in the favor of R8 as they've just run that down so completely with all team effort there, and obviously having that lane priority down into the farm lane just made it a little bit more easier for them to get onto the neutral objective.
I think in terms of farm priority though, Wawa, like, he obviously shouldn't be dying in the top lane, but he should definitely, like, as long as he's like not losing that top T1 and, you know, just kind of holding his holding the line, so to speak, I think he's going to be fine, because you have Ray, Inua, and Roche who can pretty much do the damage that you need. All you need to do is kind of be that control. Let Inua set it up for you, and then you can kind of take him down. As long as he's able to do that, I think Wawa's going to be fine. He doesn't need to worry too much about this laning phase.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a switch up of a playstyle for him that we've seen over the past 2 games, though, and I think that might be a little bit hard for him to acclimatize to, especially him being the shot caller that we saw in game 2. going from an lane to a Guan Yu is definitely a different play style. You kind of have to play the Guan Yu a lot more like BX it did the Lamb in game 1, right?
Yeah. For sure. And I do agree with that. But again, it is weird because we were like, like they show their hand in terms of like highlighting over the Byron and the Guan Yu. It seemed like an interesting sort of pick. I don't know if they were trying to play like, the psychological game with them and, the mind game, so to speak. But it's still a situation where, hey, if you have a potential to close out a series and this guarantees you a spot into S3, why not put your best foot forward?
You'd think so, right? Or put your best wheel forward here in terms of Guan Yu on with Wawa here. But already Mijo taking a lot of damage here from the side of Gen.G. Oh, Inua going into the backline there, trying to just cage the animal that is Liam Po within there. So the world is my board. Used very successfully there. Kind of just denies the Tremor Smash into this late part of the gameplay here. But Abdo gets caught out. It's going to be the kill. Going over to Ray here for the side of Gen.G. Finally getting the kill on the board for themselves.
Yeah, very awkward positioning by Abdo. I don't know what they were thinking. I mean, BX was there. He had his extreme speed on his way to get out. He had that get out of jail free card. Abdo, on the other hand, was just like, hey, where's my ride? Where's my Uber? What am I going to do? And he got caught out. Unfortunately, his positioning was a little bit off there. You need to play a little bit safer.
Yeah, just a little bit safer there, but there we go. We are seeing Ryoshi who's able to take down Clue as well. Another kill going over to R8, so putting them up to around about a 1k gold lead, which they've had before, but they've just got to make sure they maintain this growth in the resources and don't give room over to Gen.G again. They can't make that same mistake from game 1, right?
Yeah, for sure. They need to push things out. Give BX... Like, I feel like they need to be so far aggressive that they're almost in the enemy jungle, at pushing at all times. The fact that BX is all the way in his own, just like pushing the lane, okay, that's minimal farm, though. You got to take advantage of this lead that you had. It's only 1k, but you can kind of push the initiative a little bit. You can force things out. Abdo's doing a good job of that, just split pushing in that bottom lane. But on the top...
Oh, yes, we can see a little bit of interaction going up in here. It's going to be Roche getting taken down. That splendid revolver is not going to do enough to take off or guard away R8. It is going to be a 2-1 trade up into the Clash lane. It looks like R8 may not be done there yet. The couple blades coming through, piercing Ray enough to get him out of that team fight. And now I feel like R8 just need to try and get some priority in these lanes with Wawa recalling, with this mid lane crashing in as well. Potentially we could see some turrets going over to R8, but it looks like a great defense here from Gen.G.
Yeah, they're going to hold here. They're going to deal with the minions. Very smart play. Slow things down, right? Gen.G right now down in terms of net worth as well as kills. All of that stuff is kind of flexing into R8. But again, you just need to hold the line, right? Roche dying there, pretty huge for him. He got caught out. He even used the Fevered Barrage to little to no avail, so to speak. Not a whole lot of damage, but, it's one of those things where you got to give Roche as much time and space as possible. Let the man farm. But again, BX doing a great job of just kind of harrying Roche, making things a little bit uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, I feel like he's got to put the pressure on, and I feel like he's probably the right candidate to do that. Either that or the Liam Po, because Liam Po has great CC, just kind of just shut down any kind of immunity that he has. He has to use the ultimate out of there as well, so that's a real shiner here for the side of Gen.G. Yes, they have Dolia, but taking out the Dolia, that was a nice play by RA, completely denying a second ultimate going over to Roche there, which would have been almost catastrophic for them, because that would have been a lot of damage over to R8. They take a T2 as well, so a lot has been traded in that Clash lane.
Yeah, actually huge right now. And RA doing a great job of taking the space that's been given. Ray?
Ooh.
Zenon
with his guard her grave, man. He's so clean with it. But okay, Razor Cavalry maybe coming through here. We are seeing that Wawa is trying to commit. We do have a neutral objective going over to the side of RA as well, whilst we see this tip attack going on in their jungle, but nothing's going to come up of it. Gen.G are struggling to claim some kills.
Yeah, it's not able to get the kills, which is a little worrying, right? I mean, Gen.G needs to figure out how to get the right pickoff. I mean, R8 aren't even grouped up at this point, so they're making plays and they're doing it without a full squad. That's huge advantage for R8, being able to provide value, plus the fact that you're kind of, split pushing and you're just kind of getting more farm across the map, extending that lead, which is actually very good for R8.
I mean, you can see that Wawa just built the frigid charge here, right? He's going in for a huge commitment for the next Razor Cavalry, maybe. He wants to get that group crowd control, just enough to stun so his team can come through and maybe capitalize on the next team fight. Because right now, Gen.G is just failing to do that in every metric. They're currently at only 2 kills. They're behind by about 2k gold as well, almost 3k. So they have to do something to stunt the growth of R8. And R8 need to do everything to not give them the room. But we can see that Ray's going for the Overlord here. Are they going to steal it? Oh, potential here. Yes, it's going to be the Ganamo that takes it, but it is going to be Zenon that goes down as well. They get the Tyrant also, but it's going to be a double kill going over to Gen.G. Wawa goes down as well. Inual looking pretty low, so that's a 3-2 trade for R8, and it doesn't look like they're done yet. We see that BX is committed onto Clue. Double kill goes through as well. It is going to be a team wipeout in the mid lane for R8.
BX doing a great job. I mean, the fact that they were able to take the Tyrant, which is low, they actually get the pick off, and then he had the right angle of attack to get into the heart of the enemy team. Abdo with a nice battlefield command, keeping him alive. Let BX cook. This is the man that you want to get in and doing all that damage, controlling it, doing all that, and there's a reason why they got a team wipe and grown this lead to about 7k at this point, because BX is so far ahead.
Yeah, at this rate, I feel like they should just rename BX to Gordon Ramsay, because he's definitely the cook of the team, right? He's able to just do everything that they need to do to try and actually get a victory within this best of 5. And right now, it's actually looking really hopeful for R8. Not just BX. I mean, yes, he's been pretty much the staple means of this, but they need to make sure that they keep the foot on the pedal. Just make sure they stifle any growth from Gen.G, man.
Yeah, for sure. And they've done it. They've been more aggressive. This is what we wanted to see in game 1. R8 not playing scared. All the way up in front, in your face. Now where does Gen.G have to go? Back to their base. They have no farm. They have their own minions that are being pushed to them. So they're basically fed whatever prison food that they're given. This is a great situation for R8 to be in.
Absolutely. I mean, they have the Vanguards here as well as they try and rock up. We can see that Roche is trying to do enough just to keep him away from that high ground turret, but it is going to be Abdo into the backline there with Mijoj as well. They take down the high ground turret into the farm lane. This is looking pretty huge for R8. They need to get some kills on the board. Clue looking pretty low, having to use the Unriley Blade out of there is going to be doing. So Ray having to be forfeited out of that team fight there, as well as BX just trying to put pressure onto Wawa. They've taken the higher ground turret into the mid lane. Everything is lining up here for R8. They just need to execute. Press execute now. No more going back. They have to just go forward.
Yeah, they need to go forward, but they just need to wait for the minion wave, right? That one's going to be coming here. And BX has been in the top. There was really nothing that Wawa could do. He'd be completely outclassed. BX is just a monster with his damage, and they need to be careful.
Oh yes, they need to be careful. The Fever Barrage into the backline there. It was just enough to take out one of the side of R8. Zenon goes down, but it looks like it's going to be a clean sweep here for the side of R8. Wawa goes down. Ray is the only one alive, keeping that crystal from takedown. He does have the help of Clue right now, but is it going to be enough? Is the wave breaker really going to be enough to take these minions away from this higher ground for the crystal? They have no higher ground turrets anymore. Gen.G truly backed towards the wall with minions in all 3 lanes coming through. The duel to death onto Clue is going to be enough to take him down. R8 are taking a point from Gen.G.
Yeah, that was a great game by R8, being able to just force themselves, like basically they strongholded this game, right? They were understanding how to figure out like how to get back in, how to control the game, and get ourselves a lead, right? And R8 played very well. They learned from their mistakes from that game 1 loss. This is a much better game by R8, being able to close that one out. Gen.G looked a little befuddled. They were really not on the same page on this one.
Yeah, the only thing that comes to mind with the side of Gen.G is that meme with the guy that's sweating and he's got the big red buttons between him. It was like the choice between Byron and Guan Yu, and that's going to be the thing that really haunts him going into this game 4, is they knew they should have gone for the Byron, but it seems like it's just playing into your narrative here, though, Hauler. Maybe they were just holding the Byron out for game 4, just giving a little bit of hope over to R8.
Yeah, but why? Why give anyone hope? Why give me hope? Why give you hope? Like, this is one of those things. Close it out. Get into S3. Pat yourselves on the back. Go home. Get dinner. Get food. Whatever, right? This is a situation where, you know, I'm hoping, like, look, I want to see all of the series go the distance. I think that that's the best, just to see the, you know, Honor of King Esports at its finest, and teams really fighting back. I think the potential is there for that one. But anytime you have an advantage, you gotta take it.
You got to take it, but I mean, taking that MVP is the well-deserved BX in that game 3, right? He was absolutely oppressive in this one.
Yeah, so it looks like, I mean, look at this. BX 7-1-6, turning it up. RÜYA just like complimenting him very well as well. He was like, what, 5-1-8? Had so much damage. This is exactly what you want to do. Roche doing what he could with his 81,000 damage, really turning it on. That's exactly how you want to do it. Yeah, so if we're looking at this one also, I mean, Xenon, he survived so many times with his guard is great, right? His positioning was on point. He stayed alive. That's exactly what you want to do as Gan and Mo. Abdo was actually really good with the battlefield commands. That's kind of what you want. And this net worth lead just grew and grew. It took a little bit of time for R8 to really get their wheels moving in this one, but they were able to take it off, close the game out in the late game. That's a huge win for them. Don't give Gen.G any sort of way to get back in this game. They did a great job in terms of just like pushing things out. BX taking all the neutrals, making things very uncomfortable for Gen.G to go in because they weren't sure exactly where BX was at most times. These are situations that you want to close out games. And R8, you know, again, top tier team. If you want to be at the best level, you got to know how to close out games when you're leading, right? So R8 doing a good job on that one. Gold, everything, kills, everything was in their favor. That's exactly how you want to play this one. Gen.G, on the other hand, they need to go back to the drawing board. I think that's having Wawa on that Guan Yu a little bit of an issue. I kind of not the, you know, we talked about the fact that maybe they should have gone with a Byron instead. And you kind of saw exactly why things just weren't great, right? They needed to have closed that game out. And I'm hoping that this doesn't bite them in the butt, so to speak, because it could potentially happen. But again, we're going to see a game 4. Is Gen.G able to bounce back on this one? R8 seem to have found a winning situation. Their hero pool seemed to be pretty deep. Going into this one, game 4, where, you know, 15 heroes are automatically banned. Going to be pretty huge for them. But Clue, I just kind of felt like Clue on the Dolia, not as much of an impact, not to call him out. But him and Roche didn't really have the greatest of times. Marco Polo really needs that space, not able to do it. So again, I think that it's more of like an execution issue more than anything else, especially since RÜYA and BX were able to just kind of controlling the game. But let's check out the highlights on that game to see exactly what R8 did well. We're going in. This is the part where, you know, they made Wawa have a rough time. Raid giving up first blood on this one, and then they caught out Roche. That's a huge one. Slowing Marco Polo down at any moment is huge, right? Being able to close that out. Yes, BX did die. I think that was like his only time he did die. Aside from that, he was just pretty much farming and just controlling. But R8 with some really good team fights, good initiations, controlling things out, understanding how they were going to do it. But look at this pick off by Xenon, taking that Overlord out. And yeah, it looks really rough for R8, but here comes BX. He had taken this one out. He's looking to turn the battlefield command right on the flank. That was perfect, setting it up and letting BX roll, just blowing this one down, and just an absolute monster that BX is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just a great display and kind of like a last stand for R8. And hopefully it's a little bit more than a last stand. Maybe it's a comeback of dreams, because R8 last year didn't quite get into that main stage role, right? They were all pretty much like always stunted the growth by Team Falcons, and Gen.G is Team Falcons, so they really want to try and take this best of 5 from them.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, this is it's a situation where, you know, you got to go, again, draft the best that you've got. You got to continue on. Don't give R8 any sort of hope. That's the biggest issue that I have, especially if they want to move forward, right? Anytime you have that potential to close out a series, you need to go into this one. It's going to be huge for them. Now, how does Gen.G bounce back after that game?
I mean, they've got to bring out that Byron, maybe. I mean, we saw it being hovered over in Game 3. It could have been over if they just chose it, but no, they went for the Mercy. They was like, no, we'll show them a bit of Mercy. We'll try and make the Guan Yu work. And we've rarely ever seen Wawa on the Guan Yu. So that's what kind of like the red flag that was already going in my mind already, is the fact that this is not one of those staple heroes we see him, but it's maybe the consequence of the global ban pick that makes him forced to go for the Guan Yu in one of the later parts of the game. But like you were saying, Hauler, it should have just gone straight for the Byron, go for the 3-0, and just completely got their ticket to Manila, right?
Yeah, it would have been much easier, right? And now you got to like look back. You got to figure out another game. It's you know, I mean, not to say that these guys are going to be tired after like 3 games.
No,
but going in and extending it, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, I just wanted to close the game out. Now you're giving the enemy team hope. This is a problem, and you cannot, if you're a good team, you can't give the enemy team any sort of hope.
That's the thing as well, right? It's not the fact that they're tired, but it's the chance that they've just let that opportunity slip away from them. I feel like that would probably be the thing that would haunt these players the most. If they now take a reverse sweep from R8, that would be kind of soul-crushing for the side of Gen.G. They'd be like, oh man, like we should have just locked in the Byron, just drafted maybe just a little bit better in that Game 3, and we could have won. We could have been straight onto the jet to Manila, right?
Yeah. I mean, it comes back to like how quickly this series could have turned, right? If they R8 were able to do what they did in Game 3 in Game 1, they would have been, 2-1. They would have been in the driver's seat and being able to close it out, right? I think that Gen.G have to be thankful and grateful that they're in this situation where they still have that opportunity. It's still match point for them on this next one. But they can't mess up. You need to ensure that you're playing with everything, right? Go all in on this one. Be super focused. Get the comms right. The coordination, because that one, shaky all around. I'm going to give them a C- on the grade as a team. Not great. I would say D because they were defeated, but I think a C-
and they went for Dolia and Dune, so you may as well go for a triple D if you're going for a double.
I only like the double D.
But you grade the D as well, so there's a little bit of truth to it. But no, I feel like giving Wawa all the flack maybe a little bit unfair. I feel like that Roche on the Marco Polo didn't actually do as well as I thought he would have done. But then when you go and look at R8's draft, the amount of the huge area of control that the Liam Po gives over, the oppression that Masashi gives over, as well as they also picked out the Lu Bang as well. So there was a lot there for him to try and counter, but it just wasn't enough for Roche to actually overcome because there was no early game lead either, right? So I feel like the Marco Polo currently looking like Roche's worst performance in terms of the farm lane.
Yeah, did not have. I mean, I don't know if it was just like a lack of space, but he was definitely. I mean, he did die early, so that I'm sure that slowed him down. And Marco Polo wants to get going. He doesn't want to actually deal with that. So he just wants to be isolated for as much as possible, and then just kind of he'll show up when he's got the farm. And he was not able to show up with that farm. He was really far behind. But also I don't want to completely focus on Roche. I also think that Clue the Dolia didn't do as much in that last game. I just felt like the impact really wasn't there. But again, let's go into this one. This is, of course, game 4. We're seeing the picks. What do you like about this first one here, Blam?
I mean, I'm unsure about that My Shiranui. I don't know if that's actually going to be the pick or not, but we'll get back to the draft in a moment. But I do want to go back on the point there about the Dolia. Like, I feel like Mujoj's Dolia was definitely better performed by Mujoj than it was Clue, especially with the synergy of the monkey as well, right? Where we saw that double kill come through. There was nothing that was really claimed or made apparent from Clue on the Dolia. There was just no kind of like clutch survival. There was no playmaking. There was nothing like that. Whereas when Mujoj had it, it was quite big. It was pretty huge. But back to the draft, it is going to be Gen.G actually going for the Mai Shiranui in the mid lane. So Inua actually going on an assassin here. This is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Assassin, also you're going to pick up the Musashi here. They're just going to want to run at you, the Zhuangju, to kind of provide a little bit of control in terms of the CCs and all that. It's kind of like to get rid of it. So the potential is there. But on the other side, let's talk a little bit about this, the R8 lineup thus far.
I mean, Zenon going for the Liang here. I mean, it's more likely going to be Mijoj on it because we have the Angela coming through as well. So Angela down into the mid lane. We'll have we'll have Mijoj on the Liang, and I feel like this is a great counter for any of these high frame heroes. You can just suppress the heck out of them, and then you have the likes of Abdo on the Dharma as well that can get in with the Truth Mantra. And if that misses, you got the Blazing Brilliance. You can really just lock down these high frame heroes.
Yeah, I like the fact that, I mean, R8 are kind of like, hey, we can't really deal with the Musashi straight on. We need some ways to control him. You have that, you know, the Liang just looking to just lock him down. He's going to be target number one, focusing him in. But here's the thing. You've got the Mai as well. So it's like, pick your poison. Like, which one do you want to go for? Who can you control? Yeah, you can maybe potentially burst one down, but then you got the other that could be just like cleaning up. You got to be super careful because R8 right now, looking on the squishier side.
Yeah, maybe Gen.G going for a bit of a trick of the light. Like, hey, you can kind of see us here, but you didn't see this one coming. Didn't see this one coming. But what we didn't see coming is the Consort U. But again, the pool of the farm lane is getting pretty low right now, but I feel like the Consort U kind of fits into this draft pretty well, right? Because the physical immunity that she gives over to herself, and obviously get out of the jail card with her ultimate that's able to lock them down in a spot, it also sets up Mijoj to kind of get them suppressed as well. So there's a lot of kind of setup going on elsewhere within RA. It's not just all reliant on Liang, and I really like that. But then over to the side of Gen.G, the Zhuangzi is going to be really interesting because any of that minor kind of CC is going to get cleansed by his ultimate, right? And then that big use of the shield is going to be crazy. But they don't actually lock in the Byron in game 4. They go for the Sunset, which, again, I feel like it's a good call card for Wawa.
Yeah, I think it's good, right? Because you can set sail on out of there. If you do get locked down, you have ways to kind of save your team. Plus, you can just kind of engage. If you get to that back line, again, all of these things, it's like free food. You're like Pac-Man, just eating those stars, just kind of going in, just hitting those dots. And like just on the back line, just hitting as many people as possible. I think you're going to have a good time. And it's really going to come back to this BX Kaiser, right? Are you able to control and to kind of protect everybody else, be that bodyguard that you really need to be? Because, you know, they might just ignore you, but at the same time, BX, you know, he's gonna have to protect everybody.
He's going to have to protect everybody. I mean, they needed a tank on their team, so that's why he kind of had to be forced into that role in a way. And from what we've seen so far in terms of tank-wise, he hasn't probably had his best performance. Obviously, Lamb in the first game was fantastic, but he kind of went a lot more attack damage than tankiness. And then, obviously, Monkey in game 2, he had, obviously, that double kill, but that was probably the only shining moment that was really propped up by Mijoj. And then Musashi in game 3, he definitely set the pace for R8 to take that victory from Gen.G. So I feel like maybe the Kaiser is going to be a little bit interesting here for the side of R8 to see how it works. But he's had his recent changes. You can go a little bit more attack damage with him now, deal a little bit more damage, but I feel like he needs to go full tank in this one.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because we just saw BX just have a monster game on the Musashi where he was able to just be that carry, right? Just go in, just blow people up. And I think that's kind of where I thought they were going to go, but the draft was just like, oh, squishy, squishy, squishy. And so they had no choice, right? They had to kind of get that tank. Not to say that BX can't play it, but it's like one of those things where are you really playing to your player's strengths at this point?
Yeah, I mean, the draft kind of was forced, like I said earlier, they kind of forced the hand to go into the Kaiser pickup, unfortunately. But hey, I feel like R8 may be able to make it shine here. It might not be the best performance for BX, but it may just be the utility that they need for these team fights, right? Just be able to set up those big stuns from the Dharma, as well as obviously locking down those heroes into place so that Consort U can use those bolts and just poke from a very far, very safe distance. But only time will tell right now. But it is looking like Gen.G are just a little bit faster farming right now in terms of the gold resources.
Yeah, slight advantage, nothing to kind of, you know, worry about right now if you're an R8 Esports fan. But okay, if we're going to talk about like which player from each team really needs to shine.
Oh, well, I feel like Ray has to shine on the Musashi. I'm not too sure about Inua on the Mai Shiranui because, again, we don't have the data for it. We haven't really seen him play these high frame heroes. I feel like it's definitely on Ray and Wawa in this one.
Okay, okay, all right. No, okay. That's for the Gen.G side. What about R8?
R8. Oh, I feel like it's all coming down to the lockdowns from Mijoj. Ryoshi is going to have a bit of a hard time here getting out of these high frame distance of these heroes like Sunset. He's got the knock-up as well. You've then got Masashi's extreme speed. You've then got the Mai Shiranui as well with the knock-up. It's a lot that he has to contest with, and the physical immunity only lasts so long. So I feel like Mijoj and maybe BX is probably going to be those two staple ones, right?
Okay. No, I do agree with you. I think that it's... I mean, at the same time, R8, if you're one of those squishier guys, you got to be playing a little bit scared. You got to be a little worried where Inua is, Ray is at any moment, because they could just jump you, right? And catch you out and just blow you up, really not give you a chance. So I think that the potential for them is to ensure that they have vision, and so that they're not caught off guard. Also, just constantly ready, you know? Mijoj needs to be on point to save whoever gets jumped on, right? Give your team a chance, so to speak.
Yeah, in terms of giving teams a chance, I mean, this tournament is definitely about giving new teams a chance, because the top 3 teams in 2024 Honor of Kings Championship didn't enter the Season 3 Invitational. So this represents the immense vitality and potential of Honor of Kings. So it is a true moment for everyone, Hauler. Like, I was shocked watching the Malaysian qualifiers. I was shocked watching the Indonesian qualifiers as well. And this is seeming to be, it's scratching up to be a little bit like that as well, but going in with the truth mantras, so the truth hurting on those top 3, is it going to be enough to take the first blood? No, it's going to be Gen.G that takes it from the side of R8, but it is going to be a 2-1 trade for now. The set sail comes through for Wawa, hitting the wall, but not hitting a hero.
Yeah, Wawa just did a set sail like I do all my set sails, right? I just slammed right into that wall. But, you know, look, Ray was completely jumped on. He was kind of getting jumped, but he went all in, duel to the death, ensured that he got first blood on the Xenon before he died. A pretty big win for them, just being able to turn that one around a bit. Ray with a heads-up play. Yeah, he did die, but still, he came out a little bit on top.
Just a little bit. I mean, they are ahead of gold as well. It's almost around about 2k gold, so they have to just make sure that Gen.G just keep that momentum going for them. Not give over another round for R8. Again, that would be at a detriment of their morale and their motivations in this best of 5. And it really shows the true color of some of these teams. And to be honest, some of these teams last year didn't actually get to experience a best of 5 on the big stage. So it's really interesting to see them actually go head-to-head in a best of 5 to see literally do a full stress test on these teams, right?
Yeah, for sure. Almost all the qualifiers have been in best of 5s. It's been interesting, right? And especially with global ban pick, like you need the reps against other top tier teams, because it's one thing to play against them and to kind of be like, hey, get a feel for that, but to do it and then being able to kind of draft you know, a synergistic team on the fly while the enemy team is trying to prevent what you're trying to do is just like a whole nother, you know, 4D chess in that sense. There's so much more at play, getting yourselves a chance, because again, drafts don't win 100% of the games, but they put you in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, they set you up, right? But it's then the execution, and that execution that set sail once more was into the wall, but it was maybe enough just to push Abdo into the main part of the team fight. So Abdo goes down, and potentially the T1 into the mid lane as well. So this is where Gen.G are really being surgical and opening up the side of R8.
Yeah, doing a good job here. Just taking whatever the enemy gives them, forcing them out. Abdo down for another 3 seconds. This is a free blue buff going the way of Gen.G. They've done such a good job of just pushing their initiative. Again, all of the heroes, they want to be aggressive. They want to be in your face. And R8 really haven't had an answer thus far.
No, yeah, and I feel like it is literally down to the point you were making earlier. It's about the draft. It doesn't win games sometimes. It's about the execution, but unfortunately they were forced into just drafting a tank into the jungle, because obviously Liang came through, and at that point, there's no, and they've already got the Dharma, so they had no real way to put a tank anywhere else. We're not going to see some new meta come through, because it's definitely not going to work in the mid lane. It's definitely not going to work as an ADC, so they had to go for it in the jungle. So at that point, Gen.G knew that they had control.
Yeah, they definitely have control, and they know it, right? They're just forcing it out. They're pushing things along, and like R8 have stuck together. It took 3 people to take out their own Crimson Golem, right? It's because they're not playing. They don't feel safe. They need you know, the buddy system. They've been pushed back, and that T1 is taking a little bit more chip damage. And
Burning Sun Arrow, yeah, the physical immunity really showing its merits there, keeping Ryochi alive, but I feel like Consort Yu hasn't had her moment to shine yet, and even Zenon seems very off pace with this Angela. It seems like maybe something he's not as comfortable with, or it's not the play setup potential that he really is used to.
Blue team
Yeah,
has
and
destroyed
to be
a
honest, I'm
tower.
kind of thinking like, you know, the moats pick. Oh my gosh, the set sail doing donuts in the parking lot, and Abdu does survive.
He even had a passenger on board as well. There was no baby on board. It was Musashi just waiting to come out with a duel at death, but it is going to be Mijo who gets taken out, so there is going to be no suppression for Ray, but it is going to be a takedown for Ryochi as well. The physical immunity isn't going to be enough because the magic damage comes through from the Mai Shiranui, picking off Ryochi as well. So that's a 2-1 trade for Gen.G once more. Putting up again, 4K gold difference. They are really owning this map, but they can't let it open up for R8.
What a great game thus far by Gen.G, right? Just forcing it out, just running at you, doing it out. I mean, yeah, Ray died, but you got the kills and then turned those things, you converted them into objectives. You've taken the mid T1, huge win for them. Roche is continuing to farm, and it looks like he has to actually flash back.
Oh, yes, getting caught out there. Abdel once more. This is definitely not like the Dharma expectations we get from Wawa, right? Wawa on the Dharma is huge, and even more, the setups from the Sunset is even huger than what we've been seeing from the Truth Mantras from Wawa's Dharma. So again, this Sunset is playing dividends. This pick has been pretty huge, so clearly saving this for Game 4 rather than the Byron was probably a good call, but they could have probably finished game 3 off with the Byron and even had Sunset in the tank as well.
Yeah, stop talking about the past, man. Let it go. No, I'm just kidding.
Let it go.
No, but Gen.G have done such a good job. This is a really good draft.
Yes.
Wawa on the Sunset has really been paying dividends. Yeah, he missed a couple set sales, but it's not game changing in that sense. Hitting that last one on Xenon really gonna hold him back. He's gonna have a hard time, and this is what we were talking about with R8.
Yes, absolutely. The engage here coming through. It's going to be Angela taking down Inua as well. So down goes the Mai Shiranui, but Mijo once more going down. So the Liang really not playing much dividends than I thought it was going to be. Not as effective as I once thought going into Gen.G's draft. But diving in is the Dharma once more. Abdo gets the takedown onto Roche as well. So a lot of damage already been taken off the side of Gen.G. I feel like the only damage they have right now is the Sunset. So maybe RA can capitalize on this, get a bit of push in the lanes.
Yeah, actually, that was huge by Abdo. I was wondering, oh, he's going aggressive, he's going for it. But yeah, hey, go for Roche. You got to do it. I think that at this point, you got to go for broke in that sense because your team is reeling at this point. You need some sort of win. You got to slow down Roche in some way. Get yourselves a chance. Right now, look at Ryochi, not even safe. He doesn't feel comfortable even farming this lane here, and they're just going to run right back because, again, they can jump you at a moment's notice. This is scary times, but you had an opportunity. You need to figure out how to get a couple more kills and to get some sort of pickoffs because, again, Gen.G, if they just run at you, they're going to just tear you up.
Yeah, it seems like it here. Maybe they're trying to bait a bit of a team fight here for the Overlord, but it is going to be the Sunset into the back line here. The test drive has come through. Abdo goes down. It's going to be Ray picking up Abdo. It's not quite finished there yet. We do see the extreme speed come through. Physical immunity from the Ryochi there, but it's not going to be enough. Roach comes through, dealing so much damage, especially with the help of that Crimson buff as well. High ground turret number 2 looking like it's going to be on the cards for Gen.G. Are they going to be able to open up and finish this best of 5 between themselves and R8? The set cell goes through, not giving the backline enough time to react. There it is. It's going to be Gen.G going to Manila, representing MENA.
What a great game, by Gen.G here. And we talked about the fact that draft doesn't win you games, but it definitely puts you in a good position to win that one. And the fact that they insta-picked the Ho Yi is a counter pick to the Consort Yu. It's like, yeah, you have the protecting wins, but how many arrows can you actually stop, right? And he blew them up every single time. Ryochi had a tough game because of that. Gen.G really in the driver's seat, understanding how to close out this game, and that was a scary lineup. They were just like chasing after you the entire game, blowing you up, and Wawa on cleanup duty with that Sun Tzu, just really on point. Very well played by Gen.G.
Absolutely well played by Gen.G. I mean, that Sunset was definitely, when he was drafted into that Game 4, I was like, I know what's going to happen here, especially Ray already having his huge pick of the Musashi as well. I felt like it was just kind of just written in the stars at that point. The fact that Gen.G was just getting all the picks. Yeah, I mean, Roche going on to something like the HoYi was probably the biggest pick, but when you get into game 4, his champion pool, his hero pool really does start to dwindle at that point. So he has to rely on his teammates. And like I said, Wawa and Ray was definitely the key, the sole points of this.
Yeah, what a great game there. I mean, that's exactly what you want by Gen.G here. But let's kind of look at the breakdown, right? I mean, Wawa 307, he was everywhere when you needed him, right? You just call him out, he was there in a heartbeat, right? But Inua 316 on the Mai, really picking it up. But Roche was, for me, one of the game changers in this one. Just being able to blow up Ruichi. Ruichi never got anything going in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, he's played a very strong performance, I think, for the majority part of this. And this one was definitely not one to remember. It's kind of like, yeah, maybe the console you maybe should be drafted in when the rest of your team have a little bit more of a better draft, a bit more of comfort picks going for themselves. Then you can kind of relax on this pick rather than kind of relying on it to be the thing that's going to get you through to the end, right? So unfortunately for R8, but like both of these teams, they seem like a lot of their picks was definitely exhausted.
Yeah, just really well played. I mean, let's check out the highlights to kind of see exactly where, or how we got here, because Gen.G, just the full control. I mean, the gold graph is just speaking volumes of just how this one played out. They had that lead. They were able to close things out. That's exactly what you want to do as a winning team. But again, let's just see exactly what they did. They did have a decent kill. I mean, they tried to go for Ray. Ray turns it around, gets that first blood onto Xenon, and it kind of just started from there. But the set sail here, boom, insta-out. That's me.
Yeah, Ray being a ray of sunshine for the side of Gen.G, really setting up this game 4 to be a monstrous victory, to be honest. I feel like there was no way for R8 to actually come back because of the draft was not the greatest. Like I said, they were forced into having a tank into the jungle, and that was the only way they were going to survive these team fights, which towards the end they were able to pick up a few kills like we saw previously onto the likes of Roche as well as Ray. But when you're committing and Ray being the sole controller of going into these team fights, it was kind of like they had to go that do-or-die approach with the Musashi. But here, Roach seeing the pickup here onto Abdo there was pretty huge, using the Burning Sun arrow just to be able to kind of stop that close quarter combat from ever happening. And like I said in the post-match analysis, Roach on the HoYi was probably not the most impressive performance, but it still did the job.
Yeah, it still did the job. I mean, look, he was just blowing them up. I mean, BX really didn't get enough items to kind of be that tank, that front liner that they needed, because they were just getting all run on, right? Everybody else is so squishy. It's hard for BX to do what he needs to do and be that tank and to kind of keep everybody else alive when everybody else is just dying, right? When you're by yourself, you're going to get blown up. And, basically, Roche on that HoYi is just, he was just killing them. He would just target priority, next one dead, and just kind of moved on.
Yeah, they was literally just locking in and he was locked in, right? He was just waiting for the side of R8 to come through and just make sure he's able to just deal enough damage, but also giving the kills over to his other teammates. But there we have it. It is Gen.G qualifying for the Season 3 Invitational once more. So obviously this team was very prevalent in the last year's competitions as well as Team Falcons, but now they get to show their merits as Gen.G on the big stage for Season 3.
Yeah, and it's huge, I would say, burden has been lifted. You need to prove to your org that, hey, we are going to make it. We're going to be there. We want to ensure that we're going to be able to represent you guys. And this is a huge win for them, putting themselves in a position to, be on that big stage. Season 3 is going to be huge. Again, you were talking about the fact that the top 3 of the championship last year didn't even make it. So it's anybody's game, right? And a new champion will be crowned. It could be Gen.G at this point.
It could be. They show much promise, to be fair. I mean, they did quite well in the KC 2024 as well, so they were able to actually get out into the knockout stage, so the top 8, but then obviously that's where they pretty much fell a little bit short. But I feel like with this new roster, with Roche on their side and the new lanes that they're all back into, especially Wawa with the comfort pick onto the Clash lane, Ray back into the comfort of his jungle, I feel like it's something special for Season 3.
Yeah, they're starting to brew something special. You're seeing the synergy, you're seeing the strength and just how strong they look. this is a good win for them. It's going to be a huge pat on the back, ensuring that they're able to kind of put themselves in a position. And this is one of those things where even moving forward, you want to build on that momentum to kind of get yourself in. I think that this is a great one. You know, and they'll feel it going into season 3. How will that kind of, you know, motivate them and see that momentum going into that next level? We're going to have to find out, of course.
Yes, absolutely. But it's going to be interesting to see what these players think. Obviously, we are going to go to an interview soon with them. We're just waiting for them to get ready. I'm pretty sure they're all pretty hyped and stoked that they've won. But yeah, we are pretty much ready for the interview. We're waiting for the players to come through, and let's hear about their excitement. How's it going, Ray? Yeah, well done. Can you hear us?
Can you hear? I don't know if you can see us. I'm pretty sure he's.
He looks a little bit confused. He looks a lot more confident on the gorge than he does with the camera.
Yeah. Hello. Hi. Can you hear us?
I'm guessing that's a no. I'm guessing that's a no.
Yeah.
Whilst he's figuring that out, we'll probably speak of the performance of Gen.G over this best of 5. I mean, the only thing that was problem was probably the game 3, right? I mean, was it the draft? Was it what were you thinking, Hola?
Yeah, I to be honest, that's kind of what I wanted to just kind of ask about, right? I wanted to see exactly just what their thoughts were on that game 3. At this point, it'll be interesting, right? Because again, just kind of see when you had a 2-0 and then going in. Hey, sorry, Ray, can you hear us? Hello. Hello.
Can you hear? Can you hear?
Okay. No. All
No,
right.
I think the
even
tilt
see
of the
us.
head's a universal sign that
Yeah.
it may not be able to hear.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hello. Hello, hello. No? All right. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Why did the lights go out?
He's gonna get ganked. He's gonna get ganked in real life.
Yeah. Yeah. All
Yeah,
right. Well,
no
I mean,
worries.
as we think about it, I think that it's going to be like, again, going into season 3 under a different banner. You know, how are they going to feel just going into this one, going from Falcons to Gen.G now? Like, is it more confidence with Roche? We're gonna have to see, right?
Absolutely, yeah, we'll definitely have to see, to be honest. And the thing as well is that they will meet some familiar faces, and then obviously some teams that they've never faced before as well. And I think that's going to be the most exciting thing about season 3 as well.
Hi, Ray, are you there?
Hello, Ray. Can you hear us? I assume that's a no, but yeah, I mean, in terms of familiar faces, they may come across, obviously, depending on how it's all going to be seeded, but they could come up across their like blacklist as well. Obviously, that's a team that was in the KC 2024 championships, as well as Kagendra also. So it's going to be really interesting to see not how more so how the familiar faces do, but more so how the new blood do in this next tournament. Obviously, season 3 invitational. Unfortunately, there seems to be a little bit of a technical difficulty there, so we'll skip out the interview and we'll just take out the excitement for the team for themselves and let them just celebrate and plan their trip to Manila. But we will be going on a short break very soon. Obviously, we are going to be setting up for next RÜYA against Team Vitality, a new roster for Team Vitality as well against the Turkish region next RÜYA. So again, will it be will this be the 3-0 or will this be another best of 5? Make sure you don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Oh, we'll go back for a second.
Good closing. Great series, man.
Oh,
Good
yeah,
stuff.
thank you. Honestly, I needed that week.
Defeat.
Which is his name? I found it! The RÜYA! Don't sniff the RÜYA! Hurry up! Which is his name? I found it. The RÜYA. Those need the RÜYA. Hurry up!
Defeat.
Which is his name? I found it. The RÜYA. Don't need the RÜYA. Hurry up!
Defeat.
We just snip. I found it. The RÜYA. Don't snip the RÜYA. Hurry up!
Defeat.
capture the snake. I found it. The rewire. Don't need the rewire. Hurry up! just a snip. I found it. The RÜYA. Don't snip the RÜYA. Hurry up!
Defeat.
just snip. I found it. The RÜYA. Don't snip the RÜYA. Hurry up!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational Europe Qualifiers. Obviously, I am Blam, and with me is joining Mr. Kin Do Fu. How are we feeling going into this series? I mean, it's a completely different team. I mean, you said there's some changes. I feel like it's the side of the moon. The previous Team Vitality was the side of the moon we've seen every night, but this Team Vitality is like the dark side of the moon. This is a completely different roster, and especially with the addition of Dao Dao as well. I mean, I'm expecting huge things from Team Vitality. Well, I mean, there's players on there that you may know of, especially from the Open Series and stuff like that. And obviously, there was the Turkish Championship towards the end of last year, and I believe they were second place to Foot Esports. But you've got the likes of Atix that's on there as well, and I think I forgot the other name, but basically there's players on there that have been part of the Turkish scene for quite some time, and they've just kind of like amalgamated into this one group now. So there's some real good performance between them, but it's going to be interesting to see how they play against Team Vitality, especially that we've, like you said, we have no prior data between these two actually clashing on the Gorge. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yes. The addition of global bans, we've even just seen it ourselves within the last part of in the last series, that it really does test the limits of some of these players. We've got all the way to the best of 5 in the Series 1, and then all the way to Series 2, we went all the way to the best of 4 games out of 5. So you can already show that there is a lot more vitality within the rosters, within the players, and definitely some stress testing as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. So let's head on into the matches today. This is going to be the last match of today, and best of 5. I don't think this is going to be a very quick series. Let's see how this runs down. Blam, what is your expectation of what's happening for this last best of 5 series for today?
Okay. Right, so just a little bit of a pause there, just to sort out some technical issues, but we will be getting straight into the games very soon. But as you just saw there, that was the scores back of the previous series of the day for those that didn't catch it, because especially in my time zone, it started pretty early, Ken.
Oh yeah, it's a little late on my end. I think it's a completely different time zone for sure. It is, I think, close to 9. Not that late, right? The night is still young, so we're ready for a lot of action as well. And any expectations going in for this match? Is it going to be a big, clean sweep, or are we expecting a full-on fist fight between these two?
Well, I mean, there's one big factor, especially on the screens for those at home, that could make it go to a best of 5, and it's the addition of Kindo Fu on the broadcaster desk. So that could be the potential of bringing it to a full best of 5 game. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, I think it's a long-standing tradition, and seems like that's the case.
It does seem like the case. It does seem like the case, to be honest. But we'll have to wait and see if RÜYA have some surprises in their sleeves, up their sleeves as well, to see if they can actually go up against Team Vitality, especially the new Team Vitality that we've been not used to. But like you said, we have the addition of Dao that we have quite a bit of experience about, and seeing him in the KC 2024 Championships absolutely put some respect on his name in the jungle.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think if you take a look at the history that Dao has shown us in Open Series, even in the Indonesia Championships, he has flexed quite a few jungle heroes, right? We have the Tun, we have the Musashi, the ever long-standing Yu Huan. Spectacular performance so far from Dao. Now, I'm just curious to see what kind of heroes he's going to bring up now. Because of global bans, we definitely need a bigger hero pool as a professional player.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice to see like the addition of Lamb in the past 2 series as well. Obviously, R8 played it, and then we had Nongxin play as well. So there's definitely you can kind of see it start to surface of like what's going on with the global bans and how it's affecting these players. But I feel like the biggest affected players is definitely jungle. We have the farm lane as well, because obviously the pool of heroes anyway in the farm lane is pretty short anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that's definitely going to be one thing they need to consider on both ends, actually. Another thing is, I think we've seen, you know, a couple of Nuas, couple of Easings as well. Easing seems to have a better win rate or better execution rate compared to our friend in yellow for the Lady of the Now, right? So I'm curious to see if Nua is going to be picked in this game or not in this series. I think that we have kind of abandoned the Lady Gen, Princess Frost kind of meta, which is kind of sad, but I want to see, you know, more of these heroes as well.
Yeah, I feel like we need to hold like a commemoration for them because it was just such a big part of last year. It's just either, oh, it's Princess Frost. Oh, it's Lady Chen. Oh, Lady Chen is just a poor man's Princess Frost and all these things. And now that narrative's completely been blown out of the water. It's now Yi Xing is ruling in the mid lane. Nua not having the best performance just yet, but thanks to the past series, they actually got some win rate on that hero. So finally, a bit of respect for Nua.
Yep, excited to see Liang as well. I think Liang has been, I mean, personally, I love Liang a lot. I think he's a very strong pick against certain specific heroes. So for me, I like playing him against Lam, and it feels great because you get the lockdown as well. But so far, I don't think we've seen much success on Liang from any of the teams today, right? So hopefully that's a different case for either Team Vitality or next RÜYA.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it come through for, I believe it was R8. R8 definitely did decide to go for it, especially when Gen.G drafted the likes of the Masashi and the Mai Shiranui. So that's probably why we have that problem with the Liang as well. So let's see if, like you said, let's see if the Liang is going to be more successful for the likes of Team Vitality or next RÜYA.
All right, so let's take a look at what's going to happen in the games. I think we'll fix some of the issues we're facing currently. No problem. Last one, we saved the best for the last. And at this point, maybe you want to make some predictions first. Let's take it as a given that it's going to be a full BO5. Who are you giving this to?
I'm going to stay true and tested to my region. I'm going to go for Team Vitality.
Okay, Ken. I will step on the other side, right? I want to see what next RÜYA has for us in store. What has in store for us, and maybe they'll take everyone by surprise, right? I think we have a couple of the fans already in the comments, and really excited to see how it's going to really go down, because it might be a long one today.
It could be. I mean, it already has been. I mean, I don't think many people was expecting a full best of 5 for at least the first series, especially how Nongxing destroyed SCARZ in the qualifier. But then SCARZ came back with that 2-2, and then it was just Nongxing that just took it just a little bit overboard. And Ewan Hall were definitely always shining and honing a light onto Arashi, and Arashi was definitely the playmaker, it seems, within that one. Definitely the maker or the breaker, it seemed.
Yeah, I think some hearts were definitely broken. If you take a look at the various language casts we have, you know, the Japanese casters were actually quite broken by it. But hey, you know, competition, it is, we have winners and then we have learners. And I think it's a big learning curve for the side of SCARZ as well. Now, for this last series, I think there's a lot of things that I'm hoping to see. We haven't seen a lot of the new heroes that have descended down onto the Gorge as well. Now, one of the new heroes, Arc, that has been, you know, landed on the Gorge today. We have not seen that just yet. I don't think we might get to see her as well. I think that's a huge risk for any of the pro teams. So maybe that's something they won't want to try. But heroes like Xuance, I think heroes like Yixing have already been showcased. Xuance not yet. Maybe we'll see him today.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be very interesting if Arc did come through. I feel like maybe if one of these teams were ahead by 2 points, then maybe they put like a Arc into the third game, knowing that they're already ahead by 2 points, and if they lose, it's not the be-all or end-all, but it does mean that their next roster and draft going into Game 4 means that they can pull out something that would just completely decimate the other side, which is kind of like what we saw with Gen.G against R8. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if there are going to be any kind of other picks that these teams are going to lean towards, because we saw the likes of RÜYA on Gen.G, we saw the Guan Yu that didn't actually do so well for Wawa, so definitely a poor performance for the Guan Yu. But again, I feel like it was a draft difference for R8. There was just no way for Guan Yu able to get into that back line, and that was just a little bit of a a wrong call within the draft, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's a huge risk that they took, right? Because end of the day, that kind of synergy that they were expecting was that when the World is My Board was laid down, I think the expectation was that Guan Yu will be able to use his Furious Charge and Razor Cavalry to kind of push people into the box, the chessboard. It did happen once or twice, but it didn't really work out in the way that they kind of envisioned it would, right? So I can see it, but yeah, it doesn't really work out that well. It just reminds me of my rank games as a Guan Yu.
It's like, I can see the potential, but just no one's executing it. Why can nobody see my big, bright idea that I can see in this draft? I think that's definitely the issue that Gen.G had in that game 3. But to be fair, I mean, R8 had Lu Bang, they had Masashi, they had Ganamo, they had Lian Po. That's a lot of heroes that can just push you in all directions and take apart that huge play that you may think will come through with the Guan Yu and the Yixing as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I really like the creativity we've seen today from all the different teams so far. So maybe Vitality or next RÜYA will be able to show us something new as well. We have not seen a style of strategy that has been straying from, you know, the big heals, big shields. I think that has been the name of the game so far, right? The other one was the strategy of trying to have massive control, as we've seen in the first series. I think Nongshim was 5 men. Each different member had a stun or CC of their own, and that was really hard to deal with, right? For R8, I like the idea of having the UCC to kind of pincer people into particular spaces. Maybe just an execution error. Now, I want to see some death ball compositions. I want to see some mega heal compositions. We've seen them across the world, right? Many different teams pull out very specific strategies. We could even get the okay, for all of you watching, I know you might have experienced this from one time or another, which is going to be the poke composition, right? We have the Mozi and Lu Ban, people just using cannon blast, shot cannons, shooting you in the face all day. You know, I used that to win a couple of ranked games. I was very happy with myself, and then I got hated for by the opponent.
Yeah, it's like, come on, just come into close range. What are you doing? Like, why are you so far away? I just want to fight you. Yeah, I can imagine that being very frustrating. Oh, not only in ranked games, but especially in competitive as well. I think that would actually cause some resentment between players. I think, like, come on, man, just fight me. Just fight me 1v1. Let's finish this game. Let's go into a custom and let's 1v1 it. Let's see how you cannon blast do.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hang on. That's one thing that really surprised me today. Let me know if you feel the same. The Soyue pick. I love a good Soyue, but I'm trash at it. But when a good Soyue shows up, I think it's a guaranteed win. And I think Roche was playing the Soyue phenomenally today. So I'm hoping to see someone pick up the Soyue again, and maybe we'll see another definitely deadly performance. I don't know, from either of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good performance. I don't think it kind of topped the performance that we saw in the qualifier because they had Abdo on the Lubu, and that was definitely a way to shut down the Shoyu as well. I mean, they should have really paired that with a Dolia because I feel like that was the problem within Game 1, is they didn't have a way out.
Okay, now I think we will be heading into the draft pretty soon. Thank you for waiting with us. You know what? I think one of the things that the teams have been very focused on is actually trying to secure the farm lane, right? I think that has been a very clear marker that, you know, farm lanes, it's not as easy to play, and that there is a lot of catch across the other roles that makes playing farm lane really difficult.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's definitely been kind of a tester between these teams, but like we keep alluding to, especially within this qualifier and the tournaments coming forward this year, is the effectiveness of that global ban pick. The way that it actually just revitalizes Honor of Kings, because like it's no longer the issue between who's banning out the Mai Shiranui, who's banning out Lung, who gets Orgren, who gets the Dharma up into the top lane. It's all a amalgamation of who can actually take necessarily hero picks from their group B, so the ones that they're not actually too comfortable with, and actually execute them very well against some of the teams not so comfortable picks or even comfortable picks to create like a new meta. I feel like that's the thing that I've been really excited for from watching the Malaysia and the Indonesia qualifiers last year, is just seeing that, and that's definitely sparked like such interest and excitement for me as a caster and a viewer, that you just never know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, for sure. It puts a lot of pressure onto your picks as well, right? And now I think this adds a layer of how you can make someone's life on the opposite end a little bit more, okay, maybe not a little bit, much more difficult, right? Because right now, even if you get the picks that you want, right? Imagine if you have the best pick. I think this was the kind of story in the previous series, right? They had what I felt was a pretty stacked draft for R8, but they couldn't pull it off. And that's it. That's the end of that strategy. You can't use it again.
That's it. It's literally a one look charm. It's a one-way ticket to either victory, or you've just pretty much completely written your history for the next part of the best of fives, best of three, best of seven, whatever you may be actually getting involved in with the team. But it's been something that's actually been in the KPL for over 6 years, and it's actually nice to see that it's introduced much earlier into our global esports as well, because I feel like another year of just kind of getting the meta picks and seeing who gets it, who gets just the stronger BP, and it doesn't matter if it's Lung 3 times in a row, or you get Orgrin or Dune or anything like that. It's now kind of making players think, okay, I can't be a one-trick player. I have to expand my hero pool if I want to actually be a big name within Honor of Kings. And that's, again, another thing that excites me, because we saw some great player performances last year, and now we're going to actually be looking at the narrative of which player can actually play most heroes, but to a high standard. I feel like that's kind of like the way that they're actually going to win in these future tournaments.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think as a talent group, we have also received requests from community players saying, hey, I want to turn pro, you know, what's your advice and stuff like that. You know, whatever advice we have all given to you, let's add on one more. You have to increase your hero pool, right? Because right now, global ban is definitely one of the markers that you need to conquer. You can't just say, hey, I want to play one singular hero. It's going to bring me trophies. It's going to help me qualify into the big leagues, big competitions. That does not work anymore, right? And at the same time, this is where the level is at the new level that you need to achieve, because we take a look at the history, we take a look at the stats. Every single team that we thought was going to come through in Season 3 and show up in Manila, Philippines, nada. None of them. And, you know, we've spoken to the coaches, we've spoken to the players. I mean, this is the spirit of competition, and you definitely have to be at the top of your game. So if you're looking to join this competition and be the next superstar, right? Let's go see how this is going to work out. But of course, with that being said, I think we want to get a little bit more time to fix some of the technical issues. So when we're back, we will be going into the first game of the series between next RÜYA as well as Team Vitality. This is Kindofu and Blam. We'll see you in a bit.
Defeat.
Which is the snake? I found it! The RÜYA! Don't snip the RÜYA! Hurry up!
are apparent and in the stream. But that now I can see the draft. That is the player that I was on about. We got Boogie and Bobned. Bobned has been obviously a support player for, I believe, next RÜYA for quite some time. He was part of NRX. I feel like that is the same organization, just a little bit of a change there. But yeah, Void as well. I feel like Void was on Foot Esports. So like I said, a little bit of amalgamation here of the Turkish players from the Turkish teams that we've seen all the way through last year.
Okay, and yeah, I think Vitality is pretty much a new lineup. I only recognize Dao Dao.
Yeah, that's our staple point. That's our go-to. But okay, we know Dao Dao. That's all that matters. We can familiarize ourselves with the rest of Team Vitality as they play and show us their skill.
Oh yeah, for sure. So prio bans right now is going to be Diadia coming out from the side of Vitality and RX. They're going to go with the My ban. Now, I'm going to be curious. Are they going to start out with the ban on Ogren and, you know, try to suffocate the junglers first? But it looks like no, already is going to be the farm lane of choice that's going to be taken out by Vitality.
Yeah, I feel like with what I've seen so far, or what I've witnessed so far with the global ban, you either get one team that goes for the Ogren to begin with to try and start the series strong, or they kind of leave it towards the latter part of the series and then finish the series off with a big Ogren bang. But the one thing I've noticed that they probably should do, what I feel like RH should have done, they picked it first game and then just kind of banned it throughout the rest of the game so that the side of Gen.G at that point could have taken the Ogren. So it kind of denies the Ogren all the way around and it kind of makes them force them into different jungle heroes. But you kind of see a lot more ban emphasis, especially into the farm lane. But it looks like we may be potentially getting a Dolia prio pick in for Vitality.
Okay, so that's going to open up quite a few doors, right? So you have the option of refreshing sustainability, or do you want to refresh damage output, right? So we might see Yuhuan's coming in, we might see Gan and Mo, we might see Kaiser, might see Dune. Quite a few options to open for the side of Vitality. Now the question is, what does NRX have in mind to kind of counter this strategy, right? Because if you want to go blow for blow, you can go for a tank of your own. It looks like no, they want to prio that Lady Sun first.
Yeah, I mean, Lady Sun's a big pick, especially down into the farm lane. Is it something you really want to be exhausting on your first game of the series? That's something I'm not too sure about, but it may be the thing that gets you the point on the board. So I suppose some of these teams are going to just have that desperate first run in game one, just so they can try and keep the morality high on their team. And then we can see that Atix is locking in the Masashi, which from the past two series, Masashi's was kind of very vocal in the first few games of the series in terms of bans, but looking over the Team Vitality, they're looking to stack it up as well with the Lung and the Yi Xing.
Yeah, they're keeping it pretty open in terms of like jungler options, right? Right now, what I'm feeling for NRX, if we take a look at past stats, it's probably a Ming coming through, right? Or maybe a Zhang Fei, or maybe Liu Shan as well. I think those are very huge compliments to what they have been offered on the side of NRX. There's plenty of burst potential, duel to the death, rolling raid, and it looks like, okay, it will be a Zhang Fei, but whether it's going to be a Smite Zhang Fei, that's the big question.
Right, Zhang Fei is going to be right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Zhang Fei can be quite good. We always see that Clue goes for it first as well. So it's again just it seems to be a game one kind of get your foot out the door. But due to technical difficulties, NRX will be missing one ban, by the way, guys. So if you do see that there is no ban third or fourth, do know that it is just due to either a forfeit that they had to go through if they were late, or technical difficulties. So just so you know, they will be missing out a ban in this next phase. But yeah, the Zhang Fei, it kind of locks in that strong front line for NRX, I feel.
Yeah, they definitely have done their homework, right? Yuhuan is a Dao Dao special, and Yuhuan is going to be taken out by NRX. Now, Vitality takes out the Frigid Prison, Princess Frost. And I think it's a pretty decent pick, right? Or a ban in this case, because you don't want this Lung to get locked down with a Frigid Prison. You want to allow him the option to be able to get that infinite vastness out.
Yeah, you don't want to let the Lung sort of be caged, right? I mean, that's the whole point of him. He can fly up, he can turn into a dragon. He's as free as a bird, but unless a bird looks like a dragon in your eyes. So, yeah, definitely denying any kind of AoE shutdown like the Winter is Coming or the Frigid Prison, I think is a good call, especially if you're going to be using My World is a board, and then you can use, obviously, the Winter is Coming over that board. It kind of makes it you don't want to go in. You're not going to be making the full use out of that oppressive ultimate from Yixing. And I think the Lady Chen here is probably another great ban for the side of Team Vitality because of Destructive Deluge.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, this opens up a lot of doors for the side of NRX as well. Ganemo is actually one of the heroes that actually does really well against a Lung, especially when she gets the couple blades down on an unexpected positioning, right? If this Lung doesn't know how to position or is caught out with a surprise gank, it's instant death for Ganemo. So I think I would suggest that, you know, NRX can put that in mind.
Potentially. I mean, it's not been banned, so there is not much left for the side of NRX in terms of that mid lane, to be honest, unless they want to go for the likes of the Shangguan, which I feel like would be a little bit too high frames in terms of this team comp, because you've already got the Masashi, you've already got the Dharma as well, looking to switch around and kind of catch people off from the back line as well. So they do need something staple that can just do a lot of damage from a longer range, and the Ganemo sits into that role pretty well, or they could end up locking something into the Angela, but I feel like the side of Team Vitality, the team comp's not tanky enough to kind of waste that pick for me.
I am actually loving the Dianwei pick. I think it fits very much into what they require, right? So what they require for this Lung and this Yixing is that they need someone to create the chaos. They need someone to be the focal point of the fights. And when everyone else on the side of NRX is going to be jumping out on this person, that's where you get that perfect chessboard down. This is where you have freedom for the side of the Lung to just lay down the flaming palms, get the riding with the wind. It makes sense, right? But on the other side, NRX is looking for the exact same situation as well, right? So we might be looking at Zhang Fei coming in, or even the Arctic's Musashi going in. So we're looking at lone rangers going into the fights and the rest of the team backing them up with the stuns, with the CCs and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, the Motsu fitting in there perfectly, right? He's able to actually set that up very well with the Cannon Blast. So I feel like that is another great mid lane. We generally always kind of regard Motsu as a support hero, but then we always forget you can go into the mid lane. I mean, if you're not too comfortable with the Ganonbo, if you want to still have that effective lung range, then Motsu is your guy. I mean, just stack him up with some AP, and he definitely hurts like a truck. And if you look over to the side of Team Vitality's draft, they're actually quite squishy.
Yeah, true. I like the fact that they might go for a more aggressive kind of Mortar build, because at this point, magic damage does allow his passive to stack up the shield value as well. So forgive me if I play Mortar very aggressively in terms of itemization, but I think it works best, right? Go for more damage, go big or go home. And right now, I think it is going to be very big on execution for the side of NRX. If they get the execution right, this is not going to be a simple game for the side of Vitality.
No, because I mean, with the likes of the Motsu, he's going to be able to disrupt any kind of plans, especially if it's used effectively as well. I mean, it is going to be on somebody that's not Bobned. So again, Shot Caller is normally your support. So mid lane's going to have to take a little bit of a backseat, but kind of play to the communications of his team. So he's going to have to drop them Cannon Blasts kind of at a short notice rather than set up those plays.
Yeah, right now I'm kind of trying to telegraph what's going to happen in the fights. Right now, I think Vitality will do well for themselves. In the first few minutes of the game, before anyone hits 4 on the side of NRX, they need to get a kill, right? They need to get a kill on the Lady Sun. They need to get a kill on the Mortar. Someone needs to die on the side of NRX. That's the win con for Vitality, because if they allow NRX to hit level 4 with no repercussions, you can be expecting a very huge unbridled outburst, plenty of stunts. There's so much control, and that's going to allow the Lady Sun to have freedom of choice to choose where to have her rolling rate going in, plenty of damage coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with Dion Wei being drafted onto the side of Team Vitality, I feel like it may be his role to try and gank into one of these lanes, maybe possibly up into the Clash lane, just to kind of give a little bit of a hand over to their Clash lane, because obviously going up against Dharma is going to be a hard one-to-one to actually try and come out on top of. So I feel like maybe that's where we'll see First Blood. Is there any kind of potential ways that you feel that First Blood may take a position elsewhere, like onto the Lady Sun or something like that.
Actually, I agree with you. I think it might be Dao Dao on this Dian Wei. I think very much this is a very different Vitality team because, you know, from what we have known of the old Vitality, I think they are pretty passive in the first few minutes of the game. They want to keep it safe.
Yes.
They don't want to risk too much. But knowing the aggression of Dao Dao, I think there is a chance we might witness a level 1 or even a level 2 invasion into the jungle on the side of NRX. And if that happens, I guess it's a toss of a coin, right? Who is going to be in the jungle of NRX when Vitality chooses to do so? And that is going to decide the fate of the next, 4 to 5 minutes of the game. Because if they successfully get the steals, maybe not even steals, they get the kills, then NRX is going to have a very hard time.
I mean, I could even potentially see like maybe level 1 invade into the jungle, right? We could see that Dian Wei makes his way up to the red side of NRX's jungle, because we all know that Masashi generally always goes for the Azure Golem to get that blue buff, just so that his skills have less of a cooldown, and obviously mana will no longer be an issue for him. So I feel like maybe we could actually even see like a level 1 invade, maybe go up to the Crimson, then go up to the Clash lane, take down that 2v1 from to the Dharma, and then maybe even rotate down to the mid lane. If they want to be really aggressive, which we know that like players like Dao Dao can be, that could be potential a situation that we could be seeing in this game 1.
Yep, but you know what? All the theories are wonderful. I think we have seen quite a lot of games, right? And I think that there is definitely a certain level of expectation we have for Team Vitality because we've seen them grow from, you know, from Open Series, Qualifiers, EWC, Esports World Cup, and they have definitely gotten stronger as, you know, the time passed right now. And with this new Vitality roster, I actually do have quite a high expectation of them for this game.
I mean, we could almost rebrand them Revitalized.
Yep, I get it. I see what you did there.
But no, yeah, you are right. I mean, they had some great feats within the 2024 Honor of Kings Global Esports as well. They were pretty much always in top 8, if I'm not misquoted, other than probably 2024, the championship, right? So that was probably where they really kind of met their makers in terms of the teams, but there were some fresh new teams that they never played against as well. So it was just definitely a battle with the unfamiliar, which is going to be potentially the narrative of the Season 3 Invitational in Philippines, right? It's the first time we have it in the Philippines. It's going to be super duper exciting to see how Global Ban Picks goes into this and affects this, but then also these new teams, the new blood trying to take on the tried and tested.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be a different ambience, right? I think Philippine esports fans and audiences, different class. They create an environment that is so stressful if you are not their favorite team, and I freaking love that because I think that really shows, it tests your mettle, right? How good of a player are you to be able to withstand the pressure that the audiences give you, and at the same time, the amount of stress based on the draft, based on the execution, 1v1s, so many mechanical skills, technical executions, too many things to consider, and really, you have to be creme de la creme to make it out in Philippines.
You do, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be no holds barred, I think, is definitely the best way to put it. And I reckon it's going to be quite scrappy, especially in terms of the effect of the global ban pick. And we already know that it's quite scrappy with the previous qualifiers because not even the top 3 from the Honor of Kings Championship 2024 have even made it through. So we have no Black Shrew Esports, we have no Team Secret, and we have no Dominator Esports. So again, that's just, it's frightening, but it's also so exciting. And I think that's the thing that really invigorates this as not just a caster, but a viewer. As I said before, it's just something that's like, you don't know what you're going to predict. Like all the kind of casting sort of narratives that we had last year is going to be completely different going into the Season 3 Invitational. And that to me, not just as a viewer, it's so exciting.
Oh yeah, definitely reminds me of where I saw the poke strategy. It actually came from the Philippines qualifier.
Okay.
And shout out to TG. I know you're in the chat. He's the coach for Blacklist International. They've made it through, right? Yeah, I remember looking at Lupan and Mortis going go ham in the farm lane, just going crazy. So you can definitely expect something of that sort. Now we have new teams coming in from the PH region as well. We have Rough World Era, Elevate, and of course Blacklist International. These are the 3 that have made it through. Definitely caught my eye during the qualifiers as well. And now I want to see, right? How does the rest of the world fare against the Philippine hopefuls, especially when they're playing in their home ground?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hopefully for the Philippines, the Philippine teams, that they're actually going to have that home ground advantage that we saw the likes of Dominator have as well, to get them all the way to the grand finals against Black Shrew Esports, and to once again to say that neither of the two grand finalists are going to be in season 3 is just such a trip. It's so crazy to even think that, like, going all the way back to season 1, where Brazil took the championship, and then Malaysia pretty much just ran the competition through, and now the champions of last year aren't even into season 3. It's just, I can't even comprehend it, but it's just definitely very exciting, especially with the likes of, obviously, All Gamers Global having a Malaysian roster now as well. I think that's quite cool, as well as Nova Esports, again, a team that we saw in the championships last year, looking to prove themselves as one true kings, I think, because I feel like they fell a little bit short in the 2024 championship.
Oh yeah, but they came back swinging. I mean, Nova was just a different team, right, this year. The qualifiers was absolutely a big smash. I was so excited to see it. I'm not sure whether you guys have seen it, right? The reactions of the Nova cast, right? The owners and the coaches, their managers. It was a big moment for them, right? Especially having been, I think, 4th seed in Malaysia for quite a while, or at least 3rd seed, right? So it's a difficult position to be in, and this year is the year of change. So 2025, it has taken us by surprise so far, and right now, I mean, I'm just super curious how this is going to turn out. I know we're all still waiting for the game. Don't worry, we're here with you. We're waiting as well. So Vitality, I want to talk about their draft at this point, right? We have the Celestial Melody going in for the Dolia. Primarily, I think it's going to be focused onto the Lung for that Infinite Vastness. I see potential on the refresh of Set Sail, but I don't think it's going to be. It is very situational, right? And Ising, I don't think there's a need to kind of refresh the world is my chessboard. You know, I think it's fairly sufficient. One instance of it, they should be able to get a couple of kills.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's either going to go into the Lung or the Sunset. I feel like that is probably the best call. There's no point really giving over to Dion Wei unless you're going to try and get those slam dunks into the team fights. So the Sunset is kind of like I reckon it's more of like a substitute for the Dolia and the Lubu combo. So you can set sail into it. If you don't quite get the target you want to, you can then just go back around in a big loop and then come back in with a smackaroo and then completely change the landscape of the team fight. But here we are, less talking, less rambling from Blam and Kin, reminiscing about 2024. This is 2025. It's already very exciting. Different teams already made it through to the Season 3 Invitational. We're looking to see the next team that's going to make it into the Philippines.
All right, let's get it started at this point. Right now, I think, you know, in terms of wave clear, both Swizz and as well as One, I don't think they have the best wave clear ability, so it's going to be a stalemate in the mid lane. But more importantly is how this bot lane is going to finish up. But right away, we have the first blood. Buggy makes a mistake against Kirka.
Oh yes, I mean you can't underestimate Team Vitality, especially the unknown. I mean, speaking of unknown, Dao Dao is actually going to be playing into the farm lane rather than in the jungle. So it's actually going to be Anne in jungle, which seeing Dao Dao flex into a different role, especially another carry role, super exciting. And look at this, flaming palm straight through, completely taking down Void. Like Bobnet didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, he burns a hole in the chest of Void. And this is not the start you want if you're from NRX, right? Next, RÜYA, I think they definitely have some issues with their nerves, right, at this point. And you can't blame them because this is a very important series. And 5 games, maybe it's not the best start, but they can definitely recover from this. They need to try and stick it in a little bit more.
Yeah, it's still early doors, but there's a set sail coming through, and he does have the passenger that is the Dion Wei as well, coming all the way down to the bot lane, trying to come and negate the Masashi straight in. What a phase check. I don't know if that was planned or that was just like, hey, we got a dream, guys, but there's a duel to the death straight onto the Dion Wei, but soon getting mitigated and dominated by Anne.
Yep, Artix, I think he tried his best. That was a very nice duel to the death. He actually caught 2 or 3 people on the side of Team Vitality. So the idea was there, but here we go, Buggy. He's going to make a chance, but maybe gets locked in.
Yeah, he gets out of there. He's able to dash out, so no getting caught into the board this time around. But it is looking very, very strong for Team Vitality. And even if you're looking at that goal lead already, 1.7k in 2 minutes is pretty frightening, kid.
Oh yes, for sure. And Coco actually gets the Boots of Tranquility, so he's going to have a much faster cooldown here. Forced to use the set sail at the current moment, right? Buggy and Artix, I think they have quite a bit of work to do. In Clash lanes, I think it's pretty straightforward when you have... Oh, hang on.
That was beautiful. Like you were saying there, Ken, he was just like, hey, you had to use a set sail to get out there. But no, he was literally, Dion Wei was just like, I've got to order a taxi, and here's my boat, and we're going to go back in for a 2v2, and then come out on top. Attic's going down, but it's not going to stop there. We may get a first blood onto the side for NRX. They do take down the Dolia, and as well as the Yi Xing. So Wen and Muchin both going down. Thanks to the infinite vastness, Dao is staying alive right now. He has to clear this wave on a 3v1. He needs some help from his teammates right now.
It was a valiant effort, but they need to get Dao out, right? This is the move the next RÜYA needs to make. If they don't get the kill, oh no, it's a horrible miss there. The flash committed by Void as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dao was able to get out there without using the flash. And, he gets hit by the cannon blast, though. That was a little bit unfortunate.
Yep, he gets hit with the Switcheroo there. What a nice cannon blast. I mean, I was not expecting that as well. I think Dao maybe just caught blindsided that Switch would actually even try for that right beside the tower there.
I mean, you've got to try and take every little bit that you can get, right? Every shot not taken is a shot missed, right? So you got to take those cannon blasts when you're pretty much the odds are stacked against you as well. I mean, Dao was pretty low in health, so it would have been an insane man not to take that bet.
Well, I think maybe the shades of greed coming out from Dao, right? But so it kind of fixes the problem for Void. So the farm lane now should be pretty even. But right now, you know, next RÜYA, they're still having a little bit of trouble because Clash lane is not doing too well. Buggy is still close to maybe half a level behind, and they need to kind of fix this problem because his rotation speed is slow.
Killing spree.
Very slow. I mean, there we go. It's just constantly harassment of the Masashi here. It's like we've gone for Dion Wei, which isn't necessarily classed as like a meta pick within the competitive scene, right? So first game, this performance on the Dion Wei is crazy. Like how prominent and his just pure performance across the gorge is crazy. And right now he's going in with the ultimate straight onto Lady Sun, but the ultimate shell is going to hit from over the wall, but misses the Dion Wei, but is still taking a lot of damage from the Zhongfei, getting caught into the wall. It is going to be Lady Sun getting the kill there once more. So it is a 1-0 trade so far for next RÜYA. Can they pick up any more? Do they phase check when here? The cannon blast does come through, connecting onto 2, but I don't think Zhongfei and Motsu can make anything out of this one.
Not right now, but there is significant damage. They will go in again.
Oh, there we
that's
go.
a big kill. Yeah. Muchin, I think at this point, he's doing well, but I just want to highlight a couple of things that Bobnet did really well. I think he kind of shimmied his way in that jungle area, right? And I think for a moment, An thought that he was safe and sound, but the jump came in by Bobnet, got the stun, and that allowed Void to really just get off the rolling raids at the correct timing. And right now, Buggy, I think pretty much recovered.
Yeah, he's definitely recovered. He's now level 8 to KK's level 8 as well. So he's definitely making bits. And I feel like that fight down into the bot side of the map, into the middle, around the Crimson Golem, definitely really put NRX back into their strides. They're only behind by about 100 gold now. So already definitely taking that deficit and putting it back into their own pockets.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now you start to see the benefits of the draft on the side of next RÜYA, right? So there's plenty of control. I think Swizz has been pretty clean with his cannon blast, and that's really impressive. I don't think it's really easy to do. I mean, I play Moto myself as well. In order to get the correct timings, it's actually quite hard. And he did land a very nice thing inside the box with the flash as well to, you know, allow that situation to happen early in the game.
Yeah, I think that's the duality of Emotsu, though, right? You either use your Cannon Blaster phase check, or do you exhaust it and wait, or wait till you go into a team fight so you can set up a play? And that's the whole thing. You have to make those split-second decisions to see what benefits you or your team, and sometimes you do make the wrong decision here. But speaking of decisions, it looks like Vitality are going to try and go for the Overlord. They do take down the Overlord in the first part of the game. Set sail, actually does hit with a little bit of AoE there. Knocks the Motsu up for a little bit. The Unbridled Outburst from the back could be very impressive here onto the side of Vitality. It is going to be Atix taking up a kill onto KK, but Pluggy is making waves down into the bot lane, takes T1 as well, and definitely damages that T2.
Yep, and you know what? It looks a little bit shaky for the side of Vitality. Another kill coming to the side, and it's going to be Muchen this time. As NRX, I think very prominent positioning, very strong pressure coming in.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the Cannon Blast is helping here, especially keeping Vitality away from NRX's vitals, but also making those plays as well. You see the Frost SCARZ embrace come through onto the Masashi as well, which is going to slow down when he gets into the thick of it with the duel at death. Just trying to get those that are generally a little bit more slippier on the side of Team Vitality, sticking around for a little bit longer just so his team can get on top of them, like the Dharma as well. But I think this is a good recovery for NRX.
I think it's great. I mean, take a look at the gold lead, right? 5.9 thousand in the hands of Void. He already has the Eternity Blade along with the Axe Deployment. So there's Armor Shred, there is critical damage as well. And right now, I think he's going for the Shadow Reaper as well. And I think that's a huge growth of items. Buggy in a 1v3 though.
Yeah, Buggy in a 1v3. He does take a hit by the ship, but can he just take down the Vanguard? Because right now, NRX definitely have the priority in the map. So the Gorge definitely belongs to next RÜYA for now. And right now, the early game Team Vitality seem to have taken, have their tail tucked between their legs for now.
This is one of the things that really doesn't work well as a DNW. You can't be under level, and here we go.
Yeah, you cannot be under level, and here is that there. They do get the 1v1 trade, though, and potential from KK is looking for a reorganizing of the set sail to dock his ship. Could it go in and land onto the Lady Sun? It does actually get Lady Sun, but there's nobody around there to actually capitalize on the knock-up. But it does mean that NRX is able to take this Tyrant scot-free because they have no smite on the enemy team.
Yep, I think the story here for next RÜYA is fool me once, you know, blames on you, but fool me twice, the blame's on yourself. And right now, next RÜYA has learned the lesson really quickly, right? They understand that the set sail is going to make one big U-turn, come in and around, and you know, NRX was definitely ready for it. Bobnet already using the Leaping Saber to try and get rid of that CC capacity coming in from Kirka.
Yeah, I mean, look at that gold graph. Like, that was dominantly going into the favor of Team Vitality, and now it's just going over to next RÜYA. So we're definitely seeing the pendulum swing here, but between both of these teams. And going into this one, I didn't think next RÜYA would actually put up this much of a fight, but this drafting game one, albeit quite a big pull from a group A of heroes like your Masashi, your Dharma, your Lady Sun, and then obviously your Zhongfei. Exhausting that in game one could be a horror story for the long run, but for right now it could be a fairy tale. But speaking of that, there is the Dion Wei going straight into Switz, so we do get a takeout of the Motsu. So the shot making right now for the side of NRX has definitely taken a fall. But can they make something out of this 4v5 into the Tyrant? We are locking in onto the Dion Wei. It is going to be the Sashi that goes down as well, and they are able to take it, I believe. They get the Tyrant as well. Thanks to Lady Sun's ultimate shell, they're going in, but it means that Vitality are not leaving empty-handed. That's a 4-2 trade, and they're not done yet. The set sail is trying to seek out their next victim, and there we go. KK gets down and takes an ace.
Oh yeah, Vitality, they feel that they are just that much better. I'll be honest, it was very impressive, the fights taken by both sides, right? Both of the junglers taken out in the first instance of that skirmish. But more importantly, it's the fact that, you know, I thought next RÜYA was going to win that fight clean out after the jungler died. And I think he did a great job of trying to start the fight. And the rest of the team complemented that decision, allowing Dao Dao to just lay down the pain. And Kirka, I think he definitely needs a brand new style of license. He's driving, or his boat sailing is just off the hook.
He needs to become the driving instructor of the European scene, I think. I think he needs to teach some of these Clash laners how to set sail. But yeah, you are right. But he's going for a little bit more of a macro play now. He's going for a little bit more responsibility within his Clash lane role, trying to get some of these turrets. But hey, Attic's going straight in onto Yixing. It's going to be a 1-1 trade. The Flaming Palms do connect into the backline there, making Zhongfei having to sort of scathe away there. And there's a set sail, as we were saying before, Ken. It is crucial. It comes through, but it's going to be Dao Dao getting the kill onto the Zhongfei, so Bobnet going down, and that means that they can try and take the Overlord. Not going to quite use it here, they don't have the pushes, but taking that T1 into the mid lane as well is going to be very crucial for the side of Team Vitality, looking to take the T2. I don't think Switz has it in him to take a 4v1 right now.
Oh, definitely not. At this point, it's a different style. Nice stun. He might have to give his life though. Yes, it is going to be. And it's so devastating because you know what? Next year, they were trying to play the game in a sense where let's play the macro game, right? And Team Vitality said, screw that. I don't want to play the macro. I want to test your mechanical skills. Let's fight. And right now, Team Vitality just showing off their individual skills. And that seems to be the difference maker. Next RÜYA, I think they're a great team. But right now, they can't even compare in the 1v1s.
Yeah, the 1v1s are definitely taking place in the side of Team Vitality, and it's shown and evident in their kill lead, right? They've got 4 kills over the side of next RÜYA, and the gold lead is definitely pendulum swing back into the side of the team of Bs, which is Team Vitality. Taking the Shadow Overlord as well is going to mean getting these lanes is going to have a much easier effort for the side of Team Vitality. I think the next few minutes is just how it's going to be dictated on how next RÜYA actually answer the call.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think, you know what? I love to have a new perspective on stuff. And right now, Muchen as well as Keke, they have given me a whole new perspective. You know, let's not use the Celestial Melody for the Infinite Vastness. It takes too long to activate. You know, there's not many situations that require. Let's get the ship. Let's get the set sail. And once again, they caught Buggy out, Lone Ranger.
Yeah, long range of the Flaming Palms connecting and also getting the T2 as well. Some nice gold going over to Dao Dao. And I feel like it's getting to that point in the game where this is where Lung definitely shines. It's definitely that mid to late game. He's going to have a lot of items. It'd be nice to see the itemization, see what he's actually got into his back pocket right now. But the Vanguard is in here and it's going to be Vitality trying to take out next Ruga here. It's the Unbridled Outburst that really stops Dion Wei in his pits. And there we go. Back onto the back line of the NRX. It's going to be Masashi, Lug, Lady Sun going down, as well as the Motsu. That is a 4-0 trade for now, as well as 2 higher ground turrets. It looked like a great start for Team Vitality, then a shaky mid-game, and then it's going to be a rounded out game 1 for Team Vitality.
Beautiful gameplay by Team Vitality, and now we kind of get an inkling of what this team can offer. And my goodness, they do have a lot to offer at this point. This combination of the skill, the synergies, and I like the fact that they kind of abuse that Celestial Melody to just keep getting the boat ready, right? Set sail many a times has been the marker of which Team Vitality, you know, set their wins. They put the flag on the map and there's no missing because one just gets that chessboard down all the time successfully.
Yeah, I mean, this is I feel like the bittersweet pill for NRX. They had such a strong game 1 draft. They literally pulled out a lot of great meta pick heroes, very strong. But now they have taken them off the board now thanks to the global ban pick. And I feel like Team Vitality didn't really draw too much from that. Yes, they got the Lung, the Dolia, and the Yixing, but the Clash Lane in the jungle wasn't kind of like the top 2 meta picks. I feel like they can still substitute the Sunset and the Dion Wei and still be just as strong in this next game too as well. But whereas NRX, they've down the Masashi, they've down the Zhongfei, they're down the Lady Sun. They can ban them still, but it then leaves a lot more open for Team Vitality, which is going to be frightening in game 2, I feel.
Okay, so let me add on to that fear as well. The fact that they perform so well with the Dian Wei as well as this one, so it also spells that they understand how these heroes work. So it's going to be very scary for NRX because you're fighting against a team that knows the strengths and weaknesses of these heroes. And at this point, you know, take a look at An. He was just going ham, Giant's Grip with the Blazing Cape, Blood Rage as well. And he actually went for the Overlord's Plate Mail first. He wanted to have that extra life just to sustain. And he wasn't even the focal point of the fights. The focal point of the fights was Keke. He was just going in ham with the set sails. The boats were landing every single time.
Yeah, I mean, and there definitely had to be crushed so that Dao Dao and KK could actually fly, because, I mean, between both of those players, only 2 deaths, and they were always very present within the team fight. So it just shows, like you were saying there, Kin, in the early part of the post-game analysis, that these players know the limits of these heroes, right? And that was a perfect display of how Dao Dao knows how to play Lung and how KK knows how to play Sunset.
Oh yeah, for sure. Anytime you see a first blood coming in within the first, 1 minute, it shows you this guy is pretty proficient with the hero as well, right? We've already seen this experience from Esports World Cup where the KPL Dream Team was just wrecking people left and right, and they showed a huge, tremendous understanding of the strengths of their hero. And right now, I think Keke is definitely one of the players we have to watch out for the side of Vitality. And this is the marker of a very strong team, right? Where you can't identify, hey, you know what, maybe this guy is stronger than the rest of the team. Every single member on the side of Vitality has showcased that they are a force to be reckoned with. NRX, yes, they have shown this potential as well, but not as strong as Vitality thus far.
Yeah, no, definitely that. The first part of the game was it definitely in favor of Vitality, but I feel like the draft of NRX really was able to create space for NRX to have that comeback. But then we saw towards that late game, Team Vitality especially. I feel like even though KK wasn't the MVP, he definitely deserved like at least second place, right? Just those set sales were always on point. I just remember that early game one onto Attics in the brush, like whether they were privy to that information or not, that was just beautiful.
Yep, and you could see how Vitality shut down the confidence of NRX as the game went on by, right? So, I mean, you know, the Musashi, Attics was super trigger happy with his duel to the death. It worked out for them perfectly in the first part of the game. And the way that Vitality was playing was a little bit passive, which allowed the stuns to come in from Switz. And that was how NRX was able to really get a lot of team fights in their favors. And Vitality just said, you know what, we're playing too passive. We are letting them make the initiation instead. So let's flip the script, right? Keke, I'm going to give you the ship all the time. You're going to set sail, you're going to get the stuns, and then we're just going to lay the pain. And that's exactly how the story played out. Vitality, impressive performance for game number 1.
Yeah, it just means I think you'll be able to maintain that impressive performance, but I still feel like they've got a lot more in the tank, right? Like I was saying in the draft and even at the end of last game is like NRX has definitely exhausted some huge flames there. If we were talking about a trip into space, NRX is pretty much just dropped off like, I don't know, 20 gallons of energy. Now the Team Vitality is like, yeah, we've got like just 2 sort of like substitute boosters. Yeah, we don't have the lung anymore. Yeah, we don't have the Dolia, but still, we could still actually twist this around into our favor. And it may just play dividends into their hero pool. So game 2's draft's really going to excite me because you still have the likes of the Orchid into the jungle, you have Dune into the jungle, you got Monkey, you've got Lamb that could still make an appearance as well, or we could even get a Jing. I mean, there's always something that's very exciting about having a Jing in the jungle, right?
Yeah, for sure, because the burst potential is really big, and based on how Vitality has been playing, I think they really favor that early game aggression, right? We've already seen how they can take advantage of that. NRX seems to have figured out that we can kind of counter that strategy as well. But, you know, the later parts of the game, I think Vitality just shut down all options available to NRX. And I want to see, right, what else does NRX have in the tank? Because it's just the first game, it's a best of 5. We'll see how this goes down. But first and foremost, let's take a look at the highlights of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to tell us what NRX have in the tank, right? This is a replay of the Game 1 highlights, and yes, Team Vitality had a very strong start, but it did seem like NRX had the utilities within their kit to actually make that room for breathing, and they did so far. They were able to get the pendulum into their favor in terms of the goal lead, able to steal the Tyrant as well off the side of Team Vitality, but this team fight here was huge. Like, it seemed like it was going in NRX's favor. They were behind enemy lines, and all of a sudden Vitality was like, is that all you got? Let's go in, let's scrap a little bit more. We got the likes of Lung, we have Sunset still on the cards. Let's keep scrapping, baby.
Yep, One actually played a very phenomenal part in the fights as well. I don't think you know, many of you will be able to get this small interactions, but the sliding stones in the passive, the moment you have 2 or 3 more members in within a small confined space and taking liberties hits you along with sliding stones, the damage is impeccable. Most people will underestimate the damage, and right here, perfect chessboard laid down.
Yeah, it couldn't have been any more perfect, right? It was pretty much like a masterpiece of a painting. It was just like, let me lay this down on the gorge. It's going to be super duper attractive, and it's going to get us that win. And that's exactly what it did here. Taking down the Crystal in Game 1. There's the highlights of Game 1 between Team Vitality against NRX. Now, it's setting up that narrative of Game 2. What can NRX actually draft to make a strong Game 2, or even a more convincing evidence that they're here to stay within this best of 5?
I think they need to consider the fact of how do they deal with CC, right? How do they deal with stuns? Yes, granted, Sunse will not appear in the game anymore, at least on the side of Vitality, right?
Yep.
But there are plenty of heroes who can pull off the same kind of effect. There's plenty of heroes that were able to land the stuns, maybe from afar. They don't have to commit that face-to-face combat. You know what? They could even take the Dharma. But Dharma's range is actually also insanely far. And based on how Keke has been playing, I think it fits him perfectly. And NRX, I think they're actually in a very precarious position right now because they cannot afford to lose this second game. If they do, it's a lot of unnecessary pressure on their heads.
Yeah, I'm going to say I can go as even far to say it may not appear in Game 2, but maybe in Game 3, Team Vitality takes the Motsu for themselves. We see that KK goes for something like the Guan Yu, so again, laying down the smackdown with the Cannonball Blast, and then just getting Guan Yu just to have those Razor Cavalries and just completely shunt the team fight into whatever favor Team Vitality may have. So I feel like there may be a part of this best of 5, if it does go the 4-way, that we could see the Motsu actually being adopted over to the side of Team Vitality.
Yep, and based on how we see it, I think there's a potential of Zoe coming into the scene as well. I think he is very good at wave clear, and based on how fast Vitality rotates, I think Zoe is a perfect pick for him for the side of Vitality. Next, RÜYA, I think at this point, I like the fact that they have very good combinations, so they might want to pick heroes that have very good AoE synergies within their draft to try and just catch out the singularities, because based on what's happening, I think An does have the tendency to kind of step out on his own for a little bit. Maybe it's just because he's playing the DN way, who knows? But if he does play like that again, I think next RÜYA can definitely take advantage of the fact that we can take fights in a 4v5 situation. Let An step out a little bit of his comfort zone, punish him, and maybe they win the big team fights.
Yeah, I mean, if you are able to take that jungler off the table very, very early within a team fight, or even just pick him off in like a 3v1, and then say, for example, the neutral objectives have just spawned, it then makes it even easier for NRX to take dominance in that kind of perspective, where they are able to take the increased damage from the Tyrant, or even the lane priority from the Overlord. So yeah, that could actually also be a realistic point of this game too, is that they just focus on and then just make their way from there, just kind of snowball from that respect, just make sure to make the most out of Team Vitality's mistakes. I feel is probably the best way that NRX can kind of show the chinks in their armor.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm actually also pretty impressed with Artix and Switz. I think they have been playing pretty well. It's just that they couldn't handle the explosive growth on the side of Vitality, right? And Buggy is kind of shaky to me, at least. I think there are some nerves playing for sure on his end. So maybe if Buggy recovers a little bit faster, this game 2 could prove to be a slightly different result coming in.
I mean, it could be shaky, or it could just be the fact that it's Sunset. I mean, his level 1 base damage is crazy. Like, going up against most Clash laners, it's nuts the amount of damage this guy does. Like, even if you were to pick, like, something like the Gen.G, it's like, he still just makes him out to be such a squishy hero in that early game. So I feel like maybe it was just the effect of the Sunset and just the complete dominance that KK just really displayed up into that Clash lane that really made Boogie think, like, oh, well, I'm normally good in the Clash lane, but now I'm having to second guess. Do I play macro? Do I play micro? Do I just stick to what I know rather than try to just outplay this monster on the side of Team Vitality? But I feel like that's maybe it. It's just making sure that the players are high in morale, just make sure that they are playing to their best strengths and just keeping a cool head. I feel like that's probably the way that NRX are going to get into a Game 2 victory.
Right. So, I mean, we can take a look at the comments on social media as well. I think we have quite a few supporters for Vitality. So, what do you guys think, right? This new roster, is this the strongest version of Vitality just yet? And also, what do you think about next RÜYA? I think they're a pretty good team, right? Maybe they haven't found that perfect synergy yet, but what happens when they do, right? That's the big question here. Is the best version of next RÜYA good enough to go against the current version of Team Vitality?
I mean, you'd like to hope so, right? I mean, that's definitely what they're here to play for, is they're here to try and get into the Season 3 Invitational. So they definitely have to bring their best foot forward into Game 2, because if they don't, then they're 2 games behind. And at that point, I mean, I'm not a player, but if I was like part of any team, that it's kind of that's at the point that it's like the point of no return, or that's the point where you kind of feel like, right, okay, let's get our head stuck into the game, let's lock in, and let's do a Silver Scrapes, let's do a reverse sweep. And you kind of don't want to get to that point, but sometimes that's what it takes to get these players activated and kind of fired up to stay in the competition, because there's a lot at stake here.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know what? It's not just about the plane tickets. It's not about just playing in person in a foreign country as well. It is really just the ability to put yourselves on the map, to show off that you do have the potential to be the best in the world. And I think this matters a lot to professional players, right? They're not here just for the prize money, for the trophies. They are here to make a point, to make a stand, right? That they deserve to be the best, and they deserve to show everyone that there is a good reason why they are the best as well. And right now, this is the biggest challenge, because next RÜYA, they have their backs against a wall. Well, it is just the first game of the series. There is a telltale sign. Vitality, they expose your weaknesses really well. So next RÜYA, I think they have to do well for themselves to build a better security and maybe find an opening. I think they kind of exposed some weaknesses in Team Vitality's draft and execution a couple of times, but they need to do it more often.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, if you go into the analytical side of things, it's like the way they're able to pick the mistakes up was of the Dion way, which we know is not like the biggest meta pick. So maybe that's where they kind of focus their interests in game 2, is if they see anything in the draft that kind of doesn't make sense as a meta pick, or kind of like one of those tier 0 picks that we used to see in, that's where they kind of focus and just make the crack in the dam even like bigger as on the side of Team Vitality. So maybe that's what we'll be doing here in game 2, but hey, who knows? We'll wait to get into the draft.
All right, so we will be heading into the draft. Let's take a look at what these boys and girls have for us in the drafting BP phase. Now, bear in mind, Void has already taken off the Lady Sun, one of the biggest burst damage potentials within the farm lane roster, right? Besides that, we also have the Arlie, we have the Mumya, we have the Lung as well. These are all big, massive burst kinds of heroes. So let's see, what else does next RÜYA have in store? Because I want to see them play Lung as well. I want to see how they can capitalize on it, because I think they have supported their farm lane very well so far.
Yeah, and I mean, just as I was saying before as well, in the first draft, obviously, next RÜYA have a violation, obviously, for being late in the game, so they actually do miss 1 ban in every game of this series, so they're already at a bit of a handicap there due to the violation, so they have to really draft something really good in this game too. I think taking the Lady Sun off the cards for the side of Team Vitality is a really good call, because next NRX can't pick it, so it's definitely a better way to ban it, especially like on a hero, on a player like Anne as well. So it looks like that Dao Dao is actually going to go into the jungle this time, because that's how it looks on this side of the draft. So maybe we'll actually get Dao Dao into the jungle this time.
Hey, who knows? I think Team Vitality definitely showing us that they can flex, right? And game 1, NRX, they took out the Dao Dao special, which is the Yuhuan. This time, Vitality, they're going to reply in kind. They're going to take out the Mai and the Dolia.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it's another good 2 picks. I mean, Dolia, again, just opens up so much synergy for your enemy team if you don't take it out for yourselves. And then obviously the Mai Shiranui, we don't know how Switz plays on these high frame heroes into the mid lane, but he definitely displayed that he can play the Motsu. But again, these are 2 different kind of play styles. Motsu is setting up plays from afar. Mai Shiranui is you're literally having to try and get into the thick of it to take those kills, but it is going to be NRX that are picking up the Arlie as well, so we're going to be seeing Void on the Arlie.
I like it. I also like the corresponding pick, right? So they actually pick up the Diadea, and this time going to be complemented. Dao Dao picking up the Hoi as well. And I think it's really good, because when you get the lockdown from this Diadea, it's you can't TP away. You can't live step away during that duration. And based on late game stats, I think Hoi will be able to kill out of his fellow Clash farm laner in quick succession there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw a great performance from the Diadea from Clue in the previous series, like using that Destined Encounter to kind of just like drive the enemy team away from a minion wave so you can try and take those T1s and then go into a big team fight between those 2 turrets is pretty huge utility from this hero. But we're actually going to get the Dharma over to the side of Team Vitality. So KK's like, hey, let me show you how you play Dharma. Let me show you that I don't need to be on a boat to get up and down at the gorge. But we'll look over to the side of NRX. We're seeing the Liam Poe come through. So maybe down into the support role here. Maybe that's kind of Bob Ned's safety net, is the fact that he likes these tankier heroes in the support role.
Oh, I love the fact that Vitality, they ban out the Guan Yu in the lane. They want to make sure that the backline is safe, right? So no Razor
Yeah.
Cavalries, there's no Death at Sunset. I think it's a pretty good strategy to kind of protect the integrity of their positions on the backline as well. But now I'm curious, on the side of NRX, does this Lianpo go into the roam, or is he going to be in the clash lane? Because I would very much favor a healer, someone who's able to help sustain your farm lane in lane. Because if not, it's a simple win in the farm lane for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, if he does decide to go up into the clash lane, you could see something like the Yarria come through, obviously shield, as well as the 1 second CC. That's going to be really helpful for something like the Arlie, just being able to kind of get somebody stuck into place. I mean, Hou-Yi against an Arlie isn't probably the best matchup. I would always favor the Arlie over the Hou-Yi in a 1v1, just because she can slip around. He's a lot more kind of stationary out of a lot of the hero pool in the farm lane, so I feel like the Diadea needs to kind of be stuck to the Hou-Yi, unless if they don't do that, then I feel like Hou-Yi is going to be a bit of a sit-in duck when it comes to that 1v1 into the farm lane. But hey, there we go. Dao gets his shoe on.
Okay, so I think at this point, there is the potential of outplay, right? Void, he has taken a Frenzy. So in the event that who is the support, Muchen, if Muchen does not stay around Dao, there is a chance that Void can have the outplay. There is a huge burst. And I love this. Sun Ce and Luna, this is a very big draft here. And it looks like, okay, they will go with Bombnet into the roam position with the Lianpo as well. Not the biggest fan on my end, but I think it works.
It does work, but I feel like here is definitely where they need to draft the Angela, or maybe even the Lady Chen here, because the Angela is going to be great against the likes of the Lianpo and even the Sunset. Because if you try and focus a set sail onto the Angela, if you start popping that Blazing Brilliance, you've got that CC immunity. You're pretty much locked into place.
Yeah, fully agree as well. And I think, yes, there are potential win conditions. I can kind of see how NRX draft works, but it really puts a lot of pressure on Artix. Artix needs to cause as much chaos as he can with the Crescent Slice, with the New Moon. It falls a lot on the jungler on the side of next RÜYA. So Artix is going to have to play the game of his life here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, anybody on the Luna has to play the game of their life, to be honest. She's a very high frame, high risk, high reward hero, and she's just been given a ranged auto attack on her kit as well. So I feel like that kind of helps her kind of not get too stuck into the thick of it. But hey, going into game 2, Team Vitality against NRX. NRX on the blue side, Vitality taking the red side. So how are we feeling about this draft? Who takes the cake here for you? Who is the winning draft here for you, Ken?
I think it's easier to execute Team Vitality's draft, but I think next RÜYA has better potential.
Okay. I get that. I mean, if they can get the Lady Sun into the late game, absolutely. As well as if they're able to capitalize on Luna, make sure they don't drop a lot of the Azure Golem buffs as well, because that's another heavy reliant hero onto something that exists on the map. And if Team Vitality takes pure dominance of the map, then that kind of key vital resource that the Luna needs becomes non-existent.
Yep, and you know what? It happens for both sides as well, right? Dao on his G1, yes, it's his specialty, but he can't do as much if he doesn't have that Azure buff as well. So it looks like Artix is gonna try for the 1v2. Doesn't really work out in his favor. There's a lot of burst damage coming out from Dao. The Tragic Beauty is one of the most underrated skills out of the kit on the side of U1, because the amount of damage he does, especially against a squishy hero like Artix Luna, it's gonna be monstrous later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, into this draft of NRX, do you reckon that the She is going to be good into this one? Do you reckon her Silk Imprint as well as a Silk Beauty combo where she can pull them away or push them away, do you think that's going to actually hold any play potential for the side of NRX?
I think it matters very little, because unless the initiation is by Switz, it's not going to matter at all. I mean, right. Silky Beauty, I love that skill if you're on my team, right? You get to have the CC, you get the control as well. But everyone else, I think, is able to get out of it. And the only probable target you're looking at is Muchen. But why would you want to catch Muchen? You know, you want to catch someone else. You want to catch Dao.
Yeah, I mean, they probably could, and potential catch out Arn as well. Because I mean, we were saying about it in the draft here that the Hou-Yi is pretty stationary, and here's the Liempo with the Magma Slam as well, trying to keep him in place. But Void taking too much damage. It actually is going to be the bitter farewell from the Diadea that takes down the Ali. So that's first blood going over to Team Vitality. Not quite going over to Hou-Yi, but hey, it's an overall gold at the moment that is definitely in the favor of Team Vitality.
Yep, they're going to try and freeze the lane as well. Right now, next RÜYA, this is not the best position to be in. You know, of all the farm they give, they have to give it over to the farm lane. Yes, it's not in the hands of An, but still, it's a net worth advantage. And itemization definitely going to be earlier, which means defensive capabilities coming out from Mugen is going to help Team Vitality win the next few fights.
Yeah, like I was saying, like the idea has so many great utilities. She can not only single target CC, she has the healing potential, but then I feel like her greatest potential comes from a Destiny encounter, especially how she can kind of zone the enemy team, but then also heal your team to just aid a better engage that you maybe put off the back foot of a bad engage and then just go back in for a re-engage. But it looks like there's a lot of pressure going down to the side of the farm lane here. We do see the Void able to take out Arn into the bot side of the map, so NRX are not down and definitely not out.
Right, that is what is supposed to happen, right? So Void is supposed to get this wins, stock standard, finally they even out the lane. And here's the big thing, Void actually gets the kill. So there is gold being funneled into the inventory of Void, and this is a good situation. So next RÜYA, once again, they've recovered. I like this idea. And Burning Sun Arrow not going to hit the mark at this point. We'll see how this game progresses, right?
Yeah, definitely a blind one. Definitely a blind Burning Sun Arrow from downtown.
Well, sometimes it does hit the mark.
Hang on. But speaking of the Blazing Brilliance, actually the damage over time from Diadea gets the kill onto the She there. But now going into the back line, the Truth Mantra does connect onto 3. And then we do see the Dow goes in as well. When claiming the kill onto the Liempo. And this is exactly why I feel like the Angela was drafted, just to make an example of Liempo.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of damage coming out from Team Vitality. And once again, there's a lot of CC coming in. What is he doing?
That was definitely a more successful Burning Arrow there. It connected onto the Sunset. I feel like watching Boogie's Sunset, the set sails seem less confident, you know? Like, it seems like it doesn't have as much, like, vigor or zest, you know what I mean? Like, it just seems like a little, like, short boat. You don't actually see the distance, whereas what we saw with KK.
I would go even further to say it is not lack of confidence. I would say it's overconfidence, and what a pull!
Yeah, but 3v1 here onto KK. They're trying to take down the Beast himself, but it is going to be Sweats that gets taken down as well. So 1-for-1 trade for NRX, and Team Vitality is probably not the trade that they wanted here.
You know what? I think it's a big win. 1v3, you get a kill. And right now, yes, T1 on the bot is kind of getting pressured as well. But if you take a look at it, there's nothing much else that next RÜYA can achieve across the map as well.
Yeah, very, very true. I mean, if that Burning Sun Arrow actually connected, then it probably would have, but unfortunately it didn't. They're able to take the T1 down into the farm lane, like you said there, Ken. Looking at the map and looking in retrospect, I think that is probably the best thing they could get out of that situation as well, considering that they've locked the T1 into the mid lane, same within the Clash lane, so they've got to try and get dominance of one lane, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And they're also trying, right? Next RÜYA, I can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to funnel the farm into the main two heroes on the side of next RÜYA, which is going to be Artix as well as Void, but it's not really working out too much. Right now, Artix does have a level advantage against most of the cast on the side of Team Vitality, but it might not be enough because the rest of the members do not survive. Here comes a bit of farewell.
Oh yes, the bit of farewell linked in with the Blazing Brilliance. Destined counter used a little bit more premature there. It could have been lasted a little bit longer for making a greater impact, but they're able to wipe out that minion wave into the Clash lane. Hopefully these Vanguards can try and take down that T2 whilst the presence is elsewhere on the Gorge. But you can kind of see a little bit from a macro play from Keke is trying to take the T1 into the farm lane just to get that overall dominance of the T1s into Team Vitality.
Next RÜYA, they need to figure out something now, right? When there are no cooldowns available for the side of Team Vitality, I think this is the best time. But next RÜYA, I think, unable to really be comfortable with what's given on the map. So Team Vitality, very smart to just not allow any openings that can be exposed from the side of next RÜYA.
I mean, we speak about openings. I mean, this could be an opening to T1 into the clash lane for the side of next RÜYA, taking another turret for themselves because they look very preoccupied down into the bot side of the map. Team Vitality, the Tremor Smash is just trying to keep them out of there, but the Blazing Brilliance just wipes out so much damage, so much health, sorry, onto the Liam Poe, and it does open up that T2 down into the farm lane as well. So Team Vitality, they may have not got a kill, but they definitely got something out of that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Kirko's positioning just very critical at this point because he's actually now getting vision for himself. He knows how many members there are on the side of next RÜYA around the corner, and that allows him, he does have flash, so it is a dangerous situation to be in for the side of next RÜYA.
Absolutely. I mean, this is kind of like it's...
Oh, there we go!
Yeah, a lot of pressure. There's a truth mantra that really set up that whole engage, taking down Switz at the moment. So only a 1-0 trade there for Team Vitality, but it is a start of something new here into the mid lane. Maybe a bit of a push, but pretty priority onto the next neutral objective that's going to be up is the Tyrant. So again, so much pressure being put onto the side of NRX. Can they actually come around here? It doesn't look quite well that it's going to work in their favor. Bitter farewell to Void as well. So down goes the Ali, the Blazing Brilliance. Is it going to be enough to actually connect? Oh, it's going to be Huan getting the double kill. So Dao Dao on his signature hero here, doing a lot of damage, having a lot of impact for Team Vitality.
Yeah, and this is where Switz needs to understand that he is actually a very important role because he's also a line of defense for the side of next RÜYA. And when he's down, there is no counterplay available for the side of next RÜYA.
Yeah, there's a Destiny encounter as well. Oh. Huge backline, brutal attack there from Wawa, not Wawa, sorry, Keket, Dava. Being very strong, very great plays here by the side of Team Vitality. And it doesn't look like they're going to stop there. They take the high ground turret. They're able to take down Atix as well as Boogie. And now goes down Bobned. Is this going to be Void trying to make the last stand between Team Vitality, or is it just going to let them take game 2 as well?
Clean work from the side of Team Vitality. Stuns after stuns, it was really hard to manage, and Artix did not appear in this game at all. I mean, Luna is a smart pick. I like the idea of executing a Luna into the lineup of Team Vitality, but he just could not get the growth he was looking for in this game.
That's the thing about the Luna though, right? Like, you have to kind of make a strong performance and a solid start in these games, right? You have to make sure that your presence is known when you pick a Luna. But like you said, unfortunately for the side of NRX, it didn't seem like Atix was pretty much in attendance at all.
Yeah, you know what? At the start of the game, we were kind of worried about, hey, maybe the Azure Golem is going to be at risk. No, it's your entire jungle. We're going to take everything. And, you know, at this point, Team Vitality, I think I like the notion of how their draft works because it was always layered. So it's stuns after stuns. You get the stun from the Truth Mantra, sure, but they get the Bitter Farewell. And after 6 seconds of stun, suddenly the cooldowns are ready again, and you get stunned again. So there was no option for the side of next RÜYA to really get any openings into the fight itself.
Exactly. I mean, again, I feel like they're just probably a victim to the global ban pick here as well, because it doesn't stop the side of Team Vitality. They lock in the Dharma. They had Sunset in game 1, and same for the switch up in the role of the support as well. So they had Dolia in game 1. They gone for Diadeer in game 2. There's still quite a bit of strong picks into the support role as well. They're going to completely switch up their playstyle, because obviously they could either go for the Sunbin to stay with the same kind of playstyle, or they're going to lock in the likes of Zhongfei.
All right, let's take a look at the itemization. I think we're going to see a very stark difference here. Most of the items, like, weren't actually just forego the Scepter Reverberation, went straight for the Tomb of Wisdom there. And that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, so much damage. I mean, it was a short game, so 39k in the respect of time is probably a lot bigger if the game was to go the whole 9 yards. But you're looking at here, even Diadeer, pretty much creme de la creme in terms of the damage, so 40.2k. That is pretty huge. And considering the team fight participation as well, 91%, she was pretty much stuck to the hip of Ho Yi, which is what we were kind of saying in the draft as well.
Oh yeah, and her Destined Encounters, I think they were pretty much on point, right? She made sure, even with the Glacial Buckler, the extra 20% cooldown, to make sure that the skills were always available for the side of Team Vitality. So at this point, we're reaching a state where I just want to say it's the starting of the outclass, right? Team Vitality showing off that they have
that much more experience, but also the level of execution from these members on the side of Team Vitality has been very clinical so far.
Oh, absolutely. Like, super duper clinical. Like, there's been no room for NRX to breathe. Like, they had a brief glimmer of hope, as you can kind of see on that gold graph there, where it was kind of going to go back into their favor, but it was then back at that point where you can see that between the mid game and that little pyramid on the side of Team Vitality, they was like, no, we're going to take it back again from you. And then from the mid game onwards, they tried to come back there, but then it was just an absolute domination from Team Vitality. And you can tell by the access of the neutral objectives, there was no Shadow variant, so it didn't even go the full 10 minutes to get to that point to get the Shadow Vanguards. But there's the first blood from Diadea, so that really set the pace of this game 2 between Team Vitality and NRX.
Yep, I think next RÜYA really kind of underestimated the potential of Muchen on this Diadea as a hero as well, right? They didn't expect the damage, which is why Void took that 1v1 against Ahn early in the game, and you could see it spelled the disaster. Okay, here's a funny thing though. Ahn did not hit most of his Burning Sun arrows, but nonetheless, the team did much of the work. Kerker here, he did so much work, pulling away 3 different members on the side of RÜYA, which is why I feel like that was a win. Even though he died, they got so much off the map. And the fact that when Switz dies, you see there is no counterplay available. There is no CC to stop any of the members of Vitality to go in. And with the Unending Sorrow, there is so much heals. He didn't even go for the Melody of Peace option. He just wanted to get the heals and damage in. Here comes stun after stun, variation after variation. The cooldowns work in great synergy for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I feel like game 2 was a bigger stomp than game 1. Like, there was at least like a little bit of a comeback for NRX in game 1, but game 2, 12 kills to 3, and not even getting to the 10-minute mark was a bitter pill to swallow for the side of NRX, I think.
But here's the hard reality of competition, right? We are looking for the best teams across all the different regions. Team Vitality definitely showing us that not only are they one of the best, they have improved from the high standards they've already set since last year. And looking at the growth from Open Series qualifiers coming into the Esports World Cup, 2025 might be a year that Vitality is going to come up very strong.
I mean, hopefully, I mean, this is what they're here to prove, right? I mean, Season 3, they definitely need to make a mark for their name if they can get this last point on the board, because it's not just over yet for NRX. They could potentially come back here with another, with their first win on the board. We've seen it already from R8. They were able to get one from the side of Gen.G, which was way more than they did in the qualifier, and I could say the exact same for SCARZ. So you can see that some of these teams that were necessarily not coming into this one as the not so strong team have definitely proved themselves today, I feel.
Yep. So of course there is still a chance, there is still a hope. I'm not saying that next RÜYA is not gonna make it out, but based on we talk about facts. Based on the stats and the facts, it looks like next RÜYA is not gonna have a good third game. But we'll see, right? With every game that goes up in the series, your hero pool is shortened down. It is kind of squeezed out as well. But based on what we know of the Vitality players, I think they can pretty much be confident in saying they have a very deep hero pool as well.
I can imagine so. I mean, we see some of these players and how they mastered the heroes that they displayed so far. It definitely shows more of an inkling that they have a bigger hero pool than, say, for example, NRX. Because right now, even if you just look down at Bobned, he's gone for 2 tanky support heroes in the past 2 games. So that kind of already shows to me that maybe he's not as proactive or as confident with the Enchantress kind of supports like Dolia, like the Diadea as well. So maybe that's probably one of the problems here for the side of NRX, but they've already shortened down their hero pool even further into the farm lane as well, because down goes the Lady Sun, down goes Arlie as well. So they either ban out the Lady Sun and the Arlie, or they end up giving over either of these huge heroes in the farm lane to Team Vitality.
Yep, and these are one of the most impactful farm lanes, right? Because there's a huge amount of burst damage they offer right straight into the mid game as well. Now, we are left with heroes like the Marco Polo, we have Lung as well that Vitality definitely can explore. And I think that might be the killer blow. So NRX, they need to figure something out. They need to figure out how do we deal with the potential very tanky drafts coming out from Vitality, because let's be honest, a lot of the drafts we have seen in the first 2 games, they haven't been the tankiest of heroes. And you still have Kaiser, you still have Doom. These are all picks that Vitality can definitely open up.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can kind of see here by Vitality's first 2 picks, they are really holding in onto Bobned's support role here. They take out the Dolia, they take out the Diadea. So really, effectively, all they really have open, they can't even go in for the Motsu now into the support role because it was played in the mid. So they only really have the likes of Sunbin. They could maybe go for Shangyu or maybe even Lu Bang into the support role. But we may even be getting Xuanzi here into the jungle role for Atex. That would be a completely different pick than what we've been seeing regionally, but Ming and Lady Sun come through, and that's a frightful combo down into the farm plate.
Oh yeah, for sure. One of the things you could consider for the start of next RÜYA is I want to see them pick up the Zhonghui. I think Zhonghui works really fantastically well against the Lady Sun and Ming combination. In the event that you can land a hook on Ming, there is no stuns coming out from Lady Sun, right? So it allows you to get your full combination off. At the same time, you cut away that live stream for the side of An in that farm lane as well. But it's a tough one. Right now, they flex the potential Ogren as well. They will be going for the Byron, I'm pretty sure of it.
And this is the problem, though, right? I mean, they've already chose 3 heroes on the side of NRX that need to kind of be into the thick of it, especially with Xuanzi's hook back. You have to stay in that AoE range to kind of pull them back to you. And then same with Mai Shiranui, you have to be in there. And right now, they don't have a tank. So I feel like maybe Bobned is probably going to go for something that's a little bit more of a less conventional tank into the support role. Maybe not quite the Quay, but I feel like it will probably end up being like the Lu Bang or potentially a Xuangyu. But man, locking in the Ogren as well. Like, they're on game 3 and they're bringing out some of the biggest punches on the side of Team Vitality.
Yep, and they're locking up all of the rooms. Taiyan as well, actually one of the best potential people to kind of leverage against the healing styles. Yep, so everything is generally off the board. They're trying to force the picks on the side of bottom, right? And right now, I think it's pretty much working in their favor. NRX, they're in a very tight spot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're definitely got to pull out something that's not quite known to most people. Hey, maybe we'll get a Liu Shan. Maybe we'll get a Liu Shan or a Xuanzi. But that would be pretty cool. I feel like the Liu Shan may be enough to try and disrupt the side of Team Vitality. A little bit of a throwback there, but they've banned out the Princess Frost as their last ban because those that don't know, the NRX was late, so violation is they miss out 1 ban. So that is their bans all done and set up. So they do go for the mid lane ban there for the Princess Frost, but it looks like they may lock in the Liang here, which would make a lot of sense for these high frame heroes. Oh, they're going to go for Shi instead.
Okay, I prefer Liang any day over Shi.
Yes.
And at this point, Bobned, he is spoiled for choice at this point. Zhuangzi looks like the best pick they can have, because I don't think a Yara is going to do anything in this game against Vitality. They have too much damage, too much CC. Her shield, Verdant Protector, is just going to be absolutely cancelled out in a flash.
Oh, look, the hover in the Liu Shan. We're going to get it for the first time within like the Western Hemisphere. I don't think we are going to, though. I think it'd be too much of a good choice, but they do go for the Liang, which is a good counter for the Ogren. I feel like that's probably like the best thing they could do here for Bobned, is just put him on something that's actually going to be useful.
If they actually put the Mulan down, it's game over. I think it's pretty much game over for the side of NRX, because Mulan is able to get a lot of CC in. There's a huge burst potential, burst damage potential coming in. And if they manage to catch out any singular member on the side of NRX, let's be honest, they're not very tanky. They are very squishy, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you kind of focus the Mayin as well. Like, if she doesn't get the great start that she needs to and get the items that she needs to, she then becomes very, very squishy. And you've got nothing else to really back that up, because Lung squishy, if you can catch him. Mai Shiranui is definitely squishy. Xuanzi is pretty much a very assassin-based hero into the jungle. So, again, they don't really have much of a front line. And I think like that was the whole point of Team Vitality's draft there.
I'll be honest, I'll be very surprised if NRX can walk away with this with a W in this series at this point. But we never say never, and we'll see, right? NRX, they have surprises from time to time. I want to see how it goes in this last game of potential last game of the series.
Yes, this could be potentially the last point of the series, like you said there, Kin. And looking at the draft, do you feel like it is going to be the point? Game point and match for the side of Team Vitality with this draft.
Okay, Xuanze in the jungle, Artix, you're gonna have to pull something out of your hat because this is the last potential game for you. And at this point, oh, okay, that's a good start. NRX.
What's going on here? Okay, so KK actually meets his maker there. They do get lung up into the top side of the map because they know that maybe Mayim would have been the prime target here for Team Vitality, and NRX countered that beautifully.
Oh, this is the best start ever, and look at it. It's going to be the Crimson Golem available. Artix will be able to get it. Doesn't even need to commit the smite because he doesn't have it in the first place. But nonetheless, Team Vitality, oh, what a way to put yourselves behind.
Yes, that's definitely not the start they really were hoping for here. But hey, NRX have got to try the unconventional here. They are pretty much behind the last game of the series that it could potentially be here. So they have to pull out all the stops. They have to be super aggressive. But is it going to come and haunt them into the later part of the game?
Maybe not, right? We know how survivable the Lady Sun Ming combination is thus far. And Mujin, I think he has proven to be pretty rock solid in this roam rule.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's able to do what most roamers and support players don't do, and that's stick to the hip of the farm, especially when it's something like the Lady Sun, where you really want to get her into the late game as quick as possible.
I feel personally attacked because I always leave my farm lanes alone. But in this case, Kerker is left in no man's land here, 1v3.
Yeah, these 3v1s up into the clash lane is definitely not what Vitality want to do, but it does open up the other side of the map. They are leaving this all for Mayim to try and take on Lady Sun, take on the Ming, as well as she is waiting patiently in this bush. And it looks like the T1 takedown is going to be more so on the cards for Team Vitality than it is for NRX. Maybe at the same time they both get it, but there we go.
Destroyed a tower.
Is it going to be a take on the top side? I mean, if they don't, it's actually a big fail. And yes, Kerker actually manages to stop them.
Yeah, manages to come back, ride the wind. This pushing away Keka, but it does mean that he's able to keep that T1 alive. So in the side of Team Vitality, in the eyes of Team Vitality, that's definitely a win for them.
Oh yeah, not the ideal situation actually for next RÜYA, because that dwindles the farm that they have, and that directly translates into lack of growth into Void. He is at level 5, Arn is at level 5 as well, but I'm pretty sure Arn does have a slight level advantage due to the fact that they don't have this T1 on the top.
Yeah, definitely in terms of gold, it would go over to the side of Team Vitality in the farm lane. Not overall, though. I mean, we are seeing the NRX are just leading ever so slightly. There's a suppression from the Liang as well. The Flaming Palms comes through with Mai. Could this be the takedown? Not quite yet. Wan coming through with the Silk Imprint as well. Oh, it's going to be a kill going over to Keke there into the Clash lane onto the botnet there. So Liang actually out of the competition with so far, but it's now going to be the Orgrim putting a bit of pressure here. But Schwanza is actually coming through, taking down the Ming, and we see a lot of clashes going on here. We are seeing a bit of a last stand for NRX in this game 3.
Yep, Arn and Artix playing with fire, but right now Arn is dead.
Oh, there we go. Another takedown for NRX, putting them up to 5-1 right now, which is definitely the morality boost that they need going into this game 3, because if they don't, if they come in this inflated, they definitely lose. But Infinite Vastness going to save Void there for now.
Let me be clear, this is a miracle that's happening right in front of your eyes. Next RÜYA, I think right now, I mean, my morale would be crushed going up against a potential last game of the series, but somehow they're pulling so many tricks out of their bag. But at the same time, you have to give props to Team Vitality because they have managed to kind of hold the fort right now. T1 at the top is still open, right? It has not been taken yet. Kerker going up one-on-one against Void.
Yeah, Void almost losing himself there. It's not going to actually be enough for him to get taken down. But right now, we're still seeing that the gold lead is just ever so slightly over to the favor of NRX. We see a bit of an effort here for Orgren. Dao just to get a bit of a push into the mid lane, or at least negate it. But it seems like a lot of the action is going on down into the farm lane.
Yep, so far, I think it's a good decision by Vitality, right? Yes, they get the Overlord, but at this point, 2-2 constantly being pressured by the side of Team Vitality is going to be actually quite detrimental to the side of next RÜYA.
I don't know how I'm feeling about this next statement here, Kim, but I feel like Keke has just been used as a carrot on a stick here for the side of NRX. Maybe he's just a little bit of a pawn here, because you're seeing that the domination of the bottom side of the map now for Vitality could be the big opener up here for them. They're able to get the Tyrant, they're able to get chip away at that T2 into the farm lane, and Keke has just taken like L's left and right, but maybe that's the whole strategy.
Yep, I don't think that's too far off. In fact, I concur with your statement here. I think he really is the bait. And so far, next RÜYA, they haven't been able to capitalize. Keke has not died that many times. You know, in fact, he has defended T1 long enough for Team Vitality to even potentially get a comeback. Look at that.
Yeah, we do see Mayin go straight onto the Ming, but it is going to be saved by Shi as well. We did, and actually got taken down there by, I feel like it was Boogie, but we missed that kill. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like the farthest stretch that farthest reach that I've ever done, but I feel like Atix is really fitting into this G.C pick here as well. Like, he's definitely playing it very well, way better than I actually expected.
Yeah, right now it's all about the Nightmare hooks, right? We want that full combination with the Crimson Blur, maybe getting that surprise pull. We haven't seen him do it yet, but if that situation comes up in the mid to late game, that person is dead. Right, so Team Vitality, they have to be really careful about their positioning, especially for An, because he does not have an escape mechanism besides the use of Flash.
No, yeah, we're seeing the Death Precipice being used there to try and push away the side of NRX. There is a bit of a try to character engage to the back line. Liang was trying to go for the suppress, but it's Shi that gets the takedown onto Bobnet. But now, using the Infinite Fastness, we do see the Void is able to escape there, but gets stuck into it. It's going to be this one Zus, so Atix, as we praise him, gets taken down as well as Switz into the mid lane. All they need is a minion wave, and down goes that T1.
Yep, it was all going so well. Take a look at the kill score. It's 8-5. They have the advantage, and now the map is completely out of control for the side of next RÜYA. They will get this T1 for free, no problem. In fact, not even free. They have it at a discount because they get some freebies along with the life of Artix and Switz.
Yeah, definitely at a discounted rate it was for the T1 there. But I feel like NRX, they're still at the T2s. They still have, they're not at the last line of defense, which is that high ground turret, right? They still have a means to protect themselves. But now, their jungle's wide open, and this is exactly the problem when the T1s do go down. It means that Team Vitality can overreach.
Yeah, the overextension doesn't even matter at this point, right? Keke, you know what? It doesn't even matter if he picked Mulan or this Byron pick, right? Because in any case, he would have just wrecked them right away. And at this point, I think the game is going to be just that much harder for the side of Void because there is no way he's surviving any of the huge burst potentials. Keke is an instant kill, and if one gets a Silky Beauty, you can definitely expect Void not to be able to survive.
Yeah, I mean, from past few team fights, I mean, that's definitely evident here for the side of Team Vitality. They're definitely working on making sure that Void has some kind of Hercules heel right now. It's definitely what's been displayed in these team fights, but you can kind of see that the Master Sword just being built there for Schwanzer, trying to get a little bit more damage onto the board here. But I feel like Orgren's definitely not been the focus here for Team next RÜYA, which could be at their detriment.
I mean, there's too many targets to take a look at, right? They go for the correct target, but they will get the life.
Path of passing, the Death's Precipice as well, straight into the T2. The ultimate shell does connect as well. Double kill going over to Dowdell on the Ogre. Triple kill. Can he match that quadra kill from Ray? No, it's going to be actually put to a stop by Void there, getting the double kill, but it is a 4-2 trade, and he is able to get the quadra kill as well. Team Vitality looking to push the higher ground turrets for the side of NRX, but I don't feel like they can finish it here. The minion wave is not as strong, and obviously with the slow movement buff here, as they've taken the higher ground turret, I feel like just going back, saving that T1 in the mid lane just gives them a little bit more of a leash going into this late game.
Yep, very good situational awareness, knowing about the stats of the game as well, right? So with the slow on the creeps and the minions, they won't be able to get the ending on the game. I mean, it was, what, 15 seconds left before the revival of the multiple members on the side of next RÜYA. And bear in mind, like 20 seconds more, there's going to be that Shadow version battle, right? We're going to have the Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant as well. And this probably could be the nail in the coffin for the side of next RÜYA. I mean, let's be clear, they did a massive win in the early parts of the game, but right now, the control has just they've been spiraling out of control. It is a 5,000 goal lead for this side of Team Vitality, and I don't see how they're gonna lose this lead.
I mean, that's the problem, right? You can have the greatest early game role for any of these teams, but if you've got the likes of the Lady Sun that's still able to farm up and get to that late game a little bit earlier, same with Orgren, get those core items that he needs, like the Burning Cape, the Blazing Cape, the Eye of the Phoenix, everything like that, the Blood Rage as well. It just makes the early game part, it just stunts the growth of that, especially if you don't do anything with it and just keep putting the pressure on. But you can kind of see Mayeen into the back line here, waiting for the prime moment for Boogie to intercept the side of Team Vitality, but it looks like they're going to be able to take a higher ground turret before she even gets the chance. But it is going to be Dowdow taking a kill onto Bobnet. Down goes Boogie as well as Switz. That is a double kill going over Dowdow as well. The crystal's wide open up. Are they going to go for a team takedown? Once more, it's Void. Look at this crystal going bye-bye for the last time as Team Vitality book their tickets to Manila.
Yep, it's a big win, and congratulations this time to Team Vitality. We will have an interview with them in a short moment as well after we take a look at the items and whatnot. But yeah, it was pretty clean. That last play, desperation from next RÜYA, I think they've shown great potential, but Team Vitality just ousted them in every single aspect of this entire series.
Yeah, I mean, the only way an element of surprise actually works is if you use it, execute it, and then play on it. Whereas they just had the element of surprise, they didn't do anything with it. It then just became a bit of a stalemate, unfortunately, for the side of NRX and Team Vitality with the picks like Orgren, Lady Sun going into that third game. These were huge picks that we were scared of for teams in previous series. And Team Vitality was like, hey, we've got it for our last game. This is pretty much us writing it out and writing our names for Season 3 Invitational.
Yep, you have to give props to next RÜYA as well. They did try to go for that lane swap, right? Actually enabled them to get that first blood into the game, and you know, kind of gave them a good start into the mid game as well. But let's take a look at the itemizations right here. I mean, they were just so far apart. Dowdow not even dropping the single time here. Just got the Patrol X, didn't even complete the Giant's Grip here, and more than enough sustenance. Interestingly, he did not go for Blazing Cape. He just got the Energy Core, and he complemented that with the Blood Rage as well as the Eye of the Phoenix and the Overlord's Plate Mail.
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of the side of NRX, you don't really need that big optimal kind of anti-heal when you're going against the heroes on the side of NRX. I feel like the Blood Rage and the Eye of the Phoenix, the things that give utility to Orgren's survivability, is probably a lot better to kind of rush there and complete their items, especially going for the extra health with the Plate Mail towards the end as well. So, but we speak about Dowdow going 6-0, but it's actually going to be she that gets the MVP. So when getting the 2-0-9, being super effective mid lane here, and I think this is probably like the best performance I've seen of she in these qualifiers. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that is probably the best one we've seen.
Yep, the counter initiation was actually one of the winning key points for the side of Team Vitality. One of the things you'll notice is the ability of Vitality to force out Void to constantly use that infinite vastness prematurely. And when there's any fight where the Lung does not have access to his ultimate, it's a horrible fight to take, because at any point you have so much burst from coming out from An, and you have the potential crowd control coming out from Wen as well as Kirka, and these are all AoE crowd controls or even AoE damage available. And this is even without mentioning the fact that Dowdow was just slashing people left and right with the Death's Precipice, you know. So I mean, props to NRX. It is not an easy challenge to go up against Team Vitality, especially a Team Vitality that has evolved throughout the months, and right now I would argue is the best version of Vitality we have seen so far.
Yeah, they're definitely the best version themselves with this new roster, and like you said there, it's clearly displayed for everybody to see, and for their future opponents going into Season 3 Invitational as well. Like, they now know that Vitality is not here to mess around, especially with the addition of Dowdow and his new team here with Wen and Muchin and Keke. Like, they are a force to be unstoppable.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights here. A surprise first blood going into the hands of Void of all people, right? But somehow they lost that advantage. Kirka, I think, like you said, carrot on the stick. He was really just a stop measure, right?
Yeah.
If he could survive, that was a plus sign. But the fact that he managed to defend that T1 on the top for 3 minutes in a row, that was what was super impressive.
Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't be able to do that myself. I mean, I've been in that situation many a times, and I can tell you, I have definitely been the victim rather than the victor more times than I care to say. But right here, you can see the power of Orgren. Dao, just the fact that it allowed the Orgren to come through into Game 3 was a bit of a mistake, I feel, for next RÜYA in the draft. There's nothing scarier than an Orgren in the jungle.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I think Bobnet, I think Liang was a good pick, but I think Bobnet felt very pressured because there was really not much initiation coming in from the start of next RÜYA. I think if you leave it open, there's a lot of damage that next RÜYA's draft can give, but there's not a lot of initiation value.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I bet he was saying to his teammates, hey, can I build him tank? Can I just build him tank and then just use the suppression? Is that okay? But hey, it didn't work. He was able to get a few catch-offs, able to kind of stunt the growth of Team Vitality, getting them into that 10-minute mark, which they weren't able to do into the second game. But Game 3 was definitely absolute monster of a game for Team Vitality after that early game.
Yep, too many things to consider for the side of next RÜYA because the heals coming in from Orgren just alone was enough to deal a lot of detriment to the side of next RÜYA. And, you know, besides that, they had to deal with the Ming longevity, giving over to An on that Lady Sun. So, I mean, it's a tough call, but Team Vitality, once again, congratulations, winner of the EU qualifier, the Europe qualifier. They will make it out tickets and fly out to the side of Manila, Philippines to take part in the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3.
Yeah, once again, just to represent the European scene, it is going to be Team Vitality for the first time of the global esports of Honor of Kings in 2025 that we get to see them back on the main stage. So it's a little bit of a mixed tale for Season 3 Invitational. We get a lot of new blood. We don't get the top 3 that we had for KC 2024 actually appearing, but we do get some familiar faces as well, like Gen.G, who were previously Falcons, and also Team Vitality as well.
All right, so with that being said, I think we have an interview queued up with our winners here for Team Vitality. I'm not sure who we're going to be speaking to, but I do have quite a lot of questions, right? Because this is a brand new team technically.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll probably get to hear from them and the excitement that they're actually going to make it to the Season 3 Invitational. So we are going to go for an interview with one of the members of Team Vitality. How's it going? How does it feel to win and qualify to the playoffs? Can you hear us?
We can't hear him.
Can't hear.
Yeah, we can't hear him at the moment.
No.
No worries, he will. Yep.
It's all
So
good.
no
It's all
worries,
good.
we will let him,
Too much
yeah,
excitement,
we'll let him
clearly.
fix the issues first, and then I mean, yeah. Can we test again?
Hello.
Alright,
Can you hear
so-
us?
He black screen
No.
or doomed us.
Just like Ray got ganked by darkness. It seems to be a fitting thing. That seems to be with the interviews. Everyone's just getting ganked by darkness. Maybe it's a hint to a new hero or something. Maybe it's Sima Yi.
No, it's Arc. It's a new release hero. Right? She goes invisible,
True.
and then suddenly your world goes dark.
That's it. But no, I feel like it's going to be good to see the new Team Vitality actually play against some of these new bloods and also some of these other teams that have been well established within the scene since 2024 as well, especially with the global ban pick as well.
All right. So with that being said, I think we will try to fix the interview section for a little bit. In the meantime, welcome back into the two of us, right? So Team Vitality, I think actually one of the strongest potentials, right, out of all the different regions I've seen. And you will be damn sure that every other region across in the world is looking at this right now. And I would think it's safe to say, right, that Team Vitality, someone to watch out for.
Oh, absolutely. Their new roster. I mean, I think everybody would have had their eyes on this, especially in terms of research and just seeing how they actually work against the global ban pick. But we are going back to the interview. Hopefully they can hear us this time. How's it going? Can you hear us?
Test. Oh, beautiful. Okay, let's go. Blam, maybe you want to start off with the first question.
Yeah, so how does it feel to win and secure your place within the playoffs?
Amazing. This is what we've been working for.
Okay, that's great. I think every team puts in a lot of effort. Now that you've qualified into season 3 of the Invitationals, is there any team you're gonna be looking out specifically for?
I think Nova because they're very strong and we love a good challenge.
Okay, so a good challenge indeed. Nova is probably right at the top based on my own personal standings. Blam, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, is there anything you want to say to your fans out there, some of the Team Vitality fans that have been clearly in the chat and supporting your win for the 3-0 against next RÜYA?
Thank you for support. It drives us to give our best every match. This win is for you.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you for your time. And, this has been a fantastic performance thus far. I'm really impressed with what you guys have brought to the table. Not just the drafts, but the execution as well. The ability to manage your resources and, very impressive by the entire team. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, so thank you, Team Vitality, for that interview. A short one, a quick one, short and sweet. And I think we all are on the same page here. I think there are going to be what I thought was high expectations clearly blown out of the water. Team Vitality can achieve so much more. I'm excited to see how they're going to be performing in Manila, Philippines as well. Blam, what do you think about their performance thus far?
Yeah, I mean, they were the only team in this qualifier to take a 3-0, so I feel like that really speaks volumes. I mean, it's not like really that next RÜYA were an easy opponent. They definitely showed some potential within this qualifier as well, so I feel like it's just wise words to NRX is that they just need to go back to the drawing board and just basically work on that global ban. But this is basically it for us, so both me and Kin have enjoyed it today. We'll hopefully see you for Season 3 Invitational. Make sure you tune in on the 21st of February. Take it easy, guys.
Dark Tyrant has been defeated. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Blood. Fabulous. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double. Red team has slain an enemy.
Gird yourself before attacking.
Red team killing spree. Red team triple kill. True love can go far. Red team rampage. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team killing spree. Red Overlord has been defeated. Red team has slain an enemy. Dark Tyrant has been defeated. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team triple kill. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Shut down. Red team killing spree. Dark Tyrant has been defeated.